Good morning and welcome to Mission Control Houston. We are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, as teams prepare for the upcoming U.S. Spacewalk 98. There on your screen, you're seeing a live look inside the Quest airlock and the equipment lock portion of that Quest airlock as NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the right-hand side of your screen with the suit with the red stripes, and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, on the left-hand side of your screen in the unmarked suit, are preparing to exit the Quest airlock coming up at about an hour and a half. Again, that exit, or the beginning of that spacewalk, is expected to take place around 7:35 a.m. Central Time, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Now here in Mission Control, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently coming on console to take over from the Orbit 1 team. And the Orbit 2 team is going to be led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins. You can see there in the bottom portion of your screen, he is taking over from the Orbit 1 Flight Director, who was Adi Boulos. And that Orbit 1 team did assist the spacewalkers today as they completed their pre-breathe protocol, but the Orbit 2 team will be responsible for executing today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is the third of this month and the sixth out of the International Space Station this year. The primary goal for today is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or the SCANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work began on August 18th, just last week, when NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano had gone outside and conducted a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the space station's truss structure. However, the crew needed a bit more time than expected to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers will go ahead and retrieve that new unit and complete the installation. If time allows, they'll also attempt a get-ahead task to replace a retroreflector on the forward port of the space station's Harmony module, which will improve navigation data for visiting spacecraft. The space-to-ground antenna is a dish-shaped unit and one of two that sit side by side on the Z1 truss. Last November, SCANT number 2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, which means it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate with NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. As a result, the flight control team switched operations to SCANT number 1, which continues to provide the high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for flight controllers here in Houston and at control centers around the world. There on your screen, you're seeing, again, a live look in that Quest airlock. You can now see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on your screen in between Sophie and Anil. And Jack is providing assistance from inside the space station for today's spacewalk, along with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
I'm having some trouble if you guys got a moment before they head over.
Absolutely, about 3 minutes to an LOS.
Again, teams are continuing to prepare for an approximately 6.5-hour spacewalk today. That spacewalk scheduled to begin around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. The teams are a little bit ahead of schedule. However, they are expected to pause an upcoming MEDOX, or medical oxygen canister changeout, to stay on track with the planned timeline. The crew recently completed their pre-breathe protocol, and this protocol purges nitrogen from the bloodstream to prevent decompression sickness, also known as the bends, which is a condition that scuba divers can also experience if they ascend too quickly. There are 2 phases to that pre-breathe protocol that the astronauts perform before any spacewalk, and that first phase is performed using a mask pre-breathe with 100% oxygen. And then most recently, they completed what is known as in-suit light exercise. During that portion of the pre-breathe, they move their arms and legs to speed up their metabolic rate, which helps purge excess nitrogens. The in-suit light exercise was completed about 15 minutes ago, around 5:50 a.m. Central, 6:50 a.m. Eastern Time. And then again, coming up, they will be completing the MEDOX, or medical oxygen canister replacements, and these MEDOX canisters, along with LiO, or lithium hydroxide, are part of the life support system of the extravehicular activity mobility unit, or EMU, which is the white spacesuit that is worn by the astronauts when they go on a spacewalk.
and airlock for go in 6, step 16.
And Jack, stand by. We're still checking on the HECA cameras, and we'd like to get that resolved before we move on to step 16.
No worries, we'll sit tight.
And Airlock Houston, we can give you the go in step 8 for the EMU cameras, and then once that is complete, you are go to pick up in step 16.
We'll go for step 8 to shut off the HECAs, and then once we're complete with that, we're into step 16.
Good copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who's again there in the center of your screen, currently on board the International Space Station, as he assists NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, through some preparation ahead of today's spacewalk. They are referencing a HECA, which is the HD EMU, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit Camera Assembly, and those are attached to the spacesuits that you see the crew wearing there, and provide some of those point-of-view cameras throughout the spacewalk.
Step 1, your 2.120. We have serial number 1033 to put into EV1. Looking for your go.
We copy 1033, and that's a good number.
Copy, go for EV1.
And those communications with NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway taking place with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control. Currently, the Orbit 1 Capcom is still communicating with the crew on board the International Space Station, and that is Kathy Bolt serving in that position. Once the shift handover between Orbit 1 and 2 is complete, the Capcom for the Orbit 2 shift will be Steven Zinter, and he will be the one providing communication with the crew on board the International Space Station. However, there will also be a ground IV, and that will be the individual responsible for communicating with the spacewalkers outside of the International Space Station. And the ground IV for today is NASA astronaut Anne McLean, so she will be coming on console here shortly as well. Now, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is also the 6th spacewalk to be conducted outside of the International Space Station this year, and the 3rd for Expedition 75. NASA astronaut Anil Menon will be wearing the suit with the red stripes, and he is EV number 1, and this is his 3rd spacewalk, following 2 spacewalks earlier this month on August 6th and 18th, previously logging 12 hours and 50 minutes outside of the International Space Station. Sophie Adano, who is an ESA astronaut, will be wearing the unmarked suit, serving as EV number 2. This is her 2nd spacewalk after her first, taking place last week on August 18th, which totaled 6 hours and 23 minutes of spacewalking time outside of the International Space Station. And again, inside the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir will be supporting Menon and Adano throughout today's operations. Hathaway will also be primed for some of the robotics operations with the Canada arm, and Meir will be backing him up. On board the International Space Station is, of course, the Expedition 75 crew. So in addition to Jessica, Jack, Sophie, and Anil, we have Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyaev and Pyotr Dubrov, as well as Anna Kikina. Mission Control Houston for the Orbit 2 team, which will be executing today's spacewalk, is of course led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins, and then Sandy Fletcher is serving as the lead spacewalk officer for today. Speaking with the crew, again, you will hear the Capcom, or capsule communicator, Steven Zinter for Orbit 2, and then once the spacewalk begins, you will hear that voice of NASA astronaut Anne McLean serving as the ground IV, and she is responsible for guiding the spacewalkers through their procedures today, while the Capcom will continue speaking with the rest of the space station crew. The spacewalk officially begins when the astronauts switch their suits to internal battery power. Again, the spacewalk time is currently targeted to begin at around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams on board the International Space Station, as well as the flight controllers here on the ground, are working in tandem in preparation for today's upcoming spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 98. That spacewalk currently targeted to begin around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. The spacewalkers for today are NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenau. And the spacesuits that you see Menon and Adenau wearing are known as the EMU, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit. This suit is an independent system that provides environmental protection, mobility, life support, and communications for crew members to perform a spacewalk. The EMU consists of the suit assembly as well as the life support system. The spacesuit assembly is the suit itself that encloses the crew member, and the life support system is attached to the back of the suit to provide oxygen for breathing and suit pressurization, water for cooling, carbon dioxide scrubbing, battery power, and radio, as well as a caution and warning system to monitor the suit's status. These spacesuits are fitted on the ground and then adjusted in orbit to account for spinal elongation and fluid shifts. Engineers take about 80 measurements to tailor each suit, assembling it from roughly 16 major elements, including multiple sizes for torsos, elbow and knee joints, adjustable waists, and dozens of glove sizes. On their forearms, there's typically procedure cards, which are references for the steps they'll perform throughout a spacewalk.
But the MEDOX canister for EV2 is 1034.
And Houston copies. We saw that in the view. That's a good number.
And airlock step 11, we're pausing the in-suit pre-breathe clock, GMT 1114.
Copy, 1114.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are hearing some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, currently on board the International Space Station, there in the center of your screen. He's speaking with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here on the ground, who currently for the Orbit 1 shift is Kathy Bolt. Again, the Orbit 1 and 2 teams are currently completing a shift handover, and the Orbit 2 team coming on console will be responsible for executing today's spacewalk. You did hear NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway referencing some MEDOX canisters. He was providing some serial numbers and updates related to the canister changeouts. And those MEDOX canisters are medical oxygen canisters, along with the LiO or lithium hydroxide canisters are the life support system of the EMU, or the extravehicular mobility unit, which again are those white spacesuits that are worn by the astronauts for a spacewalk. On the right-hand side of your screen, there you can see EV1 with the red stripes. Again, that is NASA astronaut Neil Minin for today's spacewalk. And on the left-hand side of your screen is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau, serving as EV2. Also there in the Quest airlock toward the back portion, you can also see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is providing support alongside Jack inside of the airlock, inside the International Space Station today.
Houston airlock, step 18, extended MEDOX canisters, serial number 0020 and serial number 0022.
We copy 0020 and 0022.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're hearing those communications between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on board the International Space Station and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control. Currently Kathy Bolt, but that will soon be taken over by Steven Zinter. Again, he's referencing some MEDOX canisters, which are the medical oxygen canisters. There are two different types of containment control cartridges used in the extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, which again is those white spacesuits that the crew wears to go outside of the International Space Station on a spacewalk. And they're a means to contain trace contaminants and carbon dioxide from the EMU atmosphere. Again, the EMU, or extravehicular mobility unit, contains the suit assembly as well as the life support system. So those canisters are part of that life support system, providing carbon dioxide scrubbing. And then the spacesuit is basically a self-contained spaceship, so it provides
21, into pre-breathe clock resume, GMT 1118.
Okay, we copy pre-breathe clock resumed at 1118.
The suit provides oxygen for breathing and suit pressurization, water for cooling, carbon dioxide scrubbing, battery power, and more. And the spacesuit operates at a pressure of 4.3 psi, or pounds per square inch, which compared to 14.7 psi inside the space station. And that pressure difference is why the pre-breathe protocol is necessary. Again, you were hearing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway communicate about some of that pre-breathe to the teams here on the ground, specifically regarding some times for that pre-breathe protocol and the clocks that they're monitoring. The pre-breathe protocol has two different portions to it. The first portion, the astronauts perform a masked pre-breathe with 100% oxygen, and then they complete what is known as in-suit light exercise, which was completed a little bit ago. And during that in-suit light exercise, the spacewalkers move their arms and legs to speed up their metabolic rate, which helps purge excess nitrogen. Due to the pressure differences in the suits and the station, the pre-breathe protocol is necessary in order to purge nitrogen from the bloodstream to prevent decompression sickness. Again, that is also known as the bends, which is a condition that scuba divers can also experience.
Houston, airlock 2, good manual leak checks, and we're proceeding into step 17 to get them off the EVAs into the crew lock.
Houston, station on 2 for SSE troubleshooting.
Okay, we copy y'all, and we'll go with that plan. And just letting you know, I'll be handing over to O2 Capcom shortly, and wish you guys the best of luck for the rest of the day.
Okay, we really appreciate your help.
SSE 14, the symptoms was when I was using it.
This is Mission Control Houston as teams continue to prepare for today's upcoming spacewalk. Again, that is U.S. Spacewalk 98. You heard a few different call-outs there. Again, those call-downs coming from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as he prepares NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, who you can see there on your screen, for their upcoming spacewalk. They were referencing moving into the crew lock. So right now they are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and then they will begin moving into the crew lock portion right beyond that hatch that you can see there in the center of your screen. From there, they will conduct final communications checks as well as final suit system checks before they switch their suits on to internal battery power. Now, before they began that movement into the crew lock, they did complete some initial suit leak checks and confirmed that everything was looking good for both of the spacesuits that the spacewalkers are wearing for today. As they make their way into the crew lock, both of the crew members will don or put on the safer unit, and there you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir carrying one of those units over to NASA astronaut Neil Menon with the red stripes there on your screen. The SAFER stands for the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. It is sort of like a jetpack that is attached to the back of the spacesuits. And while the crew members each have 2 tethers attaching them to the space station at all times, the SAFER serves as a backup mechanism should they get detached. So as they move into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, each of the crew members will have these SAFER mechanisms attached to the back of the spacesuits. Once both of the crew members are moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be closed. And again, they will then complete some final communication checks as well as final suit system checks. And then depressurization of the crew lock portion will also begin to bring the airlock down to vacuum to match that of the rest of space. The crew lock begins at 14.7 psi or pounds per square inch, of course matching the rest of the International Space Station, and is similar to what we experience here on Earth. During the initial depressurization, the crew lock will go down to about 5 psi. There will be a brief pause to allow flight controllers to check out systems and for the crew members to complete some final suit leak checks. The depressurization process will then continue all the way down to vacuum, and once the crew lock depressurization is complete, the spacewalkers will be able to open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section prior to placing their suits on internal battery power. Again, when they turn their suits onto battery power, it will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. The entire crew lock depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. And as a reminder, today's spacewalk is currently expected to last about 6.5 hours, beginning around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time.
Because of how that battery seats.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir are currently attaching the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, onto NASA astronaut Neil Menon's spacesuit that he will be wearing outside of the International Space Station. And of course, he has the red stripes there on his legs, indicating that he is EV1. He will shortly be moved into that crew lock portion, and then the same process will be followed for ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adno. We are currently in a brief but expected loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal here momentarily. And this happens when there is a transition between the TDRS, or Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours, and it's the 3rd of this month.
TCB setting a 5.
Copy, setting a 5.
And today's spacewalk is the 3rd of this month, and the 6th out of the International Space Station this year. Again, the primary goal for today's spacewalk is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or the SGANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began last week on August 18th when Neil and Sophie conducted a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the station's truss structure. However, the crew needed a little bit more time than expected to disconnect some electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers will go ahead and retrieve the new unit and complete that installation. Once both NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno are moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station, the hatch between the crew and equipment lock will be closed, and they will begin that depressurization process. That entire process takes about 30 minutes to complete. The spacewalk will officially begin when the suits are switched to battery power. Again, that spacewalk start time is currently targeted for around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern.
Houston, copy. Sorry to hear that. Give us a few minutes to think about it.
Once they complete that depressurization, the spacewalkers will then open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section. NASA astronaut Neil Menon, serving as EV1 with the red stripes, will exit first, and then he will be followed by ESA astronaut Sophie Adno, who's serving as EV2 today with the unmarked suit. They will then go ahead and set up their tools and tethers, turn on their helmet cameras, and begin to set up the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, basically the Canadarm2 robotic arm. And then they will make their way to External Stowage Platform 3, or ESP3, to retrieve the spare SGANT, which stands for the Space-to-Ground Antenna. Additionally, when they first exit the Quest airlock, NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno will perform what are called buddy checks, basically examining each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order before they move away from the airlock. After that is complete, NASA astronaut Neil Menon, serving as EV1, will go ahead and retrieve the foot restraint from an external pallet, and he will set up the Space Station Remote Manipulator System, again, that robotic arm that he will be strapped into for the duration of today's spacewalk. So he will strap his feet into a portable foot restraint, or a PFR, at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, and then he will be maneuvered to various work sites, carrying the spare antenna from its current location on the External Stowage Platform 3, which is on the Port 3 truss of the space station. It will be moved to the work site at the Z1 truss to be installed and then subsequently activated by ground controllers here in Mission Control. The robotic arm will be primarily operated today by NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, and he will be assisted by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from inside the International Space Station. And while NASA astronaut Neil Menon, serving as EV1, rides the arm to the spare antenna work site and begins releasing some bolts, EV2, who is Sophie Adno, will be assisting from the truss structure. Anil will remove the spare antenna, and the arm will then move to the installation location at the Z1 truss. And at that point, EV2, which is Sophie Adano, will then translate back along the truss. So they will be making their way to ESP3, which is on the port 3 truss of the space station, remove the spare ESCANT, which again is the only spare that is left on board the International Space Station. They maneuver it to its installation location on the Z1 truss to complete the replacement of the faulty space-to-ground antenna that was removed last week. Once it's installed, there will be some system checkouts by the ground control team here in Mission Control Houston, and it will restore the full redundancy to the space-to-ground communications system of the International Space Station. Once the installation of that spare is complete, the next task is to retrieve the failed ESCAN. Again, that failed ESCAN or space-to-ground antenna was removed last week and temporarily stowed. So it will be the job of ESA astronaut Sophie Adano to go ahead and retrieve that failed antenna from its temporary stowage location, and then she will pass it along to EV1, who is NASA astronaut Neil Menon, and they will also clean up the work site while dropping off the tool bag at the airlock and heading outbound for the next task. To stow the ESCAN, again the failed one, they will be installing a couple of bolts. And then after that is complete, EV1 and Neil Menon will return to the arm ingress location. Again, that is where he would have got into the portable foot restraint of the SSRMS, which is the Canada Arm 2 robotic arm. And while Anil is doing that, Sophie will then translate back to the airlock to prepare for ingress. Again, this is expected to be a 6-hour and 30-minute spacewalk to complete both the spare ESCANT retrieval and installation, as well as retrieving the failed ESCANT and stowing it into its permanent stowage location. If time allows, the crew will also attempt a get-ahead task to replace a retroreflector on the forward port of the Harmony module to improve navigation data for visiting spacecraft. And the space-to-ground antenna is a dish-shaped unit and one of two that sit side by side on the Z1 truss. Last November, ESCANT 2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, meaning it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate using NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. And as a result, the flight control team switched operations to ESCANT number 1, which continues to provide that high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for flight controllers here in Houston and at other control centers around the world. For a little bit of history, the very first space-to-ground antenna that was installed on the International Space Station's Z1 truss was carried into orbit on the STS-92 mission in October of 2000 and installed by astronauts Leroy Chow and Bill MacArthur. And the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, that is being installed today to replace the degraded antenna was delivered on the STS-127 mission back in July of 2009 and installed by astronauts Dave Wolf and Tom Marshburn. The faulty antenna that's being replaced and that was temporarily stowed last week was initially installed on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010 by astronauts Garrett Breisman and Steve Bowen. The replacement antenna for today has been parked on ESP3, again, external stowage platform.
Space to ground 1. Earlier we copied a partial call regarding the safer on Anil's suit. We're looking for clarification on if you had to reseat the battery on the safer or just fix the MLI.
Yeah, we were just reseating some MLI, so it was in a more comfortable position. Nothing wrong with safer at all. Everything is nominal.
Copy, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
On the barcode reader, can you confirm that the private address is off OFS?
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a call down from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. He was speaking with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control Houston, who for the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers now on console is Steven Zinter. They were referencing a SAFER, and that stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. And both of the crew members going out on today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, have those SAFER units attached to their EMUs, or the white spacesuits that they are currently wearing. And it basically serves as a jetpack-like device should they become untethered from the space station. However, both crew members always have a 2-point tether attached to the International Space Station, so that is very unlikely to happen. And there in the center of your screen, you can see both NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as well as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. They're currently assisting ESA, or European Space Agency, astronaut Sophie Adano into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. NASA astronaut Neil Menon was moved into there first as EV1, and now Sophie is joining him. Once they are fully situated into the crew lock portion, the hatch in between the crew lock and equipment lock of the Quest airlock, which you can see that hatchway there on your screen that Jessica Meir is currently touching, will be closed, and they will begin the depressurization process down to vacuum of that crew lock portion. This is Mission Control Houston, live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. Currently, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console, being led by NASA Flight Director Chris Dobbins. And the Orbit 2 team is responsible for executing today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is US Spacewalk 98. Serving as EV1 is NASA astronaut Neil Menon, and serving as EV2 is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenau. Both of the crew members are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They're at the latter half of your screen, and there you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she begins to close the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once that hatch is closed, they will begin the depressurization process. That entire depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. Currently, the crew lock and the equipment lock, as well as the rest of the International Space Station, are sitting at a pressure of about 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, which is similar to the pressure that we experience here on Earth. However, the EMUs, or the white spacesuits that the crew members wear to go out on a spacewalk, are at a pressure of about 4.3 psi. And then the crew lock will be depressed down to vacuum to match that of space. Once the depressurization process is complete, the crew members going out on today's spacewalk, again, NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenau, will switch their spacesuits onto battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Airlock steps 76 and 77 are complete. You guys are go for 78.
Copy and work.
And you just heard a call down there from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. He's communicating with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control, who for the Orbit 2 shift is Steven Zenter. The Capcom serves as the single voice link between the teams here on the ground and the crew on board the International Space Station. Throughout today's spacewalk, the Capcom will continue to communicate with the crew inside the International Space Station, but there will also be a ground IV who will be communicating with the crew going on today's spacewalk, and the ground IV for today is currently coming on console, and that will be NASA astronaut Anne McLean. And you hear them reference several different numbers throughout today's preparation, and those are all referenced to various procedure numbers that the crew, as well as the teams here on Mission Control, are following in preparation for today's spacewalk.
Speed pressure 3.4 and 3.4.
Airlock Houston on 1. You are now hot mic on Space Ground 1.
Copies, and we're just taking a quick look at switch configuration on EV2.
I see IV.
Yeah, Houston, we're just want to double check. We're seeing suit pressure on EV2 of 3.4. We were kind of expecting 4.2, but in IV that kind of makes sense that it slowly breathes down, and so that reading of 3.4 is good.
That's a good value for us, Jack. We expect it will increase. This is part of the MEDEX changeout results.
Cool, that all makes sense to us. We just wanted to do a quick double check, and I think I lost the bubble on where we are. You guys are still working through 80 and 81, is that right?
That's correct. We'll give you a call when we're done, but EV crew is hot mic on Space Ground 1, if you didn't copy that.
Okay, copy. We're standing by as you guys work through the steps, and EV1 and EV2 are hot mic on the big loops.
Copy. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You were hearing some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you can currently see in the center of your screen. He was speaking with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who currently is Steven Zinter. They were referencing some pressure readings on the EV2 spacesuit. EV2 today is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano. The EMU, or the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, which is the white spacesuit that the crews wear outside the International Space Station.
We are ready for you to pick up in step 81 and subs.
Right, we're going to work our way starting at 81.
Again, they were referencing some suit pressures, and those spacesuits typically operate at a pressure of around...
A couple cleanup steps for EV2 as we are, before we get into the Q card. You're not touched anything, but look on the UIA and check that the depressed pump power switch is in the off OFS.
Depressed pump power switch is off OFS.
You're going to verify the depressed pump enable LED is on ON.
Enable LED on ON.
Houston Airlock looking for your go in 84 to start the crew lock depress Q card.
You're going step 84.
Go in 84. All right, Sunil and Sophie, I am on the crew lock depress Q card, step 1. So on the UIA, if you'll take that depress pump power switch to the on ON position.
Depress pump power switch to on ON, done.
All right, we're going to count 10 seconds as it spins up. EV2, you can reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the open position, and you'll get an alert tone.
EV2, depress pump man ISO valve to open now.
All right, for both 1 and 2, monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5, and if it gets up there, let us know.
1 copy. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as teams continue to work through procedures for today's spacewalk, US Spacewalk 98. The spacewalkers for today, NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and that depressurization process of the crew lock is currently underway. The crew lock pressure is now at about 12.4 psi, or pounds per square inch, and it began at a pressure of about 14.7 psi. It has to be depressed down to vacuum to match that of space, and then once that is complete, they will be able to open the thermal hatch and the hatch of the crew lock to exit the International Space Station to begin today's spacewalk. During this depressurization process, they will initially take the crew lock down to a pressure of about 5 psi, or pounds per square inch, and at that point they will go ahead and pause the depressurization process to complete some final suit leak checks and system checks before finishing the depressurization process.
Decreasing our way through 10 psi on our way down to 5.
1, 2.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a call out from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. You can see there in the center of your screen, confirming that the pressure of the crew log is now at about 10 psi or pounds per square inch as it continues the depressurization process down to vacuum. Again, they will pause at about 5 psi for some final leak and system checks before resuming and going all the way down to vacuum. Following that call out from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, you did hear a brief communication with the spacewalkers for today. Again, today's spacewalk is being performed by NASA astronaut Neil Menon, serving as EV1 in a suit with red stripes, and EV2 today is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenau. Once the depressurization process is complete, again, that entire depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. The spacewalkers will then go ahead and switch their suits to internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to begin at around 7:35 a.m. Central Time, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time, and is expected to last about 6.5 hours. Once they switch to internal battery power, that depressurization process is complete. The crew members will then go ahead and open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section. First out of the International Space Station today will be EV1, who again is NASA astronaut Neil Menon, and he will be followed shortly thereafter by EV2, who is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenau. Once they exit the International Space Station, they will go ahead and set up their tools and tethers. Again, they have 2 tethers that attach them to the International Space Station at a given time. They will also turn on their helmet cameras, or their HECAs, and they will begin setup for today's spacewalk. They will also complete what are known as buddy checks, which is where both Neil Menon and Sophie Adenau will basically be examining each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order before they begin to move away from the airlock. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we're continuing to provide coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 98. The crew members for today's spacewalk are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station as the depressurization process for that crew lock continues. The pressure inside the crew lock is currently at about 6.5 psi.
6.5 psi. You get alert tone at 6 on our way down to 5.0.
1, 2.
So you wouldn't believe it, but Jessica just tried to convince Anil that Golf 1 was behind the rack and he had to rotate it. Out here with you for a barcode reader update.
Are you guys playing tricks on the new guy?
And you just heard that confirmation there from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway that we had passed that 6.5 psi or pounds per square inch inside the crew lock as it continues its depressurization down to about 5 psi. Once the crew lock reaches that 5 psi point, the depressurization process will pause momentarily to complete some final suit and system checks before resuming it down to vacuum. Throughout that depressurization process, you do hear periodic call-outs by the crew, and this is as they are following the procedures for that depressurization process. Various call-outs are required during the monitoring process, and you do hear confirmation coming from the spacewalkers inside the crew lock as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway provides those call-outs for them.
Okay. Copy. Thanks for putting up with us. I will freestow the barcode readers.
You got a lot of smiles down here in the room.
We are approaching 5.0 psi EV2. If you'd reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the closed position, then expect an alert tone.
Yes. Press pump and ISO valve is closed.
All right, copy closed. For both EV1 and EV2 on your DCMs, take the display switch to status until you see leak check ? Long yes to start it, and then follow the displayed instructions. Let me know when you guys are done.
Started.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard the call out there that the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on the International Space Station is now at 5 psi or pounds per square inch. The depressurization process of that crew lock has now been paused to complete some final suit leak checks and system checks before the depressurization process will resume. And we will hear...
Leak check complete. Throw to the EVA in work.
Copy EV1, leak check complete.
And we just heard confirmation that the first suit leak check is complete and they are
complete. Setting O2 to EVA in work.
Copy EV2 leak check is complete, and let me know if both of you are in O2 actuator to EVA.
Okay.
And we just heard confirmation there that we do have 2 good suit leak checks. So they will complete some final system checks here on the ground.
Both EV1 and EV2 are O2 actuator to EVA. All right, Sophie, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect an alert tone.
In work. pumps, man ISO valve to open.
The open. I'm taking the emergency MPEB out here to open to help you guys. All right, both of you monitor your SUPI gauge. If it gets up to 5.5, let us know.
1.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Following those suit leak checks and system checks at 5 psi or pounds per square inch inside the crew log, that depressurization process has now resumed. Again, this depressurization will take the crew log down to vacuum to match that of space. And at that point, the suits will be switched to battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours as the crew works to complete the installation of a replacement space-to-ground or SCANT antenna. This is Mission Control Houston as the crew log depressurization process continues ahead of today's spacewalk. That crew log is now just under 3 psi or pounds per square inch. Once it reaches about 2 psi, the crew will go ahead and complete some additional procedures related to the manual isolation valve, and they will also report initial tether configurations ahead of egress. And then the final depressurization will take place, bringing the crew log all the way down to vacuum.
We're passing 2.0 psi, EV2. You can reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the closed position.
Depress pump ISO valve is closed.
Copy closed, and on the UIA, you can take the depress pump power switch to the off OFF position.
Depress pump power switch is off OFF.
Copy OFF, and as always, it's a pleasure getting you guys to close the vacuum, and we will pass it off to Ann and the team down in Houston for the rest of your adventure today.
Thank you, Jack and Jessica, and hello, Ann.
Good morning, Anil and Sophie. It's game day. Let's do it. We'll take your initial tether config.
All right, I'll start off with EV1. Starting on the left, I've got a left E-ring extender that's attached to a small hook on my waist tether, closed lock, black on black. Large hook is unlocked on that same E-ring extender. And moving over to the right, I have a E-ring extender.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which you can see a live look inside that room there on your screen. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by NASA Flight Director Chris Dobbins are on console.
Red reel, closed lock, black on black. And then that anchor hook is on my MWF. On my red reel, I also have EV2's anchor hook, closed lock, black on black. I'm going to hand it over to Sophie to go through her tether config.
Okay, thank you, Anil. I'll start with my right side. Right D-ring extender. I have a waist tether, which is also gate closed locked black on black, and the other hand is on my mini workstation. On this right D-ring extender, I also have the red hook, gate closed locked black on black. Going to the red reel, which is unlocked. On this red reel, I have the green hook. It closed locked black on black. Red reel also leads to the yellow hook. Gate closed locked black on black, which is on the green reel. This green reel is unlocked confirmed, and I see the anchor hook that is going to EV1's red, and I see it's gate closed locked black on black. On my left side, I have steering extender with the small hook, gate closed locked black on black, going to the airlock waist tether, and I see both large hook of the waist tethers, gate closed locked black and black, and the airlock waist tether small hook is gate closed locked black on black on the airlock D-ring extender that gives a good load past the station.
Copy, Anil, and we're good with you trying the newer one that was in there.
All right, that is mostly a good config, and unfortunately we had a handover in Hill right as you started talking, so if you wouldn't mind giving us your tether config again. We got everything after the green hook on the red reel, but we're looking for your the status of your red hook and your yellow hook on the green reel, and your right waist tether.
Copy that. Right waist tether is on the right D-ring extender, small hook, closed lock, black on black, and the large hook's on my MWF. And the red reel was unlocked. The yellow hook was on the green reel, closed lock, black on black. Green hook was on the red reel, closed lock, black on black. Green reel was unlocked, and then the anchor hook was on my MWF.
And Anil, we just need the status of your small red hook, please.
Red hook, closed lock, black on black on my D-ring right side.
Okay, Neil, we appreciate the extra work there, and those are good tether configs. And for both of you, we're just above 1 PSI. We're expecting about 11 more minutes in the depress.
Two copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who is serving as the ground IV, working through the initial tether configurations for EV1 and EV2. Again, for today's spacewalk, EV1 is NASA astronaut Neil Menon, and EV2 is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adhanom. They reported those initial tether configurations ahead of egress, or exiting the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. That egress will come once the crew lock depressurization process is fully complete. There's about 10 minutes remaining in that depressurization process. The crew lock is just above about 1 psi, or pound per square inch. Again, it has to go all the way down to vacuum before that egress process can begin. Throughout today's spacewalk, you will hear NASA astronaut Ann McClain serving as the ground IV, speaking with the spacewalkers and walking them through the procedures for today. And then also there is a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, who is Steven Zenter, and he will still be responsible for communicating with the crew members still inside the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. You're currently seeing a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and there at the bottom portion of your screen you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Jessica, alongside NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, are providing support for today's spacewalk from inside the International Space Station. Before the crew members for today's spacewalk, again, NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adhanom were moved into the crew lock portion just beyond that hatchway you see there on your screen. Jessica and Jack assisted them with donning their suits, and as well as walking them through their pre-breathe procedures and various other preparation steps for today's spacewalk. Right now, the crew lock is continuing to be depressurized down to vacuum. It is currently sitting at about 0.75 psi, or pounds per square inch. Once it is all the way down to vacuum, the crew will then turn their suits on battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk, and it is the third spacewalk for this month and the 6th out of the International Space Station this year. The spacewalk today is expected to last about 6.5 hours, and the primary goal for today is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or SGANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began last week on August 18th when Neil and Sophie first ventured out of the space station for a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk, and they were able to remove the failed antenna and secured it on the station's truss structure. However, they needed a bit more time to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, Anil and Sophie will go ahead and retrieve that new unit to complete the installation process. Once the crew lock depressurization process is complete, the spacewalkers will go ahead and open the outer thermal hatch and the hatch on the crew lock section and place their suits on internal battery power. They've been working through the depressurization process for about the last 25 minutes or so. The entire process takes about 30 minutes to complete. Again, the crew lock section is continuing to be depressurized down to vacuum. It's currently at about 0.65 psi or pounds per square inch. The pressure of the suits that the crew members wear for their spacewalk, or the extravehicular mobility units, which are those white spacesuits, sit at a pressure of about 4.3 psi. And the internal pressure of the International Space Station itself has a pressure of about 14.7 psi, which matches that of about what we experience here on Earth. Once they begin the process of egressing or exiting the International Space Station, first out of the hatch will be EV1, which is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and he will be followed by EV2, who is ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno. Anil, serving as EV1, has the suit with the red stripes, and Sophie, serving as EV2, is wearing an unmarked suit. Once they exit the airlock, they will complete some initial checks of each other, which are called buddy checks, where they examine each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order and looking good before they begin moving away from the airlock and working into their procedures for today.
Houston station on 2.
We're with you on 2.
Anil and Sophie, we are estimate about 2 minutes left.
Hey, that did work. So that swap worked. I was curious what you wanted me to do with the other two. The one that I got out of the G1 locker and then the one that was non-functional.
And there was great rejoicing in
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Ann McLean, who is serving as the ground IV here in Mission Control for today's spacewalk, speaking with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as they continue the depressurization process down to vacuum. They reported that there's about 2 minutes remaining in that depressurization process. The crew lock right now is sitting at a pressure of about 0.5 psi.
Yeah, thankfully. I don't know if you could pull
For
that
today's
off after
spacewalk,
FCAT.
Again, the crew members will be installing a replacement SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. Last November, SGANT number 2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, basically meaning it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate with NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. And as a result, the flight control team switched operations to SGANT number 1, which continues to provide high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for controllers here in Houston and around the world. But following today's SGANT installation, the redundancy for that space-to-ground antenna system will be restored. For a little bit of history, the very first space-to-ground antenna that was installed on the International Space Station's Z1 truss was carried into orbit on STS-92 in October of 2000. And the spare SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, that is being installed today to replace the degraded antenna was delivered on the STS-127 mission in July of 2009. The faulty antenna that was removed and temporarily stowed outside the International Space Station last week.
Okay, EV1 and Neil, step 13. You can verify the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6.
EV hatch gauge less than 0.6.
Copy. You are going to open the EV hatch and stow it.
One copy, go. Work. Hatch is open and stowed.
Copy. And for airlock, you can take the emergency MPEV to closed.
MPEV is closed.
Copy. Thanks. Okay, staggering switch throws, EV1 and 2. You can switch power to BAT and expect warning tone.
Okay, 1 will go first.
Yep.
Power BAT.
2 in work. Power BAT.
Copy for 1 and 2. You can now switch your display to Pro to verify functional display.
1 has a functional display.
2 functional display.
Copy. Sophie, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off OFF and check all 4 LEDs off OFF.
Switch power EV1 OFF, all LED off, and switch power EV2 OFF, and all 4 LEDs off. Expected H2O is OFF on my DCM.
Okay, we copy, and that is an expected message. For both crew, you can remove your SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch with pouch Velcro closed.
One copies in work.
2 copies in work.
This is Mission Control Houston with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano having placed their suits on battery power. Today's spacewalk has officially begun, that taking place at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
One stowed.
Stowed.
Copy. Sophie, you can check that the depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Press pump my alpha valve is closed.
Copy for both crew. Take your temperature control valve to max hot, lowest numbers.
Station on 2, problem solved with the Zebra swap. It's booting up normally, so I'll do the suspect labeling and put them away. Thanks for your help.
Copy, you can both switch water to on, ON, water on.
On, water on.
Water on OM.
Check that your DCM is blank and your byte off.
One blank, byte off.
2 blank, byte off.
Copy, you can each set your temperature control valve as desired. And as you do so, just a reminder to report all TCV changes and best practice not to do large changes over 2.
One set 6 TCV.
2 TCV 5.
Okay, we copy both, and you can report your suit P gauge. We're about to have a handover, so you can set your visors as required, and I'll get your suit P on the flip side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in a brief but expected handover between tracking and data relay satellite system. We do expect to regain that communication with the International Space Station and the crew for today's spacewalk here shortly. You are continuing to hear some communication from the ground IV, which is Anne McLean.
I see that your EMU TV is on, the one that's up high that we don't use. You can press that button if you reach it.
And Houston is back with you if each crew can report suit P gauge.
One is at 4.3.
2, 4.4.
Copy 4.3 and 4.4. You can set visors as required. It'll be nighttime as we go. We see good suit parameters for both of you, so we do not need step 14, and we'll take care of 15 on the ground, and that takes us to egress. So Anil, you are go to open the hatch thermal cover. You'll unhook the strap from the magnetic plate D-ring, move the hook to the tether point, cinch the strap, and report Sharpie lines.
Thermal covers in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're hearing communication from the ground IV here in Mission Control, who today is NASA astronaut Anne McLean. There on the upper portion of your screen.
Thermal cover is attached to itself on the D-ring, and it's got 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy 6 Sharpie lines. Anil, you are go to egress the airlock. Let's take the office outside.
Sounds great, Anne. One's egressing.
All right, and as you go out, your first step is going to be to attach your anchor hook on the forward airlock D-ring.
Work.
And Sophie, as you get a little more room in the airlock, your first step is going to be to transfer the medium ORU bag if you'd like to prepare that.
In work.
Okay, EV1, safety tether is closed, locked, black on black, forward, airlock D-ring.
Copy. You can take EV2's anchor hook to the aft D-ring.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're now seeing a view outside of the International Space Station. EV1, who today is NASA astronaut Neil Menon, has opened the thermal cover and is making his way outside of the International Space Station. And he is attaching his anchor hook. And then following that attachment, EV2 will follow.
Black on black to the aft D-ring. We both have good load paths. The EV2 to disconnect their waist tether when desired.
Copy. I'll wait until I'm outside.
Good words, Anil. You can now retrieve the ORU bag from Sophie and stow it on the airlock toolbox. And Sophie, just please report to us.
You're ready.
And just report to us if you're going to keep the large small ret on the bag or in the airlock.
Large small bag will be placed on the airlock, but it's going to be Anil releasing it as soon as he has his own ret on it.
Okay, I see the ORU bag.
Okay. It towards you.
Got a hand on it. I'm searching for the handle. Okay. Got the handle.
Copy. You've got the handle. It's still vetted on the airlock.
Okay, I've confirmed a good ret on my MWF, and I'm going to release the airlock ret.
Okay, I am ready.
Released.
See it.
All right, nicely done. And Anil, as you go to stow that ORU bag on the airlock toolbox, Sophie, you can prepare crew lock bag 1.
In work.
This is Mission Control Houston. There you're seeing a live view of NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who is now outside of the International Space Station, and following him soon after will be ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno. Anil today is serving as EV1, and Sophie is serving as EV2. You can also see a tool bag that is floating out there that they're getting strapped and ready for today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when the suits were switched to internal battery power. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Got one large hook on the top handrail, the toolbox. I'm going to put a second large hook on the bottom handrail.
Okay.
Okay, 2 hooks are down. And get my ret and come back to you.
Copy.
And Sophie, you can hand out crew lock bag number 1. That's number 1 to Anil. Anil, you'll stow that on your BRT and report the status of the large, small ret.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a live look at NASA astronaut Neil Menon, currently outside the International Space Station as he continues to prepare some tools and bags for today's spacewalk, and then he will be joined outside of the Quest airlock here shortly by ESA astronaut Sophie Adano.
I'm pushing it towards you.
Here, see it. Stand by 1 sec. I'm gonna just get the rat ready.
Yes.
And you can see that it is currently nighttime outside the International Space Station. So the space station does see 16 sunrises and sunsets per day. So the spacewalkers will be working in alternating light and darkness throughout today's spacewalk.
Okay. Hand on it. Bring it towards me.
Copy. And Sophie TCV 3.
Copy TCB 3 for Sophie.
Okay, Sophie, I'm confirming a good ret to my BRT, so I'm releasing the ret BU.
Copy.
Are you ready?
And by 1. I am ready.
Okay. That's coming.
I've got it.
Give me 30 seconds to put this on my BRT.
Sure, take your time.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Neil Menon reference a BRT. That is the body restraint tether. Each crew member is tethered to 2 parts at any given time. They also have a unit known as a SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue.
And you are, go.
Copy, go.
Okay, and Neil will have you kind of go to the aft side, and Sophie for the forward side, so you can lead that translation.
And I was planning on rotating towards the starboard side. Did you want me to go aft or starboard okay? Forward, starboard.
Yes, that's fine. We like your plan.
Coming out.
I see you coming out.
Affirm.
Good, so. I can see your pliss hitting the hatch. So
Yeah, I'm working it.
okay. Let me know if you want. More vertical will do the trick.
Yeah, in work, rotation in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. EV2, which today is ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, is now making her way outside of the Quest airlock, and you can see
And clean.
Copy. You?
good to see you guys out there. And when you're ready, you can turn on your HECAs.
One HECA on.
This is Mission Control Houston. Both NASA astronaut Neil Minna and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano are now outside of the International Space Station.
Copy, and close the thermal cover.
Taiwan, I'm just relocating my left waist there.
You heard them referencing a HECA. That stands for the HD EMU Camera Assembly, basically the cameras that are attached to their spacesuits that you will see point of view camera views during today's spacewalk.
Good. All right, so you're clear, so we can close the thermal cover, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to kick it your way.
And I'm pushing it.
Nice.
Nice.
Thermal cover closed, Dan.
Copy, thermal cover closed. You can position for buddy checks. And just one note for Sophie, we believe we saw your left safer handle up slightly, so if you could double check that one. And for both of you, we'll need HECAs, MWS tabs, safer handles, and then clear tethers and tools.
And analyzing both of your safer handles up, slightly up as well.
Okay. Just will take a moment and do a confirmation. We're still, I can see your right down.
Okay, my left is down as well now.
Give me a second to...
Sure.
This is Mission Control Houston with NASA astronaut Neil Minna and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano now outside the International Space Station. They are currently performing a buddy check.
Well, why don't I start with the buddy check here? I can see one green light. You can see 3 tabs are up. And can you rotate to your left so I can get a good look at your right? Okay, that right safer's down. Can you rotate the other way? Double check. I can see it, and it is down. Taking a good look at your tethers, will you give us your hat?
The hat is dry.
I think your tethers, I know your tethers are in a good config.
Double checking. We're in good config. Right, let me do the buddy checks for you. See 3 tabs up. I see 2 safer handle down. Can you move slightly your PGT just so that I'm sure about the right one?
Didn't work?
And that's, no, there's 1 centimeter. You can push it down a tiny bit more.
Is it parallax? I'm putting a lot of pressure on it.
Okay, that's down. Okay, I see 1 good green light. I see your 2 helmet lights for the lights. And your tethers look good. I see the acrylic bag, which looks good as well.
I like that. I'm going to move to the forward starboard side to clear some room for you.
Copy.
And Anil will take a baseline hat from you as well.
Hat's dry.
Okay, we see good buddy checks on both of you. So at this time, you are go to start translating. Sophie, you are going to lead the translation, and you're going to the port Cedar Anil, you're heading to S1 for the APFR setup.
Okay, leading the translation.
And as you do this translation, just keeping an eye on the tethers to make sure that they go where you want them to go.
This is Mission Control Houston. We did just hear confirmation that NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano have completed their buddy checks. During those buddy checks, each of the crew members examined the other one's suits and tethers to make sure that everything was in order before they began moving away from the airlock. They also reported on their baseline HAP status, and the HAP is the helmet absorption pad inside of their EMU, or the extravehicular mobility unit. They're now moving into the next portion of today's spacewalk procedures. And during this part, NASA astronaut Neil Menon will make his way to the APFR, which is the adjustable portable foot restraint, which will be attached to the space station's robotic manipulator system, which is the candidate arm to robotic arm. Also inside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is preparing for his portion of today's activities. He is prime for the robotic operations from inside the International Space Station. So once the robotic arm is set up and NASA astronaut Neil Menon has safely entered his feet into the foot restraint, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway from inside the space station will begin maneuvering that robotic arm.
And a reminder to both of you as you approach Phase 1 to avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed TUS cable, zenith and nadir of the cedar rails.
Copy, mindful of test cable.
Copy.
How about the CETA spur? Time.
Copy, nicely done. And you're heading to the port CETA cart, and you'll be looking to position yourself to get the APFR. That'll be in WIF 3, which will be the top left when you get to the CETA cart. And Neil, you know where you're going well. You're heading toward what'll be mile marker 6870, 6870.
6870.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see both ESA astronaut Sophie Adano as well as NASA astronaut Neil Menon. Sophie is wearing the unmarked suit, serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk there on the left-hand side of your screen. And Neil is wearing the suit with the red stripes. He is on the right-hand side of your screen currently. Both of the crew members are currently translating on the International Space Station's truss structure. Sophie is currently translating to what is known as a port CETA cart. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. They are working to retrieve the APFR, which stands for the Adjustable Portable Foot Restraint.
Just so you know, we've got great camera views of you. Families are watching. Mission Control is very happy to see you both out there.
Thanks, Ann. Good to know. Please give them a big hug from us. Have someone do it.
CETA cart.
Copy. You'll be retrieving the APFR from the port CETA cart with 3.
Copy.
And you did just hear ESA astronaut Sophie Adano call down and say that she had reached that port CETA cart. Again, that is the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid outside of the International Space Station, which is where the...
At the NTA, so I'm ready for handoff to Jessica at M1.
Copy, and Sophie, you have your steps at the port CETA cart, so we'll give Anil the comm, and Anil, you can give the M1 go to GCA to the publish APFR install ingress position.
Copy.
Need any more comms, Sophie, or are you okay if I take it over?
Take it over. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, and for MCC, I can see a small sticker. It looks like a mile marker sticker that's headed nadir, twirling at about quarter meter per second.
We copy the sticker heading nadir.
And Jessica, how copy?
I've got you loud and clear, Anil. Are you ready for the GCA to the published APFR install position?
Ready for GCR.
Good work.
I know you've got good clearances, Jessica, but I've also got good clearances, and I'll keep you abreast.
All right, we copy, Anil. You'll be helping with clearances. We're starting motion station aft in 3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently about 29 minutes into today's spacewalk. That spacewalk beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when the cruise suits were switched to internal battery power. You're currently hearing NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who is serving as EV1 for today's spacewalk, and you can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen in the suit with the red stripes.
2 centimeters to go. 3 centimeters remaining.
NASA astronaut Neil Menon is currently speaking with...
We're ramping out. We are at the published position. Will that work for you?
It worked last time, so I call GCA complete.
Okay, stand by for break.
Anil is currently speaking with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
Okay, Sophie, we see you working the APFR. You can just bring that toward Anil when it's ready. And Anil, I'm ready to work your tether swap. Once you have your waist tether down, let me know and I'll read you steps.
My waist tether is down.
Copy. You can lock your green hook on your red reel.
Okay, green hook is locked on my red reel.
You can retrieve the yellow hook from the green reel and stow it on the SSRMS Lee tether point, checking gates and hooks.
Okay, I'm in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're now seeing the helmet camera, which is the HECA, on NASA astronaut Neil Menon's spacesuit. We will see these views throughout today's spacewalk. They're providing some point-of-view visuals for each of today's spacewalkers. NASA astronaut Neil Menon is currently working alongside ESA astronaut Sophie Adenau as they prepare the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, which is also known as the Canadarm2 robotic arm. They will be working to install the adjustable portable foot restraint to that robotic arm. NASA astronaut Neil Menon is also currently working on some tether swaps, moving over to that space station robotic arm.
I'm on my line for you, Anil.
Okay. Okay, the yellow hook is closed lock, black on black on the lee handrail.
Copy. Check that your red reel is unlocked.
Red reel is unlocked.
Copy. You can lock your green reel.
Green reel is locked.
And you can retrieve your green hook and stow it on the vertical NTA handrail. Then unlock the green reel.
Okay, north.
And so as Neil does that, if you want to look at the APFR, I can give you settings to confirm that we'll be using to install.
All right, green hook is on the NTA handrail and the green reel is unlocked.
Copy, Neil. We are good with that tether path, so you guys can work together to install the APFR onto the arm. And you're looking for 12 Papa Papa Fox 6. That's 12 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Confirm Papa Papa Fox 6 confirmed. So we are good, and I confirm pitch knob can be depressed.
Okay, I'm
Copy,
in a good
pitch knob,
spot
thanks.
then, Sophie. If you can send it my way, once I have control of it.
Just sending it your way.
Okay, I have control.
Yes.
Put on your ret if you can.
Yes.
Just gonna position it. Almost there.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 36 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Black color, black on black. Good pull. Good twist test. And I'm going to release this ret to you, okay?
Okay, and I am ready.
And then, Dale, I think you said it, but I might have missed it. Confirm the clocking of 12.
Clocking of 12.
Okay, that's a good config on the APFR. We copy your pull twist and your black on black. And so, Neil, you can get in position to ingress the APFR when you're ready.
Okay, I'm moving to an ingress position.
We copy. And Sophie, if you want to wait and just make sure Neil's in a good position prior to starting your translation, you may.
Copy. Observing.
And so you know you guys are working incredibly You guys are working incredibly efficiently right now. So we're just over half the time that we've allotted for the arm setup, and you're just about done. So really nice work this morning.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Saving that for the boom.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 38 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
We're going to have you hold right there until Anil is at the back-off position so that we can get an extra set of eyes and make sure we're all in a good config.
Observing and standing by.
The crew outside of the International Space Station for today's spacewalk are NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen in the suit with the red stripes. He is joined by ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, who has the unmarked suit as EV2. They recently completed the installation of the APFR into the SSRMS, which is the articulating portable foot restraint onto the space station's robotic arm. NASA astronaut Neil Menon is now working to ingress or attach his feet to that foot restraint on the robotic arm, and once that step is complete, then ESA astronaut Sophie Adano will begin translation or movement to ESP-3, which is the external stowage platform 3 on the space station's truss.
You're doing great, Anil.
Thank you, Phil. Leave my tethers in front of my legs where I want it.
Yeah, in front of your left leg.
Okay. You confirm my heels?
The left one is not in. Need to go inboard yet.
That feels good to me.
No, the left one is not in.
It isn't, okay?
Yeah. You're there. The left one is in. Let me just change body position to confirm the right one. Yes, the right one is in as well. So you're in great spot right now.
Nice to have you here. Okay, Ann, I am in. So, ready for CA and next step.
Copy, and Neil will take a baseline glove inspection and a hap check, please.
Hap dry. Both are nominal.
Copy, and again, Soph will hold you there. Neil, you can give M1 go to GCA to the published APFR back-off position.
All right, I'm setting my TCB to 4, and to M1, you are go to GCA to published back-off position.
All right, we copy. Brakes are off. We're getting set up.
And we copied EV1, TCV 4.
Neil, we're starting motion station forward in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion, good motion.
Concur.
Copy, continuing. Over 3 meters to go.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. There on your screen you can currently see a live view outside of the International Space Station as NASA astronaut Neil Menon is currently attached to the space station's robotic arm. That robotic arm being maneuvered by the crew still inside the International Space Station. A moment ago you did hear the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is at the robotic station inside the space station assisting with today's operation alongside NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Prior to the movement of the robotic arm, Prior to the movement of that robotic arm, NASA astronaut Neil Menon strapped his feet into an articulating portable foot restraint.
Good to go.
Once you're at the back-off position.
Looks good. Sorry.
At the back-off position, and now we'll get set up for the JoeCast immediate.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Sophie, as they get reconfigured, you are go to start your translation toward ESP3. Reminder is a warning to avoid contact with grapple fixtures. That's on the that's zenith at the FSE. So at this time, you can translate starboard under the MT, and you'll be dropping your green hook on handrail 3217, which is just on the outboard edge of the starboard Zeta cart.
Copy 3217.
Good number. And I think that the Zeta cart will block the mile markers, but if not, it's mile marker 5760.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now just over 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Neil Menon, serving as EV1 in the suit with the red stripes on the upper center portion of your screen, is currently in the articulating portable foot restraint attached to the robotic arm on the space station. And ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, there in the upper left corner of your screen, is translating on the International Space Station's truss structure over to ESP3, which is External Stowage Platform 3 on the Port 3 truss of the space station. Once they are at that location, they will then retrieve the spare SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna. We're currently...
See motion, good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can currently see a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins for today's spacewalk.
Back with you after a handover.
Got you.
Starboard Zeta cart.
Copy, starboard Zeta cart. Congratulations on your first MT translation.
Thank you, Anne. 217 inside and inward for the Greenwood.
Copy, Sophie. And as you put your green hook down, you can start to give a recon to your translation path. The diagonal beam that we've talked about is probably down there to your lower left. And again, if that doesn't look tenable, then you can always translate outward more first.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, there on your screen, you're seeing a live view of the outside of the International Space Station. And there in the upper portion of your screen, you can see the space station's robotic arm, which attached to the end of that robotic arm and an articulating portable foot restraint is NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who today is serving as EV1. Neil and EV2, which today is ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, are currently making their way over to External Stowage Platform 3, or ESP3, on the Port 3 truss of the space station to retrieve the spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT.
Copy, green hook on 3217, nicely done. So you can continue your translation starboard, and you can use that diagonal I-beam if you'd like, or let us know if you choose to go starboard first.
Okay. I'm going to choose symmetrical diagonal compared to the one that we've reached. There are far less cables, and my body position as well as feathers will be much better.
Okay, out to intermediate NL.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can currently see a view from the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adano as she continues her translation along the truss structure of the International Space Station over to the external stowage platform 3.
Intermediate position, we're getting set up for the next maneuver.
And you also just heard some...
And Sophie, if you're going to take the 90-degree path, you're looking for mile marker 5490, and you should see an I-beam headed straight down toward Earth that has WIF 19 on it. That's mile marker 5490.
5490 in sight. So I'm not going to take this one. I'm going to take the opposite diagonal.
Copy, see the opposite diagonal, and if you head out that direction, there's also would be a handrail path just inboard of the Sarge that can take you down Nader also.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a view from ESA astronaut Sophie Adano's helmet camera as she continues to translate to the external stowage platform 3, where she will meet NASA astronaut Neil Minott to be able to retrieve the spare space-to-ground antenna, which will be installed later today on the Z1 truss as part of today's spacewalk objectives. As Sophie is making her way over to that stowage platform, periodically you can see a mirror on her left arm, and those mirrors on their spacesuits are often used to view suit controls and labels as they complete these spacewalks.
And Sophie, as you get out there, just outboard of ESP3, below handrail, or mile marker 5250 is where you'll find some handrails that you can take Nader also.
I'm in a good position right now and heading to B045 for the Foreman for lead.
Copy, we see you. Nicely done. Great work on that translation. You'll be heading now aft on the inboard side of ESP3 to our SCANT FSE. And reminder about that grapple fixture, just to not come in contact with it, which will be just above your work site.
We're ready to take you to the ESP3 position. We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're just over 52 minutes into today's spacewalk, which officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. There on your screen, you can continue to see a live view of the external portion of the International Space Station with NASA astronaut Neil Menon currently attached to the end of that space station robotic arm, which is currently maneuvering to its next location over on the external stowage platform 3, where Sophie and Anil...
corner that we talked about, looks like you're working it. If you need any words, let us know. If you need to do a rich man's fair lead to keep that tether a little more secure, you can. I know they don't loop around handrails as well as they do in the NBL.
Yeah, so I changed the rail for the foreman fair lead because the 3041 is not an appropriate one. I used one on the starboard side of USG3, and I'm still in work. I'll show all the process.
Good job improvising.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see a side-by-side view of both of the spacewalkers' helmet cameras. So there on the left-hand side of your screen is the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who today is serving as EV1. He is currently attached to the space station's robotic arm and with his feet attached to the articulating portable foot restraint as he makes his way over to ESP3, which is external stowage platform number 3, where both Anil and Sophie will be retrieving the spare S-Scant or space-to-ground antenna for installation later today on today's spacewalk. On the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see the helmet camera for Sophie Adano, who again is a European Space Agency astronaut who is serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk.
Nice job working that corner. You'll see 8305 is off to your right, and that should lead you straight up to the FSE.
And again, you are going to continue to hear some communication between both of the spacewalkers as well as the team on the ground and the crew on board the International Space Station. So here on the ground IV will be the main person communicating.
It was quite an adventure.
Well, you're making it sound fun. You've got a lot of smiles down here when you get out there.
Yes. All right. I'm on the FSE.
It's a beautiful sight.
Beautiful sight.
And when you're ready to pause there, Sophie, you want to get in a good position where you can see Anil coming in and help us with clearances. And also when you stop, we'll take a glove and a hep check, please.
Okay.
I've got good.
So we're ramping out?
Happy ramping out.
This is Mission Control Houston. ESA astronaut Sophie Adano has made her way over to external stowage platform at number 3, or ESP3. And she was communicating with the ground IV, who for today's spacewalk is NASA astronaut Anne McLean here in Mission Control Houston.
I have a good view on Anil on the weather antenna on the grapple fixture. The 2 grapple fixtures, so I'm in a very good condition to get clearances.
I've also got good clearances, and I'm tracking my crew lock bag and the antenna as well.
Okay, and a reminder, Sophie, you can help us out with the clearances to the WEDA with Anil and also to those 2 different grapple fixtures, the one that'll be past his head and then the one that'll be on his left side.
Seeing good clearance view.
I think I've got really good clearance to the one past my head, and I've got my ratchet wrench out.
Copy, you read my mind. So with that, and we have got a good heck of you, so Anil, you can give the M1 go to GCA to the published ESP3 bolt access position.
Okay, Jessica, your go to the published bolt access position.
Okay, we copy, Anil. This is going to bring you body left, and I can see your crew lock bag just off to the left of your helmet there. Assume you've got eyes on that.
Got eyes on it, Jessica. Thank you.
And you might have to lean forward. This is if you're going purely body left, you will have to lean forward. So let's observe.
A lot of range forward.
Okay, Anil, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Lean forward.
Okay.
Clearances. Continue leaning forward, that's good. Body position.
Watch my left shoulder and I'll keep good distance from the new dish.
The first thing is the bottom of your spacer, but it's good right now. So keep leaning, that's great.
Okay. If you want me to go more forward, use the words more forward.
Copy, you're good. The next closest thing is going to be close to your head.
I see it.
Observe, yes, the dish.
Clear of the dish, Jessica. I've got a good foot clearance from the dish. And good body motion.
You can lean back, it's okay. You're clear of the wet antenna.
Okay.
Then
Give Jessica some space in case she needs to call the ramp out.
Sure.
You copy, we're getting relatively close.
Check your ingress aid. Lean back your ingress aid.
Call. Ramp out, 3, 2, 1.
Ramped out, and that is almost at the exact published position. You hold here, let us know if you need additional GCA.
I think the published position was perfect.
Okay, can I jump in?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready for brakes?
Complete. GCA complete, ready for brakes.
Bringing brakes on. Brakes are on, your go for FSC bolt removal.
Okay, Sophie has some words.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But the closest obstacles are the dish itself. You can see it closest to your hand. I'll observe your ingress aid so that it doesn't go out. And the second closest one is right above your helmet. You have about 20 centimeters to the top of the grapple fixture. So I'll observe those two. Do not extend your body upwards.
Okay, I will not pitch. I will not pitch back. I will not pitch towards my back.
Yeah, and so if you had to make one error in terms of body position, keep your knees bended. That's going to be better. I mean, it's okay, but don't extend your knees. Okay.
Okay, good word, Sophie.
Thank you.
And Anil, you've verified reach the FSC bolts, so you can now ret to the S-Gant T-handle. And Sophie will take that glove and hap check, please.
Copy, inward.
And I am redded to the S-Gant T-handle. Confirm good lock.
Copy, you can open the bolt MLI flaps.
Nominal, hot dry.
Copy, thank you, Sophie.
Open. Port open.
Okay, just as a caution, confirm that there's no platform motion before each brake torque attempt. So for Sophie, you're just going to be assisting and helping with those clearances. Anil, you can use the ratchet wrench to brake torque on the FSC bolts. Reminder that we're going to kind of go back and forth. So we're going to brake a half. We're going to go the other bolt and brake one turn, and then we're going to go back. So your first release is going to be exactly a half a turn on FSC bolt 2, which is the one that is closest to the FSC on the starboard side. Half turn on bolt number 2.
Half turn, bolt 2, starting now. Starboard bolt.
Yeah, that's concurred. That's the correct one.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 1 hour and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Both NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano have made their way over to ESP-3, which is External Stowage Platform 3, where the spare S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna, is stored.
Your helmet is very close to the thing. If you're done with the truck braking, that's good, but then you're really very, very close to the FHIC. To the grapple fixture, sorry.
Thank you. Half turn, starboard bolt, felt a significant decrease in running torque with that half turn.
Copy, good words, we're happy with that. You're going to release bolt number 1, exactly 1 turn. Bolt number 1, which is the port bolt, the other one.
The bolt, 1 turn. Sophie, I'm going to get into position to turn it. You tell me if I'll ask you for your feedback. You tell me if I'm in a good position.
For this bolt, it's okay. We're in good position.
There on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adano as she looks on at NASA astronaut Anil Menon as he works to break the torque using a ratchet wrench on the FSE bolts, which stands for Flight Support Equipment. There's 2 different FSE bolts that are holding the spare space-to-ground antenna in place. So he is currently working to release the second of those FSE bolts.
On turn, bolt 1, port bolt, significant decrease in running torque after the first half turn.
Okay, copy, good words. So you can stow the ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag and retrieve your PGT. And Sophie, as he's doing this, reminder that when he releases, we're going to have you in a position to stabilize the S-scan. We don't mind if you go on the zenith or nadir side, but we're thinking maybe the nadir side to get to a T-handle, but your call on which side is easier to get out to.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go to the nadir side. The only down thing that I see about this is that I won't be able to observe the grapple fixture, which is the first obstacle. If you want to get some margin, because with the arm movements, there is some, it's very close. So we need some body down of the arm.
I think I have good intuitive awareness now, so I'll just keep this same distance from the bolts. Your call on what you guys saw on the Hecka, and
And Anil, we concur. Thank you.
EGT is out and Cal 41 volts.
I'm in good body position for stabilizing the S-band antenna.
Okay, Neil, your settings are Bravo 7 counter 2, Bravo 7 counter 2.
Bravo 7 counter 2 set.
You'll be releasing S-scan number 2, bolt number 2, the closest to the FSC. Expect 27 to 35 turns to fully release.
Bolt 2, closest to the FSC, starboard bolt. Expecting 27 to 35.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen you can see the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Neil Menon while he is using the PGT, which is the pistol grip tool. This tool is used to bolt and unbolt various items on the external portion of the International Space Station and will be referenced throughout today's spacewalk. While he completes the release of this FSE, or Flight Support Equipment Bolt number 2, using that pistol grip tool, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenau is currently stabilizing the space-to-ground antenna while the final bolt is released.
Fine. Five. 30. 33. 'I think the bolt's released. I'm just checking. Okay, bolt releases to a hard stop, correct?
NA firm, yeah, we don't expect it to pop out. It's just to the hard stop, so we agree with you that that one is released. For Sophie, you'll be stabilizing the S-cant while Anil releases the final bolt. For Anil, this is a good time to check because you'll have, before your translation, or correction, your arm maneuvers. So if you need to adjust your TCV, visors, heaters, making sure your ingress 8 is tucked in. And we'll take a glove and a hap check.
Okay, in work, Ann.
I'm stable and with one hand on the T handle and one hand on the FSC. Good position to stabilize the antenna. The one thing I cannot offer right now is clearances for Anil, the WEDA antenna. So I will have to reposition once Anil has good control.
Copy and good words. Thank you, Sophie.
And will I be in night for a period of this holding when I make it back to the boom?
You have about 30 minutes, just under 30 minutes to a night pass. So it's likely going to be a little bit of both.
Trying to determine whether to put on my glove heaters or not. I think I'll leave them off.
Okay, we copy.
All right, I'm in a good spot, and TCV unchanged at 4. Ingress 8 talk, glove nominal, and the visor is down.
Copy and hap check.
Hap is dry.
Copy. This time, Sophie can give Anil the go to release the final bolt. Same settings, Bravo 7 counter 2, expecting again 27 to 35 turns.
Anil, stand by. Your left paper handle is up. Yes, it is now down, and I confirm the right one is down as well. So you're good config now.
Okay, I suspect I'm doing that when I'm touching the BRT shoulder joint.
Copy.
Let's just keep an eye on it.
I'll keep an eye. Don't worry. Got you.
Okay, are you in a good position?
I am in a good position. You are go to release the bolt.
Copy, go.
We concur.
Five. 10. 16.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are now about an hour and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who is serving as EV1 for today's spacewalk, is currently working to release the final bolt holding the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna in place on the external stowage platform number 3. Once that bolt is released,
35.
they will be able to go ahead and relocate that spare antenna to its new permanent home on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station.
Copy, Bolt 1 is released. You can stow your PGT.
Is enabled for step 4.
And so if you can hold it stable, or you can slide the S-scan slightly to remove from passive FSE pins, or you can wait to do that together.
Wait until we're together.
PGT is stowed. Got a hand on the S-cant. Have control of the S-cant.
Copy, you can slide it slightly toward you to remove from the passive FSE pins.
You ready, Sophie, for this?
I am ready.
Okay. I felt it slide off the pin.
It is released from the vessel.
That's a beautiful sight.
You can see the rear plate is clear.
Is clear, confirmed.
Copy, rear plate is clear.
You have controls.
Okay, Sophie, you can get it back into position to maintain clearances.
Okay, in work.
And we heard that the rear plate is clear of the FSE, and it will maintain positive control. And when you guys are ready, you can give M1 the go to GCA to the published ESP3 backoff position.
All right, M1, you have the go for GCA to back off.
1 by 1, I'm not in position for clearances.
Copy, Neil. We'll get set up and we will wait until Sophie's in position before we start moving. We're going to take brakes off now.
Okay. Jessica, just for your awareness, I know we briefed this, but just to repeat, we're going to go super slow so I can make body adjustments and we can potentially pause motion if needed.
You concur, we'll go slow and we'll be ready to listen to any pause you have. And a reminder, you have the grapple fixture just ahead of your head, and then it'll be the WETA behind you and then to your left. Please let us know when you're in position for clearances.
I am in position.
Okay, we copy. Okay, Anil and Sophie, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1. So we'll be going back to the position you started in.
Good motion, good motion.
Continue leaning forward, that's great.
Scan is clear of SSE.
You're good on clearances, continue leaning forward like this.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. You can currently see live view outside of the International Space Station of NASA astronaut Neil Menon.
So you can have whatever body position it will work.
Okay, I've got a good solid body position, left hand on agate, right hand choked up on the key handle, feeling stable.
Okay. We're getting close to our final position here.
Copy.
Of NASA astronaut Neil Menon on the space station's robotic arm. He's currently attached to the articulating portable foot restraint.
We'll get set up for the next, which will be the intermediate position that Joe cast.
All right, if you can just give me the initial movement I'm expecting of my body, I can anticipate and call the tree.
Copy.
Sophie, you can begin your translation back towards your green hook, 3217.
Copy inward.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Neil Menon currently in the robotic arm.
That will want you to call us when you are at your green hook location, and also when you're passing the NTA where Anil's green hook is located for coordination. And she has started her translation, so Anil, when you're ready, you can give M1 the go to maneuvers to the intermediate through the Z1 back-off position.
Anil, are you happy with the orientation right now of the antenna?
Yeah, I would prefer to reorient it with Sophie's help. It's got a lot of mass, so I think that's the best location to rotate it. Yes, I'm happy. And you go for intermediate to Z1 back off.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Neil Menon on the robotic arm is currently being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, and he is carrying the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna. And the view you see now is of the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, who is also translating over to that Z1 truss location where the spare S-scan antenna will be installed. The International Space Station is currently in a daytime pass. The International Space Station experiences 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. So throughout today's spacewalk, they will go through several sunrises and sunsets. Right now, the International Space Station is traveling about 260 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean.
This is going to be taking you body out, so basically backwards and a little bit right and down.
Body backwards, copy, okay.
Going up to that station zenith intermediate position.
Thank you.
We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion. Good motion.
Arriving at my green hook location.
Copy, Sophie.
Nell, we'll switch to course for the rest of the maneuver if you're comfortable.
I can handle 33% more speed.
All right, here it comes.
Now we're talking.
check complete, resuming translation.
Copy, Sophie. And Sophie, thank you for the status calls. We did turn your HECA off for a little while to let it cool down. So if you just let us know when you're passing the NTA.
MTA report.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now an hour and 23 minutes into today's spacewalk. There in the upper left corner of your screen, you can see the space station's robotic arm. That robotic arm being maneuvered by the crew on board the International Space Station, which is why you can hear the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from inside the space station, providing updates on the on the robotic arm's position and speed. And there you can see NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who is attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm in an articulating portable foot restraint, and he is also carrying the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna. The spare ESCANT began over at the ESP-3, or External Stowage Platform 3, which was on the Port 3 truss of the International Space Station. It was the only spare that was left on board the space station, and now it is being maneuvered.
First you take out or later?
And Sophie, we have it later, but you're always welcome to tap that on the way in and report it.
Okay, 2 taps on the port one.
Copy,
and arriving at the NTA.
Copy, and we've got a good camera view of you, so you'll keep moving inboard and go down the cedar rail. Reminder, the cedar rail is at mile marker 7200, and you're going to go retrieve the ORU bag from the airlock toolboxes.
Okay.
Sophie, as you come down to the airlock, just a reminder that Anil's tether is going to be strung down there, so just keep awareness of it and let us know if you have any issues or need to fair lead it.
I think there will be some issue. It's okay, it's going to be close to the airlock.
Copy, and we're heading into a handover. See you on the other side.
Sophie, run.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites for the tracking and data relay satellite system. We do expect to regain those views here shortly. Currently, NASA astronaut Neil Menon is attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm and being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, where he will be meeting ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who is manually translating over there for the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna.
Back with you after the handover.
Okay. I'm at the toolbox for retrieval of the bag.
Copy, good words.
Friendly reminder, it's stacked down in 2 places.
I see it. Thank you.
No, we are ready to bring you to the next position. If you're ready, you're going to be moving body in and down and a little bit right. Are you ready for that maneuver?
I'm ready. Your go for Z1 back off.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion. Good motion. Control.
This is Mission Control Houston. There you're getting a good view of
TCV settings. 5.
Copy TCV 5 for EV2.
a good view of that space station robotic arm as the crew inside the International Space Station continues to maneuver NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who is attached to an articulating portable foot restraint on the end of the robotic arm. He's being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, and that will be the final location for the installation of the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna. Once NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who today again is serving as EV1 for the spacewalk in the suit with the red stripes, meets up with ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who's serving as EV2, they will begin the process to install that spare antenna, which will begin with a boom insert cleaning and lubrication process. So they will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom. They will also remove 2 gimbal locks and then install a thermal cover. The entire installation process on the boom also includes the hookup of cables and various connections. So again, you will continue to hear a lot about bolts and the pistol grip tool, which is the PGT, basically a space station power tool that is used to bolt and unbolt a variety of bolts and connectors on equipment outside of the space station. And you'll also hear about gimbal lock bolts, which are bolts that were used to release the spare antenna from the stowage location on the external stowage platform number 3, as well as bolts to install the antenna to its new location on the Z1 truss.
And Jessica, I've got good clearances to the boom and the failed antenna.
Copy. Thing out of L.
Copy.
Anil, this is where we talked about whether or not you're going to start reorienting.
I am going to give it a try. Are you going brakes on here?
Negative, that's not in the plan, but we can if you need it.
I don't think it matters. This is a hold point, correct? Well, Sophie gets up there.
And this is the Z1 back off position.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
and a reminder, I will attempt a reorientation.
Yeah, and a reminder, you'll be here for a little while Sophie does the lubrication, and we are approaching a night pass.
Copy, thank you, Ann.
And Sophie, when you have a free finger, could you cycle your HECA power, please?
North. Flag is on the VRT and was about to resume translation and hit a star cycle.
Copy, and copy on the back. So you are go to move to the Z1 work site. You know that translation path well. Forward and up the airlock and out to Z1.
And we discussed this. I believe this is okay. I'm just triple checking. I have put a ret on the agate handle hole. I'm going to release a ret from the T-handle and do a rotation.
Anil, we are good with that plan. Sophie, for your translation out there, just a cautions associated with Z1. Avoid contact with the SASA, the CMG covers and shells, the heat pipe radiators, the big shiny mirrors, and the tied down S-gant on Z1, please.
Resuming translation.
Okay, and rotation complete. Do you recommend I go back to the T-handle, or is it okay if I leave it on the agate?
And Anil, that is up to you. Yeah, we're good with your choice.
Yeah. Great, Sophie. I see you there. Got eyes on you if you need anything.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the...
Tether control and or you there, keeping them clear of everything. You're in a good spot.
Welcome back, Sophie, to the adventures last week. We'll be stowing the ORU bag in between ZH-36 handrail and the lower boom handrail, and you'll be pulling out crew lock bag 4.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We are currently about an hour and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. There on your screen, you're currently seeing a live view of the helmet cameras for both NASA astronaut Neil Menon on the left-hand side of your screen, who is serving as EV1 today. He is currently attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, and he is holding onto the spare S-gant, or space-to-ground antenna, which was recently retrieved from the external stowage platform number 3. Anil then was maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, where he is now...
Between 6052 and the boom, distance going to be better.
the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the helmet camera from ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, who is serving as EV2 today. She manually translated over to that Z1 truss location, and she's now stowing some of the crew log bag tools and equipment ahead of the installation of the spare S-scant or space-to-ground antenna onto that Z1 truss location. You will likely hear them referencing some wipes and toothbrushes and other items.
For me, I have the capability to adjust a little bit. You tell me where you want it.
Copy, we appreciate it. We can see the antenna in your hands, and we have a good view of Sophie and the HEC as well. So where you're at is great. Thank you. And Sophie, for translating on the boom, a reminder to translate slowly on the Z1 boom, avoiding sudden stops or cyclic loading.
Okay.
Again, coming up, you will likely hear them referencing various wipes and tool brushes and other tools, and these will be used to clean and lubricate the boom insert. So as a part of the space-to-ground antenna installation coming up, the crew will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom, and then they will also remove 2 gimbal locks and install a thermal cover. Additionally, the installation on the boom includes the hookup of cables and other connections. So you will be hearing a lot about bolts as well as the PGT, or the pistol grip tool, which is the space station's power tool that is used to bolt and unbolt various connectors on equipment outside of the International Space Station. You also heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon calling down to the ground, specifically the ground IV here in Mission Control, who for today is NASA astronaut Ian McLean, referencing his HECA, which is the HD EMU camera assembly, basically the helmet camera that you see views of throughout today's spacewalk. While he is currently attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, he is looking on at his fellow spacewalker, ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, as she completes some of her tasks, maneuvering over to the Z1 truss and retrieving and stowing various bags and tools in preparation for that boom insert cleaning, lubrication, and installation process.
And nice work getting that stowed in a pretty tricky work site that we left for you. Once you're happy with that bag, we'll be retrieving crew lock bag 4 and tending it up toward the zenith end of the boom.
Okay, can work.
All right, nice job with the Matrushka bags. So we'll take crew lock bag 4 up to the end of the boom, and then you're going to be BRTing in a position on the aft port side for toothbrush ops.
Toothbrush ops.
Those cavity creeps.
Ooh.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a view from the helmet camera of astronaut Sophie Adenau.
And as you get set up, I'm just going to give you some words so you can refine your body position. So right now you're located between bolts 1 and 2. Bolt 1 is on your left. That has the waveguide. Bolt number 2 is on your right, facing aft. We're going to do bolt number 1 second, that starboard one with the waveguide. We're going to be doing that one second, and we're going to want to move from farthest to closest.
Copy.
And Anil, you're doing great playing the part of the mutt ball stack mutt.
I was thinking Statue of Liberty, but I'll take mutt ball stack mutt.
What do you prefer, to be a toothbrush like me or a mutt stack mutt?
Definitely have the hard job.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, the expected spacewalk time for today is about 6.5 hours. You can see a view of both of the spacewalkers' helmet cameras for today. So on the left-hand side is astronaut Anil Menon, and he continues to be positioned.
Hey, nicely done. So as you know, your first step is going to be to ret to one of those pieces of tape. Actually, first thing I want to do is take a look at those bolt inserts for visible FOD or damage, best effort.
Oh, great. Don't see any damage. You see them in my hacker?
We do see it in your HECA. Your words will probably be a little more helpful only for clarity of image, but we hear that you see no FOD or damage.
Further damage.
Copy. You can now take your MWS RET to one of the tape covers, and you'll be relocating that from the crew lock bag door to the waveguide interface place. You're going to make sure that the adhesive gets all the way pressed down and that the tape cover is not directly touching that interface and that you are not blocking access to the agate bolts. While you work that, I'm going to read you a couple of cautions. We want to avoid suit or glove or tool contact with the waveguide interface. We want to avoid getting any grease on gloves or tools or anything other than where we want it to be. And we're going to wipe any excess grease or FOD away from the waveguide.
Once it's on the waveguide, can I remove my red, or do you want me to remove my red? Seems to be sticking well.
Yes, once it's stuck down, you can remove that red.
Didn't work.
And once released, you can then retrieve the cap keeper from the crew lock bag that has the EVA wipes and toothbrushes.
Didn't work?
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're currently seeing live views of both of the helmet cameras for NASA astronaut Neil Menon on the left-hand side of your screen and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano on the right-hand side of your screen.
Copy. You can retrieve the AT with the EVA dry wet wipes from the crew lock bag, and you release the Velcro on the wet wipe.
And you're going to continue to hear the ground IV, which for today is NASA astronaut Anne McClain here on the ground communicating with the spacewalkers outside the International Space Station. Right now, ESA astronaut Sophie Adano is working through some steps in preparation to clean and lubricate the boom insert before the S-GAN can be installed. Again, the S-GAN is the spare space-to-ground antenna.
Okay, see with the wet wipe and the toothbrush, we're going to start with bolt number 3 forward. You're going to insert the toothbrush into the wet wipe and
didn't work.
Copy. And a reminder, we just want to go around the entire circumference of the bolt, applying grease and cleaning the first 2 to 3 threads. And we will take your words on grease transfer.
Sensor nominal. No sound on the toothbrush.
Okay, copy. That's good words. We understand that grease transferred nominally into bolt 3. So you can reposition, if you need to, for access to bolt 1. This is the one next to the waveguides. This is our most important bolt. And you can do that same maneuver, inserting the toothbrush into the wet wipe to get a small amount of grease, and then wiping the toothbrush around the entire circumference of the bolt insert, applying grease, and cleaning the first 2 to 3 threads.
Inward, also number 1.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Again, ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, who you can see a helmet camera view from on the right-hand side of your screen, is currently working to lubricate the bolt inserts on the boom for preparation of the S-GAN or space-to-ground antenna installation. She is using a toothbrush to transfer grease from a wet wipe, and that toothbrush on the right-hand side of your screen, and then the grease is and the wet wipe was on the left-hand side of your screen there to transfer that grease and lubricate those bolt inserts in preparation for further installation.
That's nominal. No sound on the toothbrush.
Copy. No FUD on the toothbrush, and bolt number 1 is nominal. Nicely done. We will now go to agate bolt number 4 on the starboard side between the 2 NZGLs and do the same maneuver, and we'll take your words on grease and FUD when you're done.
Mark, bolt number 4 starboard.
And again, this is Mission Control Houston. ESA astronaut Sophie Adno there on your screen, continuing to grease the bolt inserts on the boom for the installation of the spare S-scan antenna. Sophie Adno is serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk, and then NASA astronaut Neil Menon is serving as EV1. While Sophie completes this lubrication task, Neil Menon is still situated on the end of the space station's robotic arm.
After the toothbrush and up nominal.
Copy for bolt number 4. And final bolt will be agate bolt number 2 on the aft side. Same maneuver. Thank you.
Number 2 aft side. Nominal and no FUD.
Okay, copy for bolt number 2. At this time, we're gonna talk a little bit about that grease transfer. So what we'll take from you is if you can do a HECA scan and look to see if there is any excess grease anywhere, including the upper boom surface, your suit, or any surrounding hardware.
There is none on my suit. There's a tiny bit on the surface, which I'm going to clean right away with the dry wipe that's containing toothbrush number 1, so that it will contain toothbrush number 1.
Okay, we copy, and reminder that dabs pick up the grease the best, and to keep that away from the waveguide.
Away from the waveguide.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk. Currently on your screen, you can see a HECA view, or helmet camera view, from ESA astronaut Sophie Adno. She is wrapping up some lubrication tasks.
And I'm ready to put the toothbrush inside its wipe.
Okay, we agree. You can stow the toothbrush in the wipe, and then you'll be stowing the cap keeper back in the crew lock bag, and the AET with the wipes back in the crew lock bag. Very nicely done.
Here in work.
And Sophie is now cleaning up the workstation where she was lubricating the bolt inserts on the boom, which will be used momentarily for the installation of the spare S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna. She was ensuring that there was no excess grease left behind following that activity, and now she's cleaning up all of those various items, including the toothbrush that was used for that lubrication, and putting it into the crew lock bag where it will be stored for the remainder of today's spacewalk. Once that's complete,
and Sophie, your choice after this, your next step is going to be to put the tape cover back. So if you have an extra ret that's inside the bag or on the cap keeper, you're welcome to grab it now. Otherwise, we'll do the same transfer that we did before with your MWS ret.
And once Sophie finishes cleaning up that work site and putting everything into that crew lock bag, she will then begin to get into position to install the spare space-to-ground antenna. And currently that spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT, is being held by NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who is on the end of the space station's robotic arm. Once Sophie does get into position for that installation, then both Sophie and Anil will work together to complete that installation. As part of that installation, the crew will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom, and they will also complete some hookups of cables and various connections. And they will.
Tape is on the cap keeper.
Copy, tape is on the cap keeper. As you get that garage sale back in the bag, I've got some 2-hour consumables for you guys. We are just coming up on 2 hours. Which means that we are ahead of the timeline. You guys are working very efficiently, thank you. And we are battery limited to 755 on EV1, so we've got plenty of time.
Copies.
Copies.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You did just hear the ground IV, who today is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, call up to the spacewalkers for today. Again, NASA astronaut Neil Menon as EV1 and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano as EV2. They were reporting on some of the consumable numbers, specifically referencing the battery life left on one of the spacesuits. And so the official start of a spacewalk is marked by when those spacesuits are turned to internal battery power. So we're now just at 2 hours into today's spacewalk, with those suits being switched to battery power at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. And the teams here on the ground were reporting that we are a bit ahead of schedule for today's spacewalk tasks, and they are looking good on the remaining consumables and battery life on both of the spacesuits.
We're about 20 seconds from a handover. So we got a good HECA scan already, so we'll take a glove and a half check that I'll get from you on the other side of the handover, but you can get in a position for the spare scan install, which will continue in right after handover.
In the handover right now, guys. Looking great out there. We're psyched to see you looking ahead of the schedule.
Thanks, Jessica. Jack.
Okay.
We're back with you after the handover, ready for the glove and hap check for Sophie.
Try gloves nominal.
Copy nominal. When you are in a good position for the spare S-scan install, then we can have Anil work with M1. So let us know when you're in a good position. We do not have camera views at the moment. And you will want to be on the port side of the boom looking at bolt 1.
Port.
As we start thinking about getting ready for this maneuver, you are good with your final orientation before you move in?
I've got in the right, correct orientation. Be firm.
Okay, and just a reminder, when we do start this motion, it'll be just a body in for you.
See body in.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we're about 2 hours and 4 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Your visor may have slipped down a little.
Yeah, it's okay. It's actually that I did not put it back.
And for both, be advised we're about 8 to 10 minutes from sunrise.
Okay.
Can't wait.
All right, I'm in a good body position.
Okay. I take that as an opportunity to chat with Jessica. Do you agree? All right, Jessica, copy.
We've got you loud and clear. We're ready to bring you body in.
Okay, I am go for that. I will be doing clearances from the boom as primary.
Okay, yeah, we concur. We'll rely on your clearances from the boom, and if you need to hand over to Sophie for the clearance for the S-scan and the boom, let us know.
Will do. Sophie, I'll make that very clear. And on go.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion, and it's good motion.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you are seeing a view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Neil Menon. He is currently holding on to that spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna, and he is being maneuvered into position by the crew inside the International Space Station, who is manning the robotic arm. Anil is currently strapped into the articulating portable foot restraint of the robotic arm, and he is being moved into place to meet up with ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who you can see there on your screen, in order to install that spare antenna onto the Z1 truss of the International Space Station, where it will make its permanent home.
40 centimeters remaining.
Shouldn't have an issue with that 40 centimeters.
25.
Continue. Okay, good clearance.
Okay, Anil ramped out, and this is the published position.
I could take 10 centimeters body in.
Okay, copy, 10 centimeters body in. This is also where we talked before about whether or not you need to be feet down. We'll just bring your body in for now. You can think about it. Starting body in 3, 2, 1.
Reminder, we'll need an inspection before those surfaces are mated.
Inspection.
Motion.
This is 15 centimeters. That was 10 centimeters. We can bring you 15 more if desired.
Thinking. Let's go 10 more.
Copy. Starting motion 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's 10.
TA complete.
Copy. GCA complete. Stand by for brakes. Brakes are on. Your go for S-scan install at Z1.
Okay, Sophie, I've got gross motor control. You've got...
Okay, I've got fine motor control. So you're...
Okay,
sorry, was there more?
And for Sophie, if we can get an inspection of the S-scan and boom interfaces, looking at the alignment pins, waveguides, and no FOD or obstruction.
Inspection complete. Looks good.
Copy. You can fully seat the S-scan on the Z1 boom using the alignment pins. Reminder that max load onto the S-scan while on the boom is 45 pounds or 20 kilograms. And minimize all loads above the S-scan gimbals.
Rotate clockwise.
Rotating clockwise.
You have control.
I have control.
Need to slightly adjust body position again.
Okay.
Rotating clockwise.
Clockwise.
Rotation.
Speed.
Continue rotating clockwise.
Continuing. Off dock.
And we see that in SOFCOT. Reminder now we are going to manually drive the S-scan bolts, the initial bolts, 2 to 3 turns. You can do that with your hands, the palm wheel, or the ERAD as we talked about. Your choice, and we can go in any order for initial turns.
Can you release... Well, I have control.
You have control.
Can you release the ret that's right in front of you?
No, I need to put storage ret on it.
I've got a ret on the T-handle. So I've got 2 rets on the S-scan right now.
Copy.
If you release that, I will have a ret on it.
Copy.
Can probably give you some slack if that helps.
Didn't work. Release.
I'll just send it back to my MWS, okay? And if you get control, I will get the ERAD.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Yeah, okay. The ERAD has control.
You have control. I'm going to take a look as well. You know, that's going to be hard to do a hand start. So we'll go with the ERAD.
And understand we're going for the ERAD.
Confirm.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano are continuing on today's spacewalk, about 2 hours and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. They are currently working together to complete the installation of the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They began that process by fully seating the S-scan onto the Z1 boom. There were 5 alignment pins that they had to line up.
Okay with that whole straight?
Yes.
Okay.
And then once those pins were lined up, they moved into the process to begin driving the S-scan bolts. So that is what will begin here shortly. There are 4 different bolts that will be holding the spare space-to-ground antenna into place once complete.
Sure, right, when you're
See it.
and watch also when you're removing your PTT, the IRS print.
I see it. Thanks. Good eye.
As you get that set up, just one reminder as we count turns on the ERAD that the PGT and the socket will have different turns, so please clarify which end the turns are actually being counted on. We prefer socket, but we know that sometimes you can only see the PGT, and that's fine too.
Okay, the 6 inches off on a fit pin, good pull test.
Copy.
ERAD is on, good pull test.
Copy, ERAD and pull test. Your PGT settings for these initial turns are going to be alpha 1, clockwise 2, alpha 1, clockwise 2.
I'm just copying alpha 1, clockwise 2, I'll let you know when it's set.
Copy.
For holding that. Sophie. I'm good. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, alpha 1, clockwise 2. You are go to drive all 4 escant bolts, 2 to 3 turns for the initial, and just let us know exactly how many turns you get.
Marianne, I have to recal. I'll circle back in 1 second.
Copy on the cal, and let us know if you need any steps.
Oh, we're good. Got a good cal, 40 volts.
Okay. Just mindful of your ret, the key handle.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2, is it pulling you?
Yeah, a tiny bit.
Okay. Okay, I've got Alpha 1 clockwise 2 set.
Copy Alpha 1 clockwise 2 set. You're go to drive.
And, okay.
I cannot see of number 4.
Okay, I'm going to start with bolt 4. Can you remind me how many turns I'm putting in bolt 4?
2 to 3 turns on bolt 4.
Okay.
Okay, I can see bolt 4. Okay. Mindful of the tool, the antenna.
Okay, I'm going to do the... Okay, I got it. I'm going to do the count.
Copy, you do the count.
Turns, bolt 4.
Copy 2 turns, bolt 4.
Sorry, and let's retract that. I thought I got 3 turns. I didn't have enough downward pressure on the bolt, so I'm going to go back with more downward pressure.
Copy, so understand no turns yet on bolt 4.
0 turns, exactly. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. The crew is currently working.
Alpha 1, it does not turn bolt 4. So I'm going to try, if you agree, bolt 2. Maybe you'll have more luck there.
Copy. Copy, and with Sophie, you can also make little micro adjustments to minimize side loading on the bolts. And we're good for you to try any other bolt.
The antenna is flush, and I'm working hard to stabilize this.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS, and we do expect to regain those views and communications with the crew on board and outside the International Space Station here shortly. Currently outside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Ed Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano.
For a moment, and then I'm going to take control, and then I'm going to let you do a rep, okay?
Okay.
Back with you after our handover.
Not sure how much of that you caught, Ann.
We did not catch the status due to handover.
Okay, so plan is I'm going to hold down, I have control, Sophie. I'm going to hold down the S-scan. Sophie's going to ret to it, then I'm going to undo my ret to the T handle, because it's possible that's also adding some challenges in terms of side loading.
Okay, my red is on the
Copy, and we are good with that plan.
So here's a ret to the agate handle. I'm going to go release my key handle ret.
Copy and concur.
And the crew currently outside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano are currently working to...
I see it. Done?
Alright, so we will try bolt 2.
Copy, and just some words as you try that to verify the alignment, which you could do just by pushing down on the bolt, even if it doesn't turn, but you can push to ensure that it's aligned, and then checking for any side loading, and you may need to increase axial force on the bolt slightly.
The alignment is good. We can see the bolt going down. The surfaces are flush, so minimal side loading. Copy message.
Copy.
Okay, can you count it if I returning it?
Yeah, stand by. Now there's some side loading. Stand by. Realizing. Yep, now time to put some force on it. And I'm counting. Not in.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, we're not in.
It's coming off a little bit. Could be that I'm bumping it with that. So I'm going to try. Now that we have the red, I'm going to try the one in front of me again.
Okay.
Because that's a clean shot.
Okay. Cannot see the bolt.
I can see it. Okay. I believe I got 2 good turns on bolt 4 in front of me.
Well done.
Copy, 2 turns on bolt 4. Nicely done. You're good to move to any other bolt.
We're going to the aft bolt.
This is Mission Control.
Let me try to push it.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're continuing to see views from the HECA or helmet camera.
Copy, 3 turns on aft bolt number 2. One note, if the ret that's on the ERAD, if the ret that is on the ERAD is causing any issues, since that's installed, you are going to remove that.
Yeah, that would be good. I'm going to remove that. Good catch, John. Removed. Okay. Well, and that was 2 turns on the aft bolt. I think I heard 3.
Copy, 2 turns on the aft bolt, so we have 2 turns on starboard and 2 turns on aft.
Stay firm.
I can press on it.
Think so? If you can press on it, we can get this.
I mean, is it going to be, yes, okay.
You can...
Go for it.
Okay.
Go.
Might be side loaded. I can see it wanting to turn. There it goes. Okay.
One more house turn. The first house did not go. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. You called the turns on that?
2 turns.
Okay.
Copy, 2 turns on forward. Copy, 2 turns on forward bolt.
I need to do mine here.
Yeah, if you can put that on yours.
Yes, and work.
And if possible, this handle gets in your way. I can move the handle if need be.
Just let me grab the handle on my side.
Yes. We can go like that, Sophie.
Let's try. Okay, more towards me. More towards me. It's in. Go ahead.
You're doing the count.
Yes.
Anyone to stop?
It was 2 turns and a half.
Copy, 2.5 turns on the port bolt. Very nicely done. We are now going to use EV1's PGT back with the 6-inch wobble for the final torquing on the bolts. We do have EV2's PGT using the ERAD.
Oh, can we?
I think what might work is if I do the final torque with the ERAD and EV1's PGT. Like if we replicate, I guess what I'm thinking is if we replicate what we just did,
yeah,
final torque.
We agree with that plan and stand by for settings. Yes, we are good with that. So you're going to be at Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set on the PGT. And Sophie, I believe, and I were making all those turn calls at the socket. That wasn't clear.
Okay, and this is where we do want to do bolt number 1 first. So on the Sophie side, but by the waveguide. So bolt number 1, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and you'll expect 4 to 8 additional turns.
Okay.
How many did you say?
4 to 8 additional.
4 to 8 additional turns.
Turn with it.
I think it needs to go down more on it.
Yeah,
you need me to turn it.
Yeah, but it's not aligned with the bow.
I understand.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. You need to brace this well.
Yes. And I'm pushing.
And you're gonna tell me when to stop and start turns, okay?
Okay.
I'm braced, so just do a countdown and tell me.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Turns.
Okay. I'm going to check the PGT. Got a green light, 12.1 torque.
green light 12.1 torque, 6 turns for bolt 1.
F5.
You are going to move to bolt number 2 on the aft.
Okay. And that was 5 additional turns.
Copy, 5 additional turns.
The bolt is flush. It's a receptacle. It looks nominal here.
Copy, flush. Thank you.
Aligning. Okay, we can press down.
All right, you're counting, Sophie. Let's just repeat that. Rinse and repeat, okay?
All right. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Sit.
It's not flush. So that was 3.5. Again, avoiding side loading.
Okay. Just check the...
I feel that... So that was 3.5.
The green light, and we got 12.1 torque on that.
Copy, green light 12.1, 3.5 extra turns on bolt number 2.
I will confirm Sophie's observation, which is...
Bolt is not flush.
1 second, Sophie. I'm going to put my Hecka on it, and then if you look at it, there is a lip around the bolt that sticks out of the aluminum cylinder. On Sophie's side, that lip is completely flush with the aluminum cylinder.
Copy, we're talking it.
Good eyes, Sophie.
And Neil, does it look like that may be driving a side load?
Gosh, I don't think so. I could try again. Or we could come back to it.
Checking. Okay, and we like your idea of going to the next bolt, so we'll go to bolt 3 forward and try the same maneuver.
Okay, this one you cannot count, right, Sophie?
I can't count.
Okay.
10.1. And she's for TCV 3.
Copy, TCV 3 for EV2.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, Soph, and I'll get it going.
So I thought we were doing forward.
Oh, we're doing forward?
Yeah.
Oh, good call.
Did you just ask us forward?
And could you confirm next bolt?
Yep, next bolt is bolt number 3 forward.
Copy, inward. And I am ready. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Got a green light, 11.9 torque. How many turns to get, so?
4.5. In observation, the bolt is not completely flush.
We copy green light 11.9 torque and 4.5 turns.
Confirm.
And
We're
2
checking.
millimeters.
And if you could please drive that bolt one more time, please.
really good purchase here.
Yep, me too.
And there's no way there's side loading here. And it's got 0 turns, 11.9.
We copy, and you can move to bolt 4 on the starboard side.
I'm going to reposition so that I can count.
I think I can do this one if it's...
I have good view now.
You do? Okay. All right. All right, there's 0 side loading. I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, it's got green light, 12.0 torque.
3 turns.
3 turns.
Copy. 3 turns, 12 torque, green light. Let us talk about that for a sec. Okay, so we're going to talk about the bolts. While we do that, if you can give us a visual inspection of any gaps or misalignment and a wiggle test to see if the S-gant is moving on the boom.
I'll hand that to you, Sophie, to give the verbal.
Okay. Gap and wiggle test is there's no wiggle. It's really stable on the boom.
And if we could do the wiggle test at the T-handle, just to be able to impart a little bit more force.
Sophie?
Let me do that, Sophie. You watch, and I'll...
I watch. Stand by, stop, stop, stop. Yes, there was some wiggle. But we came back to nominal, and now there's no gap again. There was about 2 millimeter wiggle at the base.
Okay, that's a good report. We understand there was a wiggle, and it produced a 2 millimeter gap, and then when you put it back, the gap went away.
Yes, very back.
Copy, and we're going to talk that for a sec.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 2 hours and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Bolt 1 is fully installed, so we are going to have you increase your PGT setting to Bravo 4, Bravo 4, clockwise 2, and we will go in order and hit Bolt 2, 3, and 4. So that is Bolt 2 aft is starting, Bravo 4, clockwise 2.
Bravo 4, clockwise 2 set. And we're hitting aft. Bolt 2.
Good feedback.
The crew is currently working to complete installation of the spare S-gant.
Okay, I've got good bracing. Sure there's no side loading. Starting in 3, 2, 1.
They are using what is known as a PGT, or pistol grip tool, which you can see there on your screen.
And on the PGT, green light, 19 point, I'm having trouble reading the tiny digit.
Copy, 19 torque, 3/4 turn, green light for bolt number 2.
Firm.
Checking.
Not fully flush yet.
Copy, checking. And let's go ahead and hit that bolt one more time. Same settings.
Same settings. Facing. I'm ready, Sophie.
3, 2, 1, go.
Turn it all?
Oh, 0 time.
All right, 20, green light, 20.2. Short turn.
Copy, 20.2, green light, no additional turns. Checking. Okay, we like that torque, so we're going to move on to bolt number 3, forward.
You got that part embraced?
Yep.
Give me the count.
3, 2, 1, go. Try again.
Will do. That's looking good.
Woo! Haha! 3.2 turns.
Green light, 19.2 torque.
And the bolt is flush.
Copy, bolt flush, 3.2 turns, 19.2 torque, and a green light. Checking. Okay, we like that. You can move to bolt 4 starboard. Same thing.
Bolt 4 starboard.
Is there a hand to press it?
I think not. I think the sun's like in front of me.
I can count.
Okay, you're gonna count.
Copy.
I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna go one more time, Sophie.
Copy, you go.
20.3 green light. How many turns did you see there?
1.
We copy 1 turn, green light, 20.3 torque on bolt 4 starboard. Checking.
And just FYI, 2 and 4 are not flush.
Copy, 2 and 4 are not flush. While we talk that, we'll take another wiggle test, please.
Wiggle. Okay, no gap.
Copy, no wiggle, no gap, and we are talking it.
Stand by. I see a 1 millimeter, half a millimeter wiggle on just this side between bolts 2 and 4.
Copy, between bolts 2 and 4 on the starboard aft side, you're seeing a millimeter gap during the wiggle test.
Half a millimeter.
Copy, and we're checking. Okay, nice work on those. Our plan right now is to move on to the NZGLs, and we're likely to come back and hit these bolts again. So we want to stow the equipment, but it's okay if you leave some things set up. We're going to do the NZGLs and then come back to bolts.
1 copy.
2 copies.
And Sophie, can you cycle your HECA button, please?
Copy. Green light. Am I go to release the red or on the
Checking.
On the gate handle?
You are go to release the red.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 2 hours and 49 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano are currently completing the installation of the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They were recently working on some bolts. There are 4 bolts that they had to manually drive in order to attach the ESCANT to the space station's truss. They were using what is known as a pistol grip tool, or PGT, to install those bolts. And now they are going to move on to some additional tasks for that installation, including mating some cables and other connections. So the ESCANT was seated and installed on a boom, and those bolts were installed. Now the hookup of cables and connections will mostly complete that installation, but then there will be some verification here on the ground, and they may have to go back to those bolts to ensure that they are fully secured.
In good position for help.
And as you get set up, I'll give you a little bit of an overview on the NZGLs, although you're very, very familiar with them. But we're going to be starting with the quarter-turn fasteners, and then we can do the NZGLs in either order. Reminder that this small one is the power one, so that's a minimum of what we want, but we can do them in any order.
I do simultaneous up.
And am I go to start on the quarter turns?
Yes, you can release the quarter-turn fasteners from the cable harnesses. Remember, there's 5.
Copy 5.
Sophie, if you're in a position to get the cap from a boom connector, you go to remove the cap from the boom connector.
Teamwork.
The quarter turns are off. I'm ready to the cap on J1.
Copy quarter turns, and you are go to remove the cap from J1 boom connector. Once you have the boom connector cap removed, then you'll be demating the ESCANT cable from the dummy receptacle P4J6.
P6 is demated after center.
Copy, and inspection of FOD pins in EMI band.
It's right there. The pins, no FOD, good EMI. And I'm checking the receptacle too. For the jack, that is.
Good words.
Jack, no FOD. And the sockets it looks good.
Copy. You can mate P4 to J1 on the boom.
North. You know what? I've never been more happy to tell you that it is forward over center, mated.
We love it. Happy people all around. Let's go for a repeat. You can now install the cap on the J6 dummy receptacle, and then we'll move to the J2 boom connector cap.
Copy. And so I am ready to the J2 connector cap, but it requires an enormous amount of force to demate, to rotate. So I tried, and after when you're done with it, maybe you can give it a try as well.
That's my specialty.
Yeah. Put away.
That would help.
Yeah. So we have this. Yeah. Got it.
And O'Neill, sorry if I missed it. We got the cap on the J6 dummy receptacle.
I could not put that back. That cap is on, and it's locked.
Copy on and locked on the cap. Thank you.
Done.
Right, the plug is demated. I got a good vantage on the pins there, Sophie. I don't see any FOD. I know this was a hard one, so I'm taking a good hard look, and I don't see that spring aspect to it. It looks like a clean pack.
Okay, good inspection. You can demate P5 from J7 and do the same inspection on that side.
I'll pass this back to you, Sophie.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. Wow.
Teamwork, mate.
Teamwork. Yay.
High five.
High five.
High fives from here, too. And we'll take the inspection.
Okay. Demated, good pins, no FOD, good EMI, and then I'm looking in dummy receptacle, and it also looks nominal, no FOD. Like black lines around the ring. That's it.
I think it looks nominal. I can see what I can see from here. Looks nominal.
Okay, and you are going to mate P5 to J2.
Push it.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Are you fresh on your side?
No, I am not.
Okay, so start again. Remove.
Remove. Okay.
Now, go. No, okay. No. It's flush on my side, but not on yours, so you might...
I think we're off on the angle, aren't we? How about this? What do you think?
This is good. This is perfect.
You think this is good?
Yeah, this is well.
Okay. It's flush on my side. How about yours?
No, it's not flush on my side. Okay, so let's try again.
Okay. Get it right sooner or later.
Yeah, that's good. It's 2 millimeters on my side.
2 millimeters on my side.
Copy. Pushing. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, flush on my side.
Not flush on my side.
Oh. Okay. I think we can do this. Let's give it a couple more tries like this. I think if we just...
Yes, agree.
We're just kind of like off in terms of just our alignment. I think I hit it. Okay, so if I'm looking on this side, I see about 2 millimeters. How about you?
I see 4. So
4. So maybe like that?
I see 2.
Okay, I see maybe like 3.
3, yeah.
Okay, so why don't you do a direct center, push back.
See?
I've got a good purchase, so if you can hold stable.
Okay, I'm holding stable.
Sorry for the grunting, and alright, I've got mine flush on this side.
No, it's not. Mine is 3 millimeters.
Okay, and we're going to relay it to you what's going on, and in case you guys have some troubleshooting, I don't think it's a big problem, and then we will offer a suggestion, but what we're trying to do is set it in, and on the slide back, we keep getting one side flush and one side not flush, and it could be that we just don't have like a direct push-in center, because we're both offset a little bit. So the next thought is to just GCA head, like station aft, where I can get like a direct orthogonal push on it. I'm open to other ideas, and we'll be quiet.
Yeah, we're checking that right now. Okay, we're just talking a little bit about a roll. It looks like maybe what you're doing right now. So if you can kind of wiggle it while rolling it in to try to get it flush on both sides.
I understand the strategy. It was kind of like working.
Copy, and we've got about
2 millimeters.
Coming up on handover, see you on the other side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between the satellites for the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. We do expect to get those views and comms with the crew back shortly. In the meantime, we are about 3 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, and the crew is continuing the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They have already installed the bolts and are working on some cable connections.
So we don't have video quite yet.
Are you flush on your side?
No, 1 millimeter.
Do the same. Are you able to roll it a little? It's like a same plane back and forth movement.
No. Move. I think this time it's really well aligned. It just needs a final push.
Yeah, like
looks like a
What do you think about the hammer, Ann?
Yeah, I think it's well aligned.
And so just want to make sure the handle stays fully aft and then continue to work it. We have a couple directions we can go. If you think the GCA would give you a little bit more purchase on it, then Stephen's working with the crew inside right now to get you GCA if you need it. We also have the option for the hammer if you think it's just a force thing.
I think it's force in the right direction. So I actually think the hammer is going to work.
Agree.
We are good with you using the hammer to tap that on.
Hey, you want to do it on yourself, or do you want me to do it? I have a pretty good position, but
yeah, I think you're better. I believe your position is going to be better from where you are.
Okie doke. Mind holding this?
I am holding it.
Hammers and toothbrushes on one EVA, that's pretty epic.
They're like opposite sides of the spectrum. Right, rubber side, direct in the middle.
Yeah, and
on the blue line.
That's exactly it. You got it. Go for it.
I'm going to start out really light.
Yeah. We're going in. You got it. Sure.
It's flush
Yay!
on this side, too.
Yeah, it's all good.
Trying to send you some Earth joy if you can hear it.
Oh, we got to go forward over center. Oh, thank you. It's awesome. I want to see it go forward over center, though, before I
So do we. Let's do it.
Want to push down?
Yay. Nice job, you guys. All right, back to work. Install the cap on the J7 dummy receptacle. Really nice job with that, you guys. Lots of smiles around here.
Great to hear.
Dummy's installed. Cap is installed on the dummy receptacle.
Copy. The cap is on the J7 dummy receptacle. For both of you guys, again, really excellent work on that. We are going to go back and hit bolts number 2 and 4 again. That's the aft and the starboard. And we'll get the setup with the ERAD and the PGT and let us know when you're ready for settings.
I'm ready for settings. I will tell you when they're set, but I'm ready to copy.
Okay, we're going to use that Bravo 4 again, Bravo 4 clockwise 2, and just a reminder that's kind of the max that we can put in the bolt. So Bravo 4 clockwise 2 with the ERAD, bolt 2 aft, and bolt 4 starboard.
I'm going to stay here so that I can help first.
Okay. Bravo 4 clockwise 2 is set on the ERAD, and the PGT. He's right in front of that one, so why don't you get it on there?
Yes, you know what? Okay.
Yeah, you pretty comfortable with that?
I am.
All right, I've got a really good grip.
Okay.
And it could be better. Let me just reposition.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think there's any side loading or anything?
Right now, no. It was good.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Turning?
No. Your turn.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
All right, that was another 19.8 green light. We'll try one more time. 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
Another green light, 19.8.
Green light, 19.8.
Your turn.
And understand no turns?
Your turn. Stay firm.
Copy. 0 turns for bolt 2. Checking. Okay, we will take that, and we'll go to bolt number 4, starboard, and do the same thing, please.
Okay, moving to starboard. Thank you, Sophie.
Yep.
Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
Your turn, 19.8.
Copy, 19.8 and 0 additional turns on bolt 4 starboard. Checking. As we check this, you guys can start thinking about whether you want to use that ERAD on the gimbal lock bolts, or if we're going to end up swapping. Either is okay with us. And we're checking on the agate bolts. And Anil, if you have a free finger, we'll take a HECA recycle, please.
Cycling. Green light on.
Copy, green light, thank you. And we're still chatting. And you guys can just hang out there. We're still talking these bolts and some of the options because we didn't quite get the full turns that we were looking for.
In the meantime, is there any value in another wiggle test while Sophie's got eyes on the boom?
You can try that. We don't expect there to be any difference, but you can try that while we continue to talk. Thanks.
I have good eyes on it. Okay, up. I agree. There's a 1 millimeter gap. Same as you described this side.
Okay, and we have the next plan when you are ready.
Ready.
Ready?
Okay, we are going to use the ERAD with Bravo 4, so same settings, and we're going to hit bolt 1, 2, and 4. That's bolt 1, 2, 4. So that's one on Sophie's side. On the on the port side, bolt number 1 first.
Two bolt 1. Just reposition.
Yeah, take your time. Then once you're set, I'll give you head of the ERAD, and we'll do the same thing.
Position. More towards me if you can. Bring the head towards me.
The head towards you.
Yeah, that's good. Good position.
Good position.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to brace really hard.
Yes.
And I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1.
How's the turn?
Oh, wow.
Copy.
Can you look at the PCT and read the... I can't see it.
It's green light, how's the turn? 19.2.
19.2, half of a turn on bolt 1. Nice job. So we can go to bolt number 2 on the aft.
You remove the PCT. Okay, we're going aft.
Good work.
Right.
Bolt number 2 aft.
You want to take the handle, maybe? What? Position.
Hey, 3, 2, 1.
Punch you turn.
19.8. Green light.
Wait, I want to try again. I think there was some side loading. I think now it's better. So go now. 3, 2, 1, go.
19.8. Green light. No turns, would you say?
Punch you turn.
0.2.
And heard 0.2 turns, 19.8 torque, green light for bolt number 2.
Turn.
Checking. And Neil, can you report on the bolt being flush?
It is not flush. There's a 1.5 millimeter bit that is outside of this aluminum receptacle.
Checking. Okay, what we're thinking is using the T-handle to impart a little bit of force to close that gap and then try the driving again. So if you can somehow manipulate to impart the force to reduce that gap with your fourth hand.
I like this. Okay, you got that, Sophie?
I got that.
Right, I'm imparting force. Got a green light, 19.4. Return?
No, 0 turn.
Let's try that one more time.
Okay.
I've really got a good way of doing this.
Your turn.
Okay, 19.4. I had some good, solid pressure towards that.
Okay, we monitored no turns. We're checking. Okay, and we'd like to go to...
For your information, there is no gap between the surface, the top of the bloom.
Okay, we understand no gap. So we'll go to bolt number 4 and try that same thing on the starboard side.
On starboard.
And if you think that would help to use the T-handle to manipulate it while you do the bolt, you can.
I'm pressing.
You turn it off?
Your turn.
A little more pressure. 0. And I got some really good pressure in the direction of bolt 4. I'm super confident about what I was able to put into the T-handle. I got 0 turns, And 19.7 torque, green light.
Copy. 19.70 turns with good pressure. We're talking.
Okay, I feel like there's less movement.
I agree. There's less gap in the wiggle test.
So yeah, we would like
wiggle,
to. Okay.
I think it's gone down.
Understand you're not seeing a gap at all during the wiggle test?
Let us assess.
Oh, there is a gap.
Copy and understand there is some wiggle of the...
Smaller than before.
Okay.
And I put a decent amount of force into the upward wiggle. I don't know.
We're talking it.
I guess I'm trying to relay. I'm putting. Okay.
So you guys mentioned that there was a millimeter between. Does that change when you wiggle, or does that stay static?
Does change. The static, there is no gap at all. And all is flush. The top of the boom is flush with the bottom of the antenna. No gap from no sides. When there is a wiggle with a huge amount of force by Anil, there is then an induced gap only on the aft and starboard, about 1 millimeter. Not on the port and forward.
Okay, understand. Port and forward stay flush. And you get, on the starboard and aft side, you get about 1 millimeter of a gap in between the S-scan itself and the boom face during that wiggle test. We're about 20 seconds from a handover. Sophie, can you head down and get the torque wrench out of the ORU bag, and I'll meet you on the other side of the handover with instructions.
The torque wrench in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 3 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 98. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano continue to work through the procedures for today. The primary goal is to complete the installation of a spare space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They are currently working through those installation procedures and have run into a bit of an issue with 2 of the bolts, so they are going to use a torque wrench to try and get those 2 final bolts fully seated and flush onto the installation location. There are 4 total bolts that are holding that S-scan in place on the boom, and so 2 of them are fully seated and installed, and they're just trying to get the final 2 fully seated. They have already completed the cable connections for the S-scan. Again, the S-scan is the space-to-ground antenna. So then once they get the torque wrench out, they will complete the final installation of those bolts. Right before that brief handover, ESA astronaut Sophie Adano went back to the crew lock bag to retrieve that torque wrench, and now you're again seeing a live view looking from one of the helmet cameras as they continue that installation.
Would you be able to get it?
Yes, I've got a hand. I've got control of it.
You get control?
I do not have a ret, but I'm going to tell you when I'm ready. Okay, I have a ret. I've confirmed it's locked. I can release the other ret. You okay with that?
Do we work with the rets inside? I mean, if we lock it, then we don't remove the ret from the bag?
Yeah, we could give that a try. If it gets cumbersome, then I say we just let it go, but it's locked now.
Okay.
All right, as you guys get in position with the torque wrench, what's going to need to happen is we're going to need to put 2 pops on each bolt. We're only going to do bolt 2 and 4, so that's aft and starboard, and we're going to need 2 pops of the torque wrench on those bolts.
Copy 2 pops. And while I'm doing this, I want to feed you something for the engineers to chew on. But when we're going to put on these return fasteners again, the only ones I'm going to be able to get on are the Zenith one and the aft Zenith one. The other ones are really misaligned, and there will be no getting them on.
Copy, and those are good words. Those do not go back on in this configuration, so those are only when they're on the dummy connectors.
Okay. Problem solved.
And whenever you're ready, in position, it'll be bolt 2 aft first.
Aft first, okay. Sophie, you let me know when you're ready and I'll drive it.
Copy.
And in addition to the 2 popovers, we would like to know if you happen to get any extra turns on those.
Did not.
Okay.
Position?
I am in position.
All right. We're going aft first.
Did you check that it's clockwise?
I did check, yes.
Okay.
All right, com check. Space ground 2. Com
There
check.
we go.
And this is Comtech. I copy you loud and clear. Space ground 2. How do you copy me?
I copy you loud and clear, and I'm going to now switch to the phone.
Okay.
I'm kind of hitting you a little bit. There we go. Okay, ready?
Yes.
All right, com check. Space ground 2.
Might have switched.
And this Comtech. I copy you loud and clear.
You switch it?
Yeah, I'm going to switch it.
Okay. Actually, I think the phone quality's even slightly better
That should be good.
the Barbie phone through the Capcom device.
I agree. But I could also hear myself just a tad bit.
You have the puck?
No, I'm too close to this connector.
Oh, okay. So then I can do it.
Did that get rid of the echo?
If it's for me, it's going to be a pull.
Okay. Yeah, we may end up having a little bit of that.
Yep, and we concur with Sophie's assessment.
Which speakers we have
Okay.
up and running.
Got it, Sophie.
The rest of the folks in the room.
Copy all. Sound like a good check.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and
2
reconfigure
pops,
everything.
0 turns.
Sounds good.
Copy, understand 2 breakovers and 0 turns on bolt 2 aft. So we can go to bolt 4 starboard for the same thing.
Bolt 4 starboard.
and confirm you guys did both bolt 2 and 4.
And 4. Starboard first, and then, aft first, then starboard second.
Okay, and we're still talking about it.
Copy. Copy.
We're still chatting. We're just in a weird middle ground. We'll get back with you in a sec.
Understand. No worries. It's pre-brief. We were ready for this.
Okay, now that we're all refreshed, we are going to move forward with removing the gimbal locks. So the team down here is confident that we can remove the gimbal locks. We will likely come back and hit these bolts again, so keep your tools handy. But right now we want to move on to focusing on the gimbal locks. So for that one, Sophie, your first step is going to be retrieving a RET and attaching it to an MWS AET and getting that AET set up. You can either retrieve that RET from the ORU bag, or you can use one from your mini workstation to your AET. Some good news, depending how you play this, the gimbal locks do not have labels on them, bolt labels. So we're going to be using directions to kind of talk you onto them. And then you guys can talk about if you'd like to use the ERAD setup again for the gimbal locks, you may.
So ERAD, question, do we start on the forward or aft face first? If we start on the forward face, I might benefit from a little GCA.
We are going to start on the forward side.
Okay, I'm going to do an assessment with the ERAD while Sophie gets that.
Copy. While you guys get set up, we're coming into a handover, so I'll talk to you on the other side.
Hey, Jessica, just as like some heads up, I am going to benefit from head down, feet down, pushing forward about 30 centimeters if that's possible.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which you can see a live view of there on your screen. We're currently about 3 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern. We're in a brief but expected handover between the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System and expect to have communication and views from the crew shortly.
We can give that set up for it. Do you want that now, or you're still assessing for a later bolt?
I would want it now. I think we just have to coordinate that whenever they're back. I did not request.
We are back with you, and they've talked to Jessica if you do need GCA, and I've got ERAD and PGT settings. When you're ready, we'll be starting again on the forward.
Copy all on. Getting set up for 30 centimeters.
And now let us know when your breaks off.
The crew outside the International Space Station includes NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, and they are continuing the installation process.
Sophie, can you hold on to this ERAD for 1 moment?
Yep.
They are continuing the installation process of the spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT.
Okay, Jessica, I am ready for GCA. I've got good clearance. I am ready to the torque wrench, but I've got a lot of slack in it, so I can monitor that. I've got my crew lock bag in my eyes, and I the dish clearance too. I think I'm in a good day and go for GCA if you agree.
Okay, we copy. Brakes are coming off. We're going to give you that 30 centimeters on you for clearances from you from the SCAN.
Got it. Here go.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, good motion. I've got good clearances. No concerns.
You're continuing to hear some communication between NASA astronaut Neil Menon, who is EV1 today, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is currently inside the International Space Station and working to maneuver the robotic arm, which NASA astronaut Neil Menon is currently attached to the end of using an articulating portable foot restraint.
FYI, we can give you 20 more if you end up needing it.
Okay, we'll try like this. Okay, Sophie, I'm in a good spot. And you said you had some PG for me?
Yeah, your PGT settings will be Alpha 6 Counter 2, Alpha 6 Counter 2. And Sophie, can you confirm the AET with one hook to each gimbal lock is installed on a RET?
Negative. I was still working on my DRT position.
Okay, copy.
Alpha 6 Counter 2 set, and I'm standing by.
Copy PGT settings are set. For your awareness, we're going to be starting with Bolt Lima. The order does matter for alignment, and so Bolt Lima that is unmarked is on the forward side. It's going to be the outermost set of bolts on the port side. So farthest from you, Anil. If you were looking straight at it from the forward side, it's on the very bottom right.
Yes. I see it.
And this is Mission Control Houston. The crew is getting into place and preparing to remove the gimbal locks. There are 2 gimbal locks as part of the SCAN installation, And as part of those bolts, in order to release them, there's several.
Quick question while you're doing the AET. Yes. Are you going to be able to guide this ERAD on? Yes. Okay, then I won't ask for any more GPA.
There's several bolts that have to be released for each gimbal lock to be released. So you'll hear different bolts called out by the team here on the ground as they continue to follow along and provide the procedures for the crew outside the International Space Station. Again, the spacewalk going on 3 hours and 40 minutes at this point. It was an expected 6.5-hour spacewalk. They are running a little bit behind schedule. They ran into some issues with a couple of the bolts installation on the S-Gant. So there was initially 4 bolts that needed to drive.
Copy, good config. So you guys are go to start with bolt Lima. Again, on the forward-facing gimbal lock, that is going to be the outermost nadir bolt. So if you're looking from the front, it's on the very bottom right. Bolt Lima, Alpha 6, counter 2. We expect 7 to 8 turns to release.
7 to 8 turns expected. And we're going for Lima. Copy Lima.
The handle is annoying right now.
I can move it.
Yeah.
That better? Okay.
Okay, it's inside.
Okay, I'm starting. You're doing counts, right?
Okay.
Is that a yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. Tell me when to stop. I'll tell you when it's released.
Bolts released. 7 turns.
Copy, 7 turns to release on Lima. Your next bolt is going to be Juliet, which is going to be the one directly kitty corner from it, so on Anil's side, zenithmost, on the outer bolts, Juliet.
Okay, Juliet.
I think I put Juliet on. We got a good... To do the counting, I'll just get it on Juliet.
Okay, I do the counting.
Okay, I'm starting in 3, 2, 1.
Bolts released. 7 turns.
Copy, 7 turns. Next bolt will be bolt Mike. That is back on Sophie's side, on the port side. Zenithmost bolt, the one directly across from the one you just did.
Was it
Wait.
not in? Can you, the handle is against
Okay, like that. Move the handle towards you. Good. Nice job.
Yeah, done. Ready.
3, 2, 1.
Turns. Bolts released.
Copy, 7 turns on. You can go to bolt Kilo, which is back over on Anil's side. It's the nadirmost bolt next to the Juliet that we did. So directly across from this one, bolt Kilo.
Jibri, I got Mike.
You've got Kilo. That's good. That's a good one.
Okay, I'm going to start. Are you counting? Or do you want me to count? I can count.
No, I can count, but just... Listen again. I have your... Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, 6.5 and bolt release.
Copy, 6.5 on Kilo. Next bolt is Hotel. That's going to be the Zenith port bolt. So on Sophie's side, up on the Zenith side, bolt Hotel.
You're high, isn't it, Sophie? I think I can get that on, actually. I can finesse it.
I'm just,
I don't feel like...
changing again my GRT.
Yeah, you get set. Let me take a stab at getting that on there. I've got it on.
No, not fully. Now it's good.
Okay, ready to count?
Ready.
3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently there on your screen. You can see him from the helmet camera view from Sophie Adeno, ESA astronaut, her helmet camera looking at him. They're currently working to remove bolts.
6.5 on Hotels. You're going for bolt Echo next, which is the one right next to that one. It's also on the Zenith side, but on Anil's side.
Okay. You got it.
Okay, will we see that? Would you agree? Are you ready to count?
I am ready to count.
They're currently working to release a series of bolts onto gimbal locks. They are working on the first set of gimbal lock bolts. There's 8 total bolts on that gimbal lock. They've completed the release of 5 of those, and they have 3 to go. And then they will move to the second gimbal lock, which has 4 additional bolts that need to be released. And then the release of both of those gimbal locks for the SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, release will be complete.
Copy, 7 turns. Copy, 7 turns on Echo. You can go for bolt Gulf, which is port nadir, so close to Sophie, bolt Gulf.
Ready to count? Ready. 1, 2, 3.
6.75 bolt release.
6.7 and released. You can now go for the final bolt F next to Anil on the nadir side.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
When this one releases, just note the gimbal lock will come loose and we'll just tend it back toward the ORU bag before moving over to gimbal lock 1.
Seven turns.
Copy, 7 turns on bolt F. you can tend that gimbal lock toward the ORU bag, and we'll get set up to release gimbal lock 1.
So right now it's on my New York station, and so if we remove it right now, it's going to be kind of annoying in the way. Would it be okay to remove the bolts of gimbal lock 1 and then move both at the same time?
Yes, we are good with that plan.
Okay, so I need time to reposition then. We cannot have access to.
We concur. As you guys get in reposition, I'll just give you some big picture on what we're going to do next. After we remove these gimbal locks, Sophie will be putting them back in the ORU bag and retrieving the agate heat shield. And Anil, we're going to have you grab the torque wrench and hit bolts number 2 and 4 again.
Copy. And I set my TCV to 4.5.
Copy EV1 TCV 4.5.
And Jessica and Anne, I think also I'll need to GCA back to that original position, so the 30 centimeters head up.
We copy, back to the original position, 30 centimeters body up.
And when you're ready, I can get you all the clearances.
Okay, are you ready for brakes off now?
Sophie, would it be okay if I GCA?
Yes.
Okay, I've got, you need any comm or anything?
No, I'm
okay.
good.
Yes, ready for brakes off, ready for GCA.
Brakes are off. All right, we're going to start that headward motion 30 centimeters, so taking out what we put in before. Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Free motion, it's good motion. I've got good clearances. I've got my crew lock bag, torque wrench, GT, and I'm clear of the boom and antenna.
That's your 30 centimeters.
GCA complete, I've got good reach to all the bolts.
Copy GCA complete, brakes are on.
Copy, brakes off.
I'm going to go up and then rigidize my DRT so that I can help you.
That was great. Do it again.
Good news is there's only 4 bolts on this one. Order still matters, and we're going to be starting on bolt alpha, which is on the starboard side, most zenith. Zenith starboard bolt.
Please, Zenith starboard.
And I am not ready, Emil.
I understand. I'm just moving it around. No rush, Sophie. I'm just getting set up.
Copy.
I'm ready when you are, no rush.
I concur, this is Alpha.
Okay, you ready to count?
I am ready to count.
Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Seven turns, all release.
7 turns on bolt alpha. Next one is delta, which is also zenith, but on the port side. So port zenith, bolt delta.
Okay, I got it on, Sophie.
Yep.
If you can count, then I'm ready.
I am ready.
1, 2, 3, going.
Seven turns, roll for these.
Thank you for the help.
You're welcome.
I got it.
Yep, okay, you got it.
Okay, next one is Bolt Bravo, and that is the one you're on. About to have a handover, and we'll see on the other side.
I'm ready.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 3 hours and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, are currently working to remove 2 gimbal locks to complete the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna, or SGANT, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. There are 2 gimbal locks. The first gimbal lock...
I said, once we get
back with you.
Okay, go ahead, make the call, Phil.
7 turns, bolt release.
Copy, 7 turns. You can hit Charlie, the last bolt on the bottom left there. This will release the gimbal locks. And then again, Sophie, you'll stow those down in the ORU bag.
Ready, on the clock.
Turn a half, bolt release.
Copy, bolt released. Nice job, you guys. You made that look easy. We can stow those gimbal locks down in the ORU bag, and Sophie, you'll be retrieving the agate heat shield. For Anil, you can stow the PGT.
Okay, PGT stowed.
Okay, and that is the last time that we'll be using the ERAD, so you can remove that as well.
Okay, give me some time to work on it then.
No worries.
Thanks. Go ahead. I'm ready to copy.
Yeah, no worries. It's just admin items. Once you get those stowed, then we're going to need you to cycle your HECA again and get a glove and HAP check before we move on to bolt ops.
Cycling the heck is easy. That's happening now.
Can we chat a second for the strategy to remove the gimbal lock?
Yeah.
Can you?
I think that's a great idea. I'm with you. I'm listening.
Okay. We'd like to remove the forward one first.
Okay.
And then I will need to protect my visor. It's going to come towards me.
Okay.
And then we'll remove the aft one.
Okay.
As soon as they are removed, of course, no touch of the T-handle. Yeah, just, I only need my 2 hands to translate, so, I'll wait until I remove my local. So, yeah.
Okay.
How are you able to help to...
I can help a lot if I can just clean up my workspace. So let me get this ERAD off, the PGT back, and then I'll be with you.
We like the plan.
And in the meantime, Houston, I just cycled my hacker. is dry and gloves are nominal.
Copy, Sophie.
Is there anything you want me to put on the PGT after I take this off?
Checking. And Anil, you are going to want the 6-inch wobble back on to reinstall the bolts at the FSE.
Okay, the ERAD's off and it did pull test on the tip pin. It's in the bag and I'm going for the wobble.
Copy.
Almost there, Sophie.
No worries, take your time. Do what you need to do.
And Anil, if able, prior to getting your tools set back up, if you can assist Sophie with the gimbal locks to keep those moving down to the bag.
I'm going to assist her right now. Just worried the ERAD would be a spatial conflict.
Yeah, sure, good time.
I'm with yourself.
Okay. We each got one side.
Okay.
The only thing is that I don't have a BRT in order to be ready. Oh,
that was
sorry.
a lot easier than expected.
Yes.
I'm passing this to you.
Yes, I got it.
Control.
Yes.
Do you have control?
I have control.
You have control.
Yes. Alright, going down with this.
Nicely done.
Stabilize here if you'd like.
Yes, can you stabilize this as
I have control.
Yes. Okay, you keep control. I'm going down a little bit, and then you'll send them to me. Okay. It's going to be easy because they are ready to me.
Yep.
Alright.
Okay.
Am I ready to receive them?
Okay, the rep's going to bring it to you, but
yes.
I'm going to wait until you got a hand on them before I let go.
I got it.
Okay, you have control.
I have control.
Nice handoff.
Okay, Ann, I'm in a good spot for whatever you want me to do next.
Okay, so we'll do a glove and hap check first.
Hap's dry. Phenomenal.
Copy, glove and hap. So if you can find your way to the torque wrench, we're going to have you torque bolts 2 and 4 again, the aft and the starboard.
First, the wrench is in hand. Which one do you want me to do first?
Bolt number 2 on the aft side.
Starting with bolt 2.
I'm going to pack the bag later, because, the torque wrench anyway.
Yep, we got the torque wrench, and you will be putting the crew lock bag, so that's a good plan to leave it a mess right now, and we'll just be grabbing the heat shield.
Okay.
Okay, I got another 2 pops on the aft side.
Copy, 2 pops on the aft side. And we'll take any words on the bolt and being flush or any turns.
Sorry, no turns, same situation. I can put it in my HECA for the flushness, but it's unchanged.
Okay, we can go to bolt 4, and then we're going to end up having you kind of wiggle that T-handle, see if we can offload and get any turns on these bolts.
Do you want me to do bolt 4 without the wiggle or bolt 4 with wiggle first?
Just hit bolt 4.
Hey, we'll do the wiggle at the end, so just hit the bolt. And one note on that, Neil, when we do the wiggle, we're going to need to do it below where the gimbal locks were, so using like the agate handrails.
Okay, 2 turns, unchanged. Let's tap the torque wrench down to Sophie while she's down there.
Yes, well, you can hand it down to Sophie.
I can send and give you the... That's great. And I can also hand you the heat shield. He's coming.
Okay, let me give you the...
Yeah, I'm ready to receive the
torque wrench first. Yes. Then let me do the wiggle second. Okay. Here is the torque wrench.
Got it.
Okay. I'm going to do the wiggle test now. Let me just make sure I understand. Where do you want me to hold it and wiggle it?
So it just has to be below where the gimbal locks were. We don't want to impart a force into those, so probably just using the agate handrails as best you can to see if you see any motion whatsoever on a wiggle test. And we're most interested on the sealing surface between the S-scan and the boom.
Zero motion. Gosh, I don't even know how to quantify this, but I can see the tiniest flex. It's a sub-millimeter scale. You know, I put it at like a tenth of a half of a millimeter. I have to put about maybe 30 pounds of force into it. I don't know if you can see it on my HECA.
We're looking. Those are good words. We're talking it.
While you're talking, Houston, Sophie. Hi.
We're talking it, and just letting you guys know, you're just over 4 hours on the EVA.
Copy.
Okay, let's install that heat shield. You guys can work together to do so.
Okay. Are you ready to receive it?
I'm ready to receive it.
Reminder, as we do the heat shield, there's going to be a strap that goes under the waveguide bolt, and then you'll have 2 quarter-turn fasteners, and we're just going to look for a snug fit, and all the Teflon tabs are tucked in. So you should see a strap that looks like a scrunchie, and that goes on the port side.
Scrunchie to port side, copy.
I'm on my way.
Want me to start it? Sophie?
Yes, please start, and
it goes under cable, right?
you start. That's exactly it. You got it.
And yes, under the cables.
Sorry.
And Anil, if you see two tethered loops, those are going to be going on the aft starboard side, kind of in between where the cable and the dummy connectors are, that corner.
Just the RT so that I can help you.
Okay, I copy that, Ann. I see those loops. Here's the scrunchie.
Yes.
Scrunchie's through.
One more. And then can you get it from the other side?
I sure can. I got it, and it's going under the cables again.
Yep.
It's through. All right.
Taking care of the elastic guys under these guys.
Up. I'm going to go for these quarter turn fasteners, if that's okay with you.
That's okay with me.
You can do the 2 quarter turn fasteners and the Velcro. And we see the strap under the waveguide bolt. Nicely done.
Yep, that's it. Can you check that it's protecting bulb number 3 forward?
Yeah, I can check.
So,
yes, it's over bolt 3.
Okay. We've got 4 good covers on the bolt. I see that the test one tabs are tucked in. The quarter turn fasteners, you're working on it.
Those quarter turn fasteners are secure.
Okay.
I'm just putting on the last Velcro.
Copy.
And the strap is under the waveguide bolt, and there's a snug fit around edges and pockets.
Copy. Nicely done. So Sophie, as Adele finishes that up, you can go down and retrieve crew lock bag number 4 from the boom and stow it on the ORU bag. And then we'll get a glove and a half check from you.
Can I go to unret this,
And disregard on glove and half check. Sophie, you're good.
Copy.
You are go to remove the ret.
is removed. Sophie, is it okay if I release it to the bag?
Go for it.
In the bag. That's a 3-pointer.
Really nicely done. We caught up a little bit on that heat shield. That was good work. So the next steps are going to be to get in position for the handoff of the failed. So Sophie, you're going to get the crew lock bag number 4 down toward the ORU bag. And Neil, you'll be ready to talk to Jessica and Jack and to get a go for the GCA to the published Z1 tie-down removal assist position.
No copies.
Sir Sophie, when you...
All right, go ahead and use Mike.
And Sophie, we see you moving. So once you have that bag stowed with the ORU bag, you'll just translate to the Z1 SCANT temp stow location.
Copy.
And am I clear to talk to Jessica?
And yes, Anil, you can give M1 the go to published Z1 tie-down removal assist. Just work with Sophie on clearances from the boom.
We are in the procedure reference sheet now. We're looking at the tie-down removal assist position.
Awesome. Let me know when you're ready. I'm ready.
Okay, are you ready to take brakes off?
I'm ready for brakes off.
Brakes are off.
And Anil,
this is going to be the three-part series where we go body up, body out, and then body left.
No copy.
And prior to moving body left on Anil, we'll just make sure that Sophie is down on the Z1.
I'm on Z1, working on the bag.
And Anil, we did give you that extra body right, about 20, body in 20 centimeters. So just making sure that if we come body up now, you'll be able to maintain your clearances.
Yeah, I can maintain my clearances. How much are we going body up? Oh, yes.
It will be body up 30 centimeters.
Absolutely, I can maintain my clearances.
You want me to pause and help?
No, I've got it. It's working.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm ready. You go, Jessica.
Okay, copy. Here comes that body up motion, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion, good motion. I'm watching my ingress aid. It's clear. I'm clear of the dish. I've got good clearances.
Out, body up, and now we're going to take you body out.
Body out.
Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 4 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeneau recently completed the installation of the spare SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss.
And next we're going to bring you body left.
As part of that installation, they installed 4 bolts
and
mounting...
Sophie and Anil, are you ready for that body left motion?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion. Got good clearances. Got a meter. Got good clearances. Good clearances.
2 centimeters remaining.
Good clearances.
Okay, Anil, this is the published position. What do you think?
Well, I think if you could do 30 centimeters body forward, you could probably get a ret on it. Is that possible?
I don't think so, but stand by, we're going to confirm.
While they talk that, the first step is going to be to put a RET on the S-scan. That can be from either of you. And then we'll be releasing the long-duration tie-down tethers. And Sophie, if you wanted to start the long-duration tie-down tethers, you can.
Yeah, I'm going to first start on the RET.
Sophie, while they talk about that, tell me when you're done with your RET.
Well, maybe pausing a second, what do you think about the position of the RET?
Well, if you were able, if I lock out this RET and pass it to you, if you were able to reach across the T-handle and put it on the one near me, you'd be in a really good shape.
For this, I can do that, yes.
You think you can? Then I'm gonna get some length here and lock it out. I learned this from Anne McLean.
So does it mean that you, I do not put my RET on it?
You do not have to put your RET unless it gives you extra stability.
No, I think it's good if I'm going to work on yours rather than mine.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours and 21 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano recently completed the installation of the spare S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They installed 4 bolts, which mounted the new antenna to the S-scan boom, and they also mated the power and data connections. They did experience some trouble achieving the desired torque values on 2 of the 4 bolts. However, the antenna is structurally stable, so they went ahead and removed the gimbal locks, and they completed the agate heat shield installation, which is the antenna group interface tube on the S-scan antenna. So that installation process is now complete, and the crew members are now moving on to their next task of the day, which is retrieving the failed S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna, from its temporary stowage location where it was left after last week's spacewalk on August 18th.
I'm with you.
So all you need to do is rotate it about a foot towards me, and I'll have control of it. That's along the pitch axis, like pitching it towards me.
Copy.
Think that you can achieve that?
I'm just assessing tight arms, which are super tight.
It's too good of a job.
No, we can give you up to 13 centimeters of body in.
I'll take it, Jessica.
Okay, we're starting motion body in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion. I've got great clearances.
Okay, and there is your body in limit.
All right, DTA complete. Thank you.
Okay, copy. Stand by for brakes. Brakes are on.
Brakes on. All right, Sophie, this is as close as I can come. I'm about 8 inches away from having a hand on it.
Okay. So, just want to confirm the plan with you before I do this. So one plan would be to release this upper thing, which can easily go, and then come back and I can pull it. So this upper one would be off easily. The down one would be less easy, but the advantage of the upper one would give you the key handle.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I think that's brilliant. I think once you do that, I have a high confidence I can get a hand on it.
Okay, so let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready, and I should probably set my suit up for a long hold, right?
Good call. Yes, you're reading the procedure with me, so I would set yourself up with your TCV, your visor, heaters. Make sure your ingress aid is tucked in, and note that you've got about 15 minutes to losing the big heater that you have out there. So about 15 minutes to sunset.
Okay, that's great work. I learned from the last one.
And for Sophie, for the long-duration tie-down tethers, we like your plan. You're doing great work on those. If you want to leave one side of those hooked to the handrails while Anil clears the SCANT, you can, and then we can clean them up afterwards.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, PCV is set to 3. Love heaters are on, and I'm in a good position to receive it for the long haul.
TCV 3 for EV1.
Cannot release them at 2 tight, so let me work on it again.
That's fine.
Nice work.
Good job.
One is still attached to me.
Astronauts everywhere have sympathy for using long-duration tie-down tethers. Nicely done.
I've got control of the SCANT right now.
Copy. Let me work on the other. Well, the key thing is that I'm going to ask you to move it too much upwards because it's really tight.
Okay. If I need to let go, I can let go too.
So let me try first.
For Jessica, I'm not imparting any forces into the arm.
Okay, we copy, and brakes are on and no.
Sophie, in case this affects you, do you see the base of the SCANT wedged on the near the
And gonna go the other side.
Yeah.
Because this one doesn't work. Too tight.
The one on this side, it actually looks loose. I think you can get it off. That one.
I'm trying another buddy position.
Alright, it's a very awkward position. The shook is a hook. Would it help if I rolled it away from you? Need some more space?
It's just the gimbal log is in my way.
Alright, let me know. Did you get it?
No.
Can I give you a suggestion?
Yeah.
If you do a full body, if you put your body on this side of the boom, my side of the boom, and you just square up on that hook, you'll be facing it. It'll take a little time for translation, but it'll make the hook really easy.
Yep. Let me try again this one, just in case.
Anil, if it would help you, we can offer you a body pitch in. So basically you would pitch in about 5 to 10 degrees.
I think I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, I need to translate completely the other side.
Yeah, I agree with you. Don't worry about it. Once you get there, that hook will become very easy. Like what you're doing.
We like it too.
At your feet.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So then it doesn't work, my translation then?
It does actually work. You're almost there.
Oh, okay.
You just keep your feet going the direction you were, and now you want your feet going to your left side. That way. Or that way. That works too. There you go.
That was quite the Hayaka gymnastics move. Nicely done.
Yeah.
I was going to call it the piles, too.
And without even entangling my feet together. Woo. All right, let's do this one from this side. Got it.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of position. Good job.
That was the sound of victory. Nicely done.
Okay, now I need to go back the other side just to check that there is no...
Can you reverse all that?
No, my plan is to not reverse.
Okay.
Just slide this inside. Actually, the wire tie. So now it's almost loose, but good enough for you to grab. So let me just get in a good body position.
I've got great control of it, by the way.
I am ready to hand it over to you.
Okay. Your head is by the T-handle.
Yes.
So you'll have to move...
Like this?
Shoulder left, yeah. And then if you just kind of lift it up and over the right side of your head, you can do two things. You can move your body more to that original position you were in FGAT 1, or you can just do it here, kind of move the base towards me.
Any help on it?
I don't have a lot of leverage to do that. You're going to have to do some little lifting of the agate handles.
Yeah, it'll work. No way. Okay, let's see, I get both. It's here.
Okay. I've got it. And I'm moving it towards me so I can get a handle there. There you go.
I release it.
Release it out of control.
Nicely done, you guys. I know that felt painful, but that actually kind of got us back on the timeline a bit. So that was very efficient work. So this time, Sophie, you can go ahead and clean up the workspace. You're going to be getting everything back to the ORU bag and taking that ORU bag toward the airlock. And we'll hand the comm over to Anil to give M1 the go to GCA to the published Z1 back-off position.
Okay, Jessica.
With you, Anil.
All right, I've got really good clearances and control of the failed F-cant, so I think I can steer clear of things. And I will, of course, be primary for this area, and you are go for the next series of positions, which I think starts with the Z1 back-off.
Okay, yeah, stand by. We're getting set up.
Sophie, your tethers are looking clean. Your waist tether is about to get caught on the...
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, though.
Camera's caught.
Did you say?
The camera loop is stuck on the...
Yeah, I see that. Thanks. Alright, we're all good config now. I'm packing the bags.
Great, from this perspective.
Great.
And now this is going to be two maneuvers. First, we're going to bring you body out, and then we're going to bring you body right back to that Z1 back-off position where you were.
All right, one's ready.
Okay, starting motion body out in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion, good motion. I got good clearance.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours and 38 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronaut Neil Menon is currently strapped into the articulating portable foot restraint on the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm and is being maneuvered over to ESP-3, which is External Stowage Platform 3. They are currently working to relocate the failed SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been temporarily stowed over on the Z1 truss during the EVA, which took place last week on August 18th. So they retrieved it from its temporary stowage location and are now working to maneuver it to its permanent location, which will be over on ESP-3. Again, that is the External Stowage Platform 3 outside the International Space Station.
And now we're going to bring you body right in 3, 2, 1.
Ready. Good motion, good motion. Got great clearance from the SCAN.
we're coming up on a handover. You guys can keep doing what you're doing. I'll meet you on the other side with a big picture.
1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites as part of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. We are now about 4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, and the spacewalkers today, which are NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1, and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, serving as EV2, are currently working to maneuver over to ESP3, which is External Stowage Platform 3, to permanently relocate the failed ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously removed from the Z1 truss and temporarily stowed during last week's EVA on August 18th. Following that installation over on...
In 3, 2, 1.
Following the installation of the failed ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, over on the ESP3, or External Stowage Platform 3, the crew will then move into some cleanup activities. So specifically, they will begin cleaning up the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, also known as the Canadarm2 robotic arm.
Yeah, I'm good with course.
And just for coordination, we're going to have Anil hold at this Z1 back-off position until Sophie's ready to start translating after cleanup.
One copy.
2 copies. March.
Okay, so a couple words for both of you. First, for Sophie, when you have a free finger, if you would power cycle your HECA, then we can help you with the inventory, so you don't have to do that quite so detailed. We're going to have you finish cleaning up at the Z1, get the ORU and crew lock bag 4 bundled with the long-duration tie-down tethers inside. We'll get a good look at that work site because we'll not be coming back. Once you're completely clear of the boom and start the translation, we'll have Anil start his JOCAS, and at that time we can have Cronus is going to start playing with the antenna that you guys just installed to verify how that went. We have plenty of time. That handoff, like I said, it seems like it was a little bit challenging to do, but it actually went very quickly compared to what we expected. So we're very healthy on time and very healthy on consumables. So our plan is to get the failed antenna back over to ESP3 and just kind of go back on the nominal timeline. So really excellent work to both of you guys.
Copy.
1 copy. Thanks for the words.
Thank you. Is it a good time now for me to ask a question?
This is a perfect time for questions.
Good by me.
Okay. So I know you need an inventory, but I just worked super hard back to back. So why don't I just open on the side here and tell you what I see? Do not open like the full thing because now the bundle is ready.
Yes, that works for us.
Okay, I see the 2 gamble lots. I see the torque wrench. I see the mud ball stack mud scoop, and I see the extra AET on a ret. I see crew lock bag 4 with everything in it. I won't open the doors because I tucked the 2 LVTV inside, and we would lose a lot of time if I opened the doors. But the cap keeper, the whites, from the transparency, you can see them.
Yes, we agreed not to open those doors, and that's a good inventory. We're just checking on it. If you'll just give a good scan of the work site, make sure you don't see anything hanging out. And did you already get the HECA button recycle?
Yeah. No, it's done.
You're at the intermediate position, and as Ann mentioned, we'll be holding there.
See the hold.
Okay, so the work site is clean. I see anything else than the bag. I'm gonna start working on putting the bag on my DRT.
Copy, really nice work, Sophie. Going from long duration tie down tether work into a bag inventory is not the easiest of tasks, but doing great.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours and 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. You are currently seeing a live view from the helmet camera, or HECA, of NASA astronaut Neil Menon. He is currently situated on the end of the space station's robotic arm in an articulating portable foot restraint, and he is currently holding on to the failed SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously uninstalled and temporarily stowed on the Z1 truss during last week's spacewalk on August 18th. They have since retrieved that SCANT and are preparing to maneuver it over to ESP-3, which is External Stowage Platform 3, on board the International Space Station. Right now, NASA astronaut Neil Menon is in a holding pattern while ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno completes some worksite cleanup activities.
And Sophie, we don't have a camera on you right now. If you have any statuses for us, we would take it. And we just got your HECA back.
Okay, good. Almost done with the outs of the bag. It is on my DRT. It is attached to my DRT. Just need to remove the second AET that was on the other handrail.
Copy, that sounds good.
concern.
Viewing translation.
Copy, and we see it. So you'll just go back where you came from, and as you go by the airlock, you can temp stow that medium ORU bag. We have it down as a toolbox, but if you have a preferable location, that's fine too.
Okay.
This is Michigan.
Back into the airlock. Next.
I can put on the D-ring.
Yeah, but just
Circular handrail, you mean?
Yes.
you can put on the circular handrail or even on the toolboxes.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours 51 minutes into today's spacewalk, and you're currently seeing a view from the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenome. She recently completed some worksite cleanup tasks over at the Z1 truss, where they recently installed the spare SCANT or space-to-ground antenna. Following that cleanup, as well as a inventory of the tools and items that are in the bag that they have been carrying, she began her translation back over to the airlock, where she will drop off the bag and toolbox, and then she will head over to meet NASA astronaut Anil Menon over at the ESP-3 or External Stowage Platform 3 worksite to complete the installation of the failed SCANT or failed space-to-ground antenna that had been removed from the Z1 truss and temporarily stowed over there during an EVA or spacewalk that took place last Tuesday, August 18th.
And Sophie, we see you at the Cedarspur. So one recommended location would just be to put that on the front of those toolboxes right there if you want to save the translation going underneath. But just a reminder, we're healthy on consumables and healthy on time, so there's no rush.
Thank you.
For the crew, just be advised that we're going to be doing
Thank you for your patience.
You're crushing it, Sophie. We're going to do the KU checkout, so we're going to be down video for a little while. So if you guys can give us verbal statuses, we would appreciate it.
Man, when does the video down start? Has it started?
It has not started yet. And then we can hold if you need to show us something.
Well, I was just curious when it would start the verbal feedback.
We'll give you a heads up when it's imminent.
Copy.
TCV setting 7.
Copy TCV 7 for EV2. For both of you, we're just approaching the 5-hour mark. We're on the timeline, and we are battery limited on EV1. And that limit exceeds anything that we're planning for. So we are sitting good on consumables. You guys are both doing great.
Thank you.
Resuming translation.
Copy resuming translation. Thanks, Sophie, and we'll just take your call as you go by the NTA and as you get to your green hook position at 3217.
Copy NTA green hook position.
And Sophie, we see you on phase 1.
Fun. NTA.
Copy. Sophie is passing the NTA.
Okay, we copy. Anil, we will get you set up for the ESP3 JoeCast.
Mill's ready. You have my go when you're ready.
Okay, Anil, this motion will bring you a body in, left, and down. And we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion, good motion. Copy.
Here, guess here, analyst.
Seems like it.
Here, the IV crew.
What's that?
You have good come with the IV crew?
We loud and clear, and we have good green status for comm with the ground.
You think it's related to the KU takeout?
Nope, I got you guys loud and clear, and we can still see you too.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Thanks.
Yep, and we see you at your green hook location.
Let's see Weta. Crossing Weta, crew lock bags tucked.
Stepping out, Anil.
Ready?
And Sophie, once you have the green hook on 3217, you'll be taking that same path that you did before down to the FSE.
Copy. Good tether check, and TCV 4.5.
Copy TCV 4.5 for EV2.
You know, we're going to get set up for that single joint maneuver for the ESP3 bolt access.
One copy.
Zoom in translation.
Copy, and we see you. And we are now one command away from losing the KU video. So we'll take a little bit more prescriptive updates on where you guys are. So as you get down to ESP3, reminder to avoid contact with the grapple fixture target pin shaft to target. You know exactly where that is. And that as we do the robo to maintain clearances to the wet antenna and the trunnion pin.
And Sophie will also add the grapple fixture by no 10 and then the one up to his left, like you were monitoring last time.
Sophie, you can just tell me, stay where you are, more forward.
Copy.
That seemed to work.
My Charlie on 30, so that's going to be better for me.
We copy, Sophie. And as Sophie gets down there to ESP3, you guys can work together to get her in a position to monitor the clearances and then work together for timing. When you're ready, then Neil, you can give the go to GCA to the published bolt access position.
Copy. Sophie, you tell me when you're in a good spot.
Work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently about 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. That spacewalk officially beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central.
Let me start my calls and everything, and I'll be with you in momentarily.
Copies.
Ground copies. And you guys are just a couple minutes from sunrise.
Again, that spacewalk officially beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
So flight 1 hadn't arranged for it.
The crew recently made their way back over to the ESP3, or External Stowage Platform 3.
Awesome, and I'm ready for giving the clearances.
All right. Jessica, you ready?
Okay, we are ready, and Neil, this is the one that's going to bring you mostly left and a little bit down as well. We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion. It's good motion. I like your speed.
First movement I'm going to ask you is lean forward.
Lean forward.
Yes.
How's that?
That's working great.
And Neil and Sophie, you have eyes on the crew lock bag as well?
I've got eyes on the crew lock bag.
I've got it. Continue leaning forward, that's good. I do have eyes on the dish, right?
The dish, yes.
Okay, so you might need to move the dish.
We've got a good meter on this side.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You're continuing to hear some communication there between NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano. Anil serving as EV1 today and Adano serving as EV2. They recently made their way back over to ESP3, or External Stowage Platform 3, to complete the installation of the failed S-Scant, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously temp stowed over on the Z1 truss following its uninstallation last week on August 18th. Earlier in the EVA, or Spacewalk today, they did complete the installation of the spare S-Scant on the Z1 truss. The reason we are hearing the crew but not seeing them is because there is an intentional KU outage while they complete some initial checkouts of that new or spare S-Scant that has now been installed over on the Z1 truss. It's expected to last about 30 minutes and has been underway for about 10 minutes or so, but we do expect to give views back once some of those checkouts are complete. There on your screen, you're seeing a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers continues to be on console. They are the execute team for today's spacewalk and are being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins.
Put on brakes, please. Stop GCA here.
Sean?
Okay. And you're in a good spot. I'm coming around to help you on the other side.
Okay.
Yep, and here Neil and Sophie will just work together to install the S-Scant into the passive pins into the FSC receptacles.
Copy. Passive pin. I think I've got him in the passive pins, Sophie, when you get there.
Standby?
Yeah, I've got them in the passive pins.
Copy.
I'm good. If I'm going to do the bolts next,
I'm going to get in position so that I can hold it.
Yeah, and just a reminder, it's going to be a slight pull towards you.
Okay.
Keep them in the pins.
Oh, standby 1. Can you hold it? I'm just going to put my visor.
You've got plenty of time.
Okay, visor down, and I have good control of the antenna.
Okay, can you just hold it? I'll put my visor down.
Yes, I'm holding it.
Okay, I've got my visor down. We are now in the passive pins.
All right, nice.
You notice that jiggle there? If you can keep it down like that, do you think you can do that? It'll stay in the pins, but it doesn't take much to get out of them, I think.
What do you mean? Do you want me to just hold this position?
Exactly, yeah.
Yes, I'm holding.
Okay, great. I think we're in a good spot, Ann.
All right, I like it. Nice work, and I bet you're glad to let go of that thing. So at this point, you can retrieve your PGT. We're going to use a 6-inch wobble socket and set Bravo 7 clockwise 2. Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2. Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set on the PGT.
Copy. You are go to drive FSC bolt number 1, which is port. It's away from the pallet. You're going to expect 28 to 35 turns to engage.
To 35. Dad, I'm going to cal it. I'll be back with you in a second.
Copy. As you guys are working that, great news from Earth is that we have good power and data to the recently installed SCAT antenna. You guys will always have some ownership over that. Nice job.
Wow, makes us happy. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, that is great news. Okay. I'm ready to drive that boat.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, and you're currently seeing a live view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins. We did hear confirmation that the newly installed spared SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss, does have good power and data being received.
Copy, still counting.
The spacewalkers for today, following that installation of the spare SCAN on the Z1 truss, went ahead and maneuvered and translated over to
25.3 green light.
Green light, 25.3 torque, 36 turns on FSE bolt 1. You're going to drive FSE bolt number 2, starboard bolt toward the pallet.
Towards the pallet, inward.
Copy.
Again, they went ahead and maneuvered over to external stowage platform number 3 to where they're now installing the failed SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously removed from the Z1 truss last week during an EVA on August 18th. They are currently working to drive 2 FSE, or flight support equipment, bolts to firmly install that failed SCANT over there on the external stowage platform number 3. They have completed one of those bolt installations and are working on the second one using the PGT, or pistol grip tool.
Honey. 25, sorry.
Copy.
30. 36 turns, 25.3 torque, green light.
Copy, nicely done. We got 36 turns, 25.3 torque, green light. You can now stow your PGT, and you'll install the MLI booties on the FSE bolts. And Sophie, you can get back in position for arm clearances.
In March.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Those 2 FSE, or flight support equipment, bolts have been installed On the failed ESCANT or space-to-ground antenna on the external stowage platform number 3. They are now putting away the PGT or pistol grip tool and installing some MLI booties. MLI is multi-layer insulation on top of those bolts to complete that installation.
MLI booties velcroed on.
Copy. Very nicely done. Good work there. At this time, we are going to go clean up the arm. So once Sophie's in a good position, actually we'll get a glove and a hap check from both of you before starting.
Checking.
North.
All right, dry hat, nominal gloves for EV1.
Dry hat, nominal gloves for EV.
Copy, glove and hap check for both EV1 and 2, thank you. Once you're in position, Sophie, then Anil, you can give M1 go to GCA to the published ESP3 back-off position.
I'm in good position.
Sophie, any advice here? Or just
stay lean forward.
stay lean forward? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, watch this. I'm going to watch this, but
Yes.
I do have a close passage here, but I got eyes on that. You just watch my head, okay?
I do.
Okay, Jessica, hard copy.
We've got you loud and clear. We're ready to take you to the ESP3 back-off if you're ready.
I'm ready. You have my go.
You're going to be moving body right back where you were, starting motion. No, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion, good motion. Clearances are getting better.
Continuing.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Neil Minott and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano have successfully completed the installation of the spare ESCANT or space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss at the International Space Station. They were also able to go ahead and retrieve the failed ESCANT from its temporary stowage location and install it on the ESP or external stowage platform number 3. Now that those tasks are complete, they are being maneuvered back over near the airlock, and the final cleanup steps for the SSRMS will take place, and that is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, also known as the Canadarm2 robotic arm. Throughout today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Neil Minott, serving as EV1, has been positioned on the end of that robotic arm using the articulatory portable foot restraint.
Ramping out, and Neil will get set up for the intermediate position JOCAS.
Two copies.
Once the robotic arm is maneuvered into its proper egress position, NASA astronaut Neil Minott will go ahead and exit that articulating portable foot restraint.
Sophie, you're going to be translating back up to face 1, staying outboard of the arm position where you were before. We're going to have you do that same APFR pickup and putting it back on the seat cart. And Anil, you'll be working the tether swap. Just for your guys' awareness, we're at about 5:25 total EVA time so far.
One cap.
Anil, we're starting motion back up to the intermediate position in 3, 2, 1.
And Sophie, you're going to translate to your green hook.
And what?
We have you both back on video.
The checkout went well, you said, right?
Yeah, we have power and data. We haven't checked the waveguide signal yet.
I'm on the starboard SETA card. Do you want me to tap twice?
And for big picture for you guys, we are at 5.5 hours, and our plan is to clean up the arm and do a nominal ingress.
Sounds good.
Okay. Starboard SETA card. Do you want me to tap twice?
Yes, Sophie, we're going to need the 2 brake tap on both the starboard and port SETA carts as you go by.
Okay. Part is done.
And we copied the 2 taps on the port SETA cart.
The starboard one. I'm arriving at my green hook location.
Copy, yes, starboard one.
Anil, we're ramping out.
Okay.
No, we're getting set up for the JOCAS to the APFR back off position.
Okay.
No, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Sophie, can you pause there real quick? And we're going to need you to just U-turn to the left and hit those brake pedals right there by your left hand that are on the inboard side.
Copy. Work.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Sophie.
You're welcome. Up on the starboard side of the port seeker.
Copy, and we're going to need those on the inboard side as you translate off the other side, and you can find a good position where you can watch your crewmate come into phase one.
Well, if you got the bandwidth, wave to the camera.
You're behind.
And we saw your two taps on the port seat occurt, and we'll want to hold you there, Sophie. I don't want to move too much farther inboard, because Neil's going to be coming right over your right shoulder.
Okay, so I'm gonna go 1 mile after what's forward.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think that'll be clear.
Okay, Neil, we are at the back off position.
See, back off. Let Sophie get situated for 1 second.
Give me a sec.
Yep, and once you guys are ready, and you'll be given the go.
We're getting set up for the next maneuver.
Yep, Yep, and I think you already know your next step is to give a go to the published APFR egress position whenever you're ready, and Sophie's set up.
That TCV set to 5.
Copy, EV1 TCV 5.
You're in no rush here, so take your time.
Alright. I'm in good position.
Okay. You can get eyes on me?
I can get eyes on you.
Okay. Alright, Jessica. I'm ready for the APFR published. Go for TA to publish APFR egress position.
You know, we're still getting set up. We'll let you know when we're starting motion.
Sounds good.
Okay, now we're ready to bring you station aft, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, good motion. We got great clearances. I'm gonna lean back a little. Off your right shoulder, Sophie, but I've got clearances from you.
Yep.
See a meter to trust, but I've got good clearances leaning back.
Clearances confirmed.
60 centimeters remaining.
Yeah.
15 centimeters remaining.
Plenty of room.
Right, there's your published position.
GCA complete. Good job.
Copy GCA complete. Brakes are coming on.
E-brake.
No.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in a brief but expected handover between the tracking and data relay satellite systems. We are about 5 hours and 39 minutes into today's spacewalk. Today is U.S. Spacewalk 98. NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano are currently completing.
Okay, we're back with you after handover. So, Anil, you are go to egress the APFR. Sophie, your next step is going. Yep, and Sophie, you'll get the position to retrieve that APFR.
Didn't work.
The crew is currently completing some final steps related to the SSRMS cleanup, and that stands for the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, which is also known as the Canadarm2 robotic arm. Throughout today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Neil Menon has been strapped into the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, or APFR, at the end of that robotic arm to complete the various tasks of installing the spare SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss. Now that those tasks are complete, he will go ahead and egress or exit that Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, and then ESA astronaut Sophie Adano will go ahead and retrieve that foot restraint and put it back in its stowage position.
Sure, Rick. What? I'll give you a Rick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you could just put it on that if you want. Probably easy to put it right here. I put it in last time? Yeah, perfect. Alright, we got a ret for the APFR. Let me just do a couple things here, Sophie.
Yep, take your time.
Currently on your screen, you're seeing a view from the helmet camera, or the HECO, which stands for HDEMU camera assembly, which is attached to the spacesuit of NASA astronaut Neil Menon. You can see him looking on at ESA astronaut Sophie Adano. The space station is currently in a daytime pass as it flies about 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
Okay, so you've got a ret to it. I'm going to remove it, okay?
I'm ready for that.
APFR is off. It is in your hands. You have control.
I have control.
And the APFR is handed off.
Copy, yeah, if you can just move your HECA so we can look at that APFR position on your left cuff checklist.
Who are you talking to?
All right, and Sophie, we'll have you take the APFR over to the port CETA cart with number 3. And Anil, you'll get in position for the tether swap.
Okay, I'm in position for at least taking off the yellow hook when it's time. Or sorry, that is not correct.
Okay, yes. Let's wait for a sec there. So we'll get your waist tether down. And the first thing we're going to do is to retrieve your green hook from the NTA vertical handrail.
Tether is down and I'm going for that green hook.
Copy. And if you want to lock your green reel beforehand, you can. You can retrieve the green hook and put it on your red reel.
I'm going to lock the green reel.
Okay, from Sophie, I'll let you finish your steps, but I have something.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm almost there. Okay, green hook on red reel, locked, black on black, closed.
Copy, you can unlock that reel.
Green reel is unlocked.
And you'll release your yellow hook from the SSRMS Lee and attach it to your green tether reel with a gate closed, hook locked.
Okay, I'm going for that. Sophie, you can use the comm if you'd like to talk to him.
Okay. So, I'm having more and more difficulty to move my left shoulder. The left joint of the EMU is becoming really stiff. And I tried the chicken wings, and the usual thing that I do that works usually. It's not a problem of me being sorry, I'm fine. It's just the joint is really, really stiff.
Okay, we copy, and once Anil's done with his tether swap, we can have him come give you a hand with it, if you want to hold there for a sec.
Yeah,
And by we're almost there.
Nice heck of you.
That yellow hook is now on the green reel, closed, locked, black on black. So I'm in a good config. I can target over here.
All right, we concur. So we got your yellow hook on the green tether reel. So this time, if you want to, Sophie, we just need to get the APFR back onto the port CETA cart.
Two things we can. I can pick it up from you, Sophie. Or
can because I have really reduced mobility on my left shoulder right now.
Why don't I get the APFR, but let's take a second to figure out how I cross and get it from you.
Yeah.
And we can move the arm out of your way as well.
Okay.
Absolutely. Let's get that arm moving. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Okay, if everything is clear of the arm, we are ready for that last maneuver to the back-off position.
At my go.
Okay, what I suggest is I go back to the port Cedar cart. This I can do.
Okay.
And then there we'll be able to do something.
Agree. I can go high over the Cedar cart, put myself in the middle, and then take the APFR from you.
Neil and Soph, we're going to move the arm station forward starting in 3, 2, 1.
And Sophie, you seem to be translating now. It is, did the arm work itself out?
No. I have limited motion on my left arm.
He's gonna stop.
But I'm gonna post here, and like Anil is gonna climb to the width APFR, the width number 3, and I'm posing here.
Okay, yeah, we like that plan, and if that arm joint got a little bit twisted on the suit, then Neil may be able to help kind of move it back if the normal swimming motion didn't work.
Yeah, I did a ton of the swinging motion, the usual one, and it does not work.
Copy, we're tracking.
Let me get waist tether down.
Take your time. I'm in good position right now.
Okay, I'm in a great position. I need to ret to it first.
Or we leave it on my rep. I think it's long enough.
Okay, yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah.
Okay, let me release. So I'm releasing the jaws. Do you have good control?
I have good control.
Okay, releasing the jaws now. I'm leaving my reps.
Okay. I've got it.
Okay, I see it.
And confirm APFR settings for stowage.
APFR will go into WIF 3, and it's going to be 6 Papa Papa Fox 6. That's 6 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Okay, we are set there, which is great.
That's great. Yeah, I see it.
Have it off dock. I'm almost there. Okay, good pull twist test. Locking collar, black on black. Snob is depressible. I'm just going to get your ret off, okay?
Yeah, I am ready.
Copy, and now we just need to make sure the ingress aid is low profile as well. We think it was, but just to verify.
Low profile. Confirmed. Okay, I got you red free, Sophie.
I am ready to receive it, yeah.
You ready? Here it comes.
Got it.
Got it.
Nice teamwork, you guys.
Job. A lot of that today, everybody.
It's the name of the game.
Hey, Sophie, I'm going to hold here. I think you should go back first.
Yeah, I'll start translating, and if I need your help for the shoulder joint, then I'll pause.
Yeah, that way I'll be on your shoulder side.
Yeah, the one thing...
Yeah, and actually, real quick, if you want to hold there, guys, we just want to talk about it real quick. If you don't mind just holding there for a minute and enjoying the view.
I'll hold, keep thinking, Sophie. We'll give them some space, and I'm watching my tethers.
Okay, holding.
And Sophie, the question here is if we did a nominal translation, just kind of a nice slow translation, we got plenty of time, get back to the airlock, how much is that arm joint bothering you right now?
Nice and slow, I think I can do it. Yeah, it's basically slower than usual.
Okay, so we can have you guys go ahead and translate back together. Sophie did lead out. If you guys are comfortable that your tethers will stay straight, then you can have Sophie lead back, or we can go in the order that we came out, and Anil would go first. Reminder that we'll run into a big medium ORU bag when we get to the airlock, or to the airlock toolboxes, rather.
I'd rather go first, Anil, if it's okay for you. So that you're on my left shoulder, and if you need your help, then you'll be positioned.
And I think that'll create perhaps a little other cross, but I think it'll resolve back at the airlock. So I feel good about it. Just just be aware as you go down the feeder spur.
Yeah, I'm checking your tether, and I'm checking as well.
I'm going to wait until you get to the feeder spur.
Copy.
Man, I am going to hit the brakes. Scan.
Copy. Good plan.
Only one.
Anil, you can go.
Okay, I'm translating.
And we see you continuing down, Sophie, as you come down the cedar rail. Reminder that the bags will be down there at the toolboxes. We'll have Anil pick those up. What we'll have you do is pause just outside of the airlock, and we'd like a good assessment on the flexibility and mobility of the EMU arm, in particular for movements that you will be doing when you get into the airlock, like grabbing your SCU. What we don't want you doing is trying to move against the force of the suit.
Is there any assessment, photos, HECA that I can provide?
We are thinking about it.
Let's see this first, Sophie.
Copy.
And I know we appreciate the offer. We don't think that there will be anything that you'll be able to grab from there, so we'll just continue the ingress.
One copy.
You copy.
I'm going to pause here, Sophie.
Copy. Thermal cover is open, and I'm going to put my waist tether directly on the airlock. Waist tether.
Okay, copy. And any words on the mobility of that suit, in particular when you think about moving through the motions like SCUs and airlock egress?
Airlock ingress will be definitely okay. SCU, I think so as well. It might take a longer time. EA to press might be the tricky one. The auto actuator to press is going to be the tricky one. Just because it's, I cannot, my arm closer to my body. But yeah, I think I'll make it work.
Okay, copy. Those are good words. And just don't put excessive force against the suit. If you feel like you're going to need to do that, just let us know what's going on, and we always have a plan B.
Okay. All right, so load path to station, check. I have the waist tether, the airlock waist tether, all hook gate closed, locked, black on black.
Copy, airlock.
Hook gate closed, black on black, and my waist tether on gate closed, locked, black on black, with a large hook and small hook, gate closed, locked, black on black. So I have a good load path to station.
Copy, and we agree. You can turn off your HECA and ingress the airlock.
Okay. Do you want to pass me the bags, and you?
Yeah, I can do. One option is you get in the airlock and I can pass it to you in the airlock.
Okay, let's do that.
And would that be okay?
That works for us.
I'm just getting a hold of it. I got a red on it.
Okay. Just so that you're not surprised, there were 80 keys.
Yeah, I see them. Thanks for the heads up.
This is Mission Control Houston.
Yeah, just 4.
We are now 6 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. The crew is wrapping up their final cleanup activities, and they are reporting their tether configurations. And soon they will be ingressing back into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock to round out today's spacewalk.
I've got the MOU bag. I'm kind of heading your way.
Yep. All right, I'm in, and I am ready to receive the bags.
All right, I'm at the toolboxes, and I'm going to be doing Nader right now. That's a circular handrail, and I'm just going to put a couple down, and then I'll get you the bag next.
Copy.
The bag, I've got a ret on the handrail.
Copy. I'm ready to receive with a ret, and as soon as I'll get it, I'll let you know.
Yeah. So careful, calm. Got it.
All right, we see the ORU bag in the airlock. Sophie confirmed that she had her waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender waist tether.
I do confirm my waist tether is, let me just double check as well as I do that. My waist tether is on the airlock, on the waist tether of the airlock, and all 4 sliders are locked. And I just released your ret.
It's on my MWS already.
Okay, great. And I'm ready, so give me a sec before giving me your bag.
Yep, and when you're ready, Sophie will be giving Anil the go to retrieve your anchor hook from the aft D-ring.
And I was thinking maybe I just pass her my crew lock bag and then do that. Is that okay?
That'll work.
The BRT jobs are down, but you can get both of those, I think.
And work. Yep, it's BRT jaws are released. Let me give you your ret.
Okay. Can you read at the bag?
I did read the bag.
Great.
It's actually even 80 on that.
Okay. And I'm just going to clean up my MWS, and I'll be with you.
Copy, that sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're currently seeing a live view of the outside of the International Space Station. There in the center of your screen, you can see the outer thermal hatch for the Quest airlock, and you can see NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who has served as EV1 for the duration of today's spacewalk.
Okay, so when you're ready, you can retrieve EV2 anchor hook from the aft airlock external D-ring and attach it to your waist tether.
For EV2 anchor hook, attaching it to my waist tether.
To your red reel.
I'm going to put it on my red reel if that's okay with you, Alan.
We are also happy with that.
Again, you're currently seeing a live view outside the International Space Station there with NASA astronaut Neil Menon toward the center of your screen. He is close to that thermal cover of the Quest airlock. ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, who has served as EV2 for the duration of today's spacewalk, has already ingressed or gone back inside the crew lock portion of that Quest airlock. Now NASA astronaut Neil Menon is completing some final tether configurations, and then he will shortly thereafter join Sophie Adano inside the crew lock, after which they will close that thermal cover and the hatch, and then that repressurization process will begin. Once the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock does begin repressurizing, that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk. Right now we are at about 6 hours and 8 minutes of spacewalking time. Again, the spacewalk began earlier today at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
The EV1 red reel. There's the EV2 anchor hook on it.
Copy. EV2 anchor hook on your... Copy. Anchor hook is on your red reel, and it is locked. So you can stow your EV1 anchor hook on your workstation and turn off your HECA.
Right, I'm doing both of those things right now. Before I turn off my HECA, and I have this question for EVA console.
She is very enthusiastic for your question. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I don't know if you can see through my HECA, left side of this cuff checklist page. I think we should add it as a permanent addition. It's a picture of Sandy, and it says, "Don't worry, Sandy has thought of it." And I think that's emblematic for this series of EVAs.
Well, I think you just gave her best birthday present. We are lucky to have her on the team, and we appreciate your words, Neil.
Thanks, Ann. Thanks, Sandy. Going in now.
We copy.
Sophie, I need to grab that thermal cover, so I'm going to turn.
Copy, yeah, I'm clearing the bag as you enter, and I'm ready to grab your sheet as soon as it's the right time.
And we see your HECA off, so you can continue the ingress and close the airlock thermal cover.
got the thermal cover. Gotta get my feet back.
Copy. You'll be attaching that integral strap to the magnetic plate D-ring, cinching until snug, and report Sharpie lines.
Copies in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We just surpassed 6 hours and 14 minutes for today's spacewalk. That spacewalk officially beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
6 Sharpie lines.
Copy. 6 Sharpie lines. You can both remove the SCU from your stowage pouch, remove your DCM cover, and connect the SCU to the DCM and verify locked.
On in work.
Both crew members, NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano, have now ingressed.
Station water is warmer than your plus water, so if you want to turn down your cooling to a higher number, you may.
They have now ingressed the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and the thermal cover has been closed.
You've got a handful of SCU, but when you're done, if we can just verify that the magnetic plate is engaged on the thermal cover.
I can verify that now. It is engaged.
Good work. Thanks.
The crew is now walking through some final steps, and then they will complete the closure of the airlock hatch. Once that airlock hatch is closed, they will begin the repressurization process, which will officially mark the end of the spacewalk.
Okay, once the SCU is on, and locked.
Copy. EV1 SCU on and locked.
And while Sophie's working on it, I'm just clearing the hatch area and taking a look at the hatch seal.
Copy. Thank you.
SCU on and locked.
Good word, Sophie. We like that. So at this time, you both can switch your water off.
Okay.
You can both switch your water off, OFF, and expect water is off message.
Active alert tone. One's off.
Off.
Copy. For water, EV1 and 2 is off, OFF. So while we have a couple of minutes, a promise made is worth keeping. So at this time, on behalf of Capcom and I, we're going to count down like a bolt. 3, 2, 1. You just saved the video dish. You just saved the video dish.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
It's hard to top that, but if we had a moment, we wanted to say a few things as well. Is that okay, Ann?
Yes, the floor is yours.
All right. I just wanted to congratulate the entire team on executing this complex, time-critical operation successfully. We just, with more checkouts, establish communication redundancy for station. In today's expanding space economy, communications is a cornerstone of growth, and NASA has always been a pioneer and has a lot to be proud of. Personally, I'm proud we continue to accomplish challenges like today's EVA and demonstrate NASA's deep capability to work in the harshest of environments. Our success are a result of you, the people at NASA, people in the room in MCC right now, and most importantly, I think today proves that it's the resiliency that we have to not give up and make this a success. For me, personally, it'll be a lifetime memory to work with you all today. I'll never forget it. And to see Sophie mirror that preparation and switch into full beast mode for 2 EVAs in 2 weeks. Congrats, Sophie. You crushed it. A special thanks to Jess, who's really been a mentor up here with her 6 EVAs and soon to be 7, hopefully. And Jack, whose professionalism makes everything run smoothly and gives us great feedback, and we learn so much from him. And over to you, Sophie.
Thanks, Daniel, for the great words. I can only concur for the team and the praise for the teams, everyone up in Houston and also in here on the ISS. I would add that it's a small toothbrush for an antenna and a giant leap for communication redundancy. But jokes aside, well done teams for the successful EVA. Together we overcame the challenges. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. It's amazing what we can achieve when we are all working together. In fact, you're a master for flying the arm, and we've learned a lot from your professionalism. Tika, you're the best mentor I would ever remember. Now, just wanted to say a quick word for the younger generation about working together. Never underestimate what humanity can achieve when we work together. There's still so much to explore and even more to create. So keep dreaming, building bridges, and we do believe that you'll have a bright future.
Thanks, Sophie.
Those are great words. Thank you both. Lots of smiles around the team. That was really meant a lot to everybody down here. Thank you. For Neil, you can verify the outer hatch clear as hardware. The handle position is per the decal. And then you are going to close and lock the hatch.
Okay, and we're done. And it is clear. I'm just going to verify it through the decal and then...
Seconds to a handover.
All right, I'll keep working on it.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently 6 hours and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, but it is coming to a close here shortly, following an exchange of words between the flight control team here on the ground in Houston, as well as NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They are now completing the final steps to close and lock the airlock hatch, and once that is confirmed to be complete, they will begin the repressurization process. And that will officially mark the end of today's spacewalk clock. Again, that spacewalk time started when the crew switched their suits to battery power, taking place at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
Back with you after handover.
Awesome, we're almost there. Off the hatch keep. Come down. Okay, this is down. I'm just checking it's in the proper position, and it was clear, and I'm going to go to latch.
Copy.
Where's SVU, Sophie?
Say again? Anything I can do to help?
No, we are. Hatch is closed, latched, and locked right now. And the MPEV is closed.
Okay, we copy. The EV hatch is closed and locked. With that, I'll hand you back over to your crew mates, Jack and Jessica. Nicely done, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Ann.
All right, welcome back inside the hole, Nell and Soph. I'm on step 4 of the crew lock repress cue card. Soph, on the UIA, check the oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 valves. There's 2 of them. They're both open.
Oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
All right, switch the EV 1 and 2 power to on, OS.
Any more? EV1 power on. EV2 power on.
Right, check the power for EMU 1 and 2 LEDs are illuminated. There should be 2 of them.
2 LEDs illuminated.
Check the power, EV 1 and 2 volts are reading between 18 and 19.
18.8 and 18.6, check.
Right, sounds good, and we'll do this sequentially. So EV1 and EV1 only, take your power switch on your DCM to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Power to SCU.
All right, copy with that good switch throw. EV2, you can take your power switch on your DCM to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Power to SCU.
I think I heard you, so good switch throw, is that right?
Yes, good power SCU.
Great. We are not on SOP purging, and so we're going to leave our O2 actuator, disregard. I'm just looking through the warning here. I think we're good to press. So on your DCMs for EV1 and 2, you can take your O2 actuator to press.
Okay.
To press EV1.
And just verify you see on your DCM O2 pause is press.
O2 pause press on DCM.
For EV1.
to press EV2.
Great work, Sophie. Just verify for me that on your DCM it does say O2 pause to press.
O2 pause press.
Awesome. EV1, can you check the EV hatch MPEV is closed?
Closed. EV hatch MPEV is closed.
All right, our next step is to open up the IV hatch equalization valve and start to repress. You guys feeling good? You want us to go to a nominal rate or start slow?
Try nominal.
Nominal.
All right, we're going to position. All right, you guys might get an alert tone as we start this refresh.
This is Mission Control Houston. Now that the crew lock repressurization process has begun, the clock for today's spacewalk has officially stopped, that taking place at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. So the duration of today's spacewalk was exactly 6.5 hours. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station. That view coming from the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. You can see NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Jack Hathaway, who are currently inside that equipment lock portion as they continue to work through that repressurization process of the crew lock portion. Again, that repressurization process began about 2 minutes ago at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time to officially mark the end of today's spacewalk. The crew lock will continue to be repressurized until it reaches the pressure to match the rest of the station, which is about 14.7 psi or pounds per square inch. It had been previously depressurized down to vacuum ahead of today's spacewalk, and right now it is at about 1.5 psi. During today's 6.5 hour spacewalk, the crew successfully retrieved and installed the spare SCANT or space to ground antenna, which had been located on external stowage platform number 3, and they installed it on the Z1 truss. Initial data and power connections were confirmed, and additional connections and tests will be performed overnight on that spare space to ground antenna following its installation today. The crew was also able to retrieve the failed SCANT that had been temporarily stowed on the Z1 truss following its disconnection during last week's EVA, and they were able to move that over to external stowage platform number 3.
passing through 3.5 psi at 4 psi, you might get an alert from.
1.
This is Mission Control Houston, live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room as the repressurization process of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock continues following today's EVA. Today's spacewalk lasted for 6 hours and 30 minutes, concluding at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time. It was the 283rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was also the 6th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year and the 3rd for Expedition 75. Today's spacewalk was the 3rd spacewalk completed by NASA astronaut Neil Menon. He now has a total of 19 hours and 20 minutes of spacewalking time, and it was the 2nd spacewalk for ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenau, who now has 12 hours and 53 minutes of total spacewalking time. Across the 283 spacewalks that have been conducted in support of the space station, they now total 74 days, 17 hours, and 14 minutes of spacewalking time outside of the space station. Again, that repressurization process is continuing. The crew lock is now at about 4.8 pounds per square inch, or PSI. At about 5 PSI, they will conduct some leak checks to ensure that everything is looking good, and they will hold briefly at that point. And then they will continue the repressurization process back up to about 14.7 PSI, or pounds per square inch, to match that of the rest of the space station.
From to 5 PSI. We got 2 minutes for the crew lock pressure to stabilize, and then a 1-minute leak check.
2 copies.
1 copy.
2 minutes. Crude on pressure stable, and we're 1 minute for the leak check. That's a minute. Pressure stable. It's a good leak check. If you wanted to check the switch for your glove heaters, it's in the off OFF position.
Is off OFF.
OFF.
The OFF for both EV1 and EV2. Any contamination on your gloves you guys want to report?
1 negative, no contamination.
2 negative, no contamination.
No contamination. Any cough symptoms you guys want to talk about before we move on?
1 negative.
2 negative.
All right, for both EV1 and EV2, we're in step 10 now. Take your O2 actuator to IV.
Work. One is IV.
Where is IV?
Copy, nice work, guys. EV1 and EV2 are IV. I'm going to restart the repress. You'll get an alert tone as we go.
1.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a live view inside the Quest airlock, specifically the equipment lock portion of that Quest airlock. You can see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as he continues to monitor the repressurization process of the crew lock portion, which is just beyond that hatch that you can see there in the center of your screen. Inside that crew lock portion are NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno. They recently paused the repressurization at about 5 psi or pounds per square inch to complete some final leak checks, and that pause has since been completed and the repressurization has resumed. Now the crew lock is at about 6 psi or pounds per square inch and continuing to rise. Again, that repressurization will now continue all the way up until it reaches about 14.7 psi to match the pressure of the rest of the space station. Once that repressurization is complete, then that hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be opened, and the crew will then be moved into the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as well as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir will be assisting NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno back into the equipment lock portion, where they will then begin to remove their extravehicular mobility units, or those white spacesuits that they have been wearing for the duration of today's spacewalk.
PSI about 5 minutes ago.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers remains on console, and they have been the team responsible for executing today's spacewalk, being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins. Again, that repressurization process of the crew lock portion of the International Space Station's Quest airlock is continuing, and right now they are just over 10 PSI, or pounds per square inch, and you did hear that call down from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you can see there on your screen again. He is in the equipment lock portion of the airlock, awaiting for that pressure to equalize at about 14.7 PSI to match the rest of space station before that hatchway between the crew and equipment locks can be opened and NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano can be brought back into the equipment lock, at which point they will begin the process of removing their spacesuits or the extravehicular mobility units that they've been wearing for the duration of today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when their spacesuits were switched to battery power, and it officially concluded at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time, for a total duration of 6.5 hours. During the spacewalk, the crew was able to successfully retrieve and install the spare space-to-ground antenna on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began on August 18th, just last week, when NASA astronaut Neil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano conducted an initial 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the station's truss structure. During today's spacewalk, in addition to installing the spare space-to-ground antenna, they also relocated that failed antenna back over to external stowage platform number 3, where it will be permanently located.
Airlock Houston on 1. Jack, we're working on some questions. If Sophie is comfortable staying in the suit for a few minutes while it's pressurized, we have a few questions we were putting together for. If that's not the case, it's no issue. We'll move on without. But the best pause point will be after step 18 in the post-EVA procedure to do that.
We copy at 18, and we'll let you know if that'll be feasible or not.
Copy, thanks.
Just about equalization, getting ready for the Ivy hatch.
This is Mission Control Houston, and you can now see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway there on your screen, being joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, and that hatch between the crew lock and equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock is now being opened. The pressurization of the crew lock has been equalized to match that of station, approximately 14.7 psi or pounds per square inch.
Airlock, we've got steps 2 and 3 done. You guys are go for 4.
Copy, we'll put it in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see that the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock has been opened, and ESA astronaut Sophie Adano has been moved back into the equipment lock portion, and now NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir are working to move NASA astronaut Neil Menon back into that equipment lock portion. This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you could see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir removing the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, from NASA astronaut Neil Menon's spacesuit, or extravehicular mobility unit. Those SAFERs were attached prior to the crew moving into the crew lock ahead of today's spacewalk, and they are sort of like a jetpack system that the crew can use should they become untethered from the space station.
Airlock in sub 18.
All right, we're with you. First, to confirm, it is Sophie's left shoulder joint in the EMU that's having the issue. Is that correct?
Correct, the left shoulder.
Okay, have just a few steps here. Should only take us 5 minutes or less to walk through a couple troubleshooting steps. That'll give us some info. We'd like you to unvelcro and unzip the upper arm TMG, and then we'll check on the orientation of the upper arm axial restraint, and we want you to report that orientation to us.
Mark. We're going to reorient the airlock camera and make sure. Give us a couple more words on the axial ring and what we should be looking for.
And Jack, what we're looking for is on the restraints, if they are angled, horizontal, or vertical, and opening up the right shoulder TMG and doing a comparison will probably help. Airlock Houston on 1. From our initial take, it looks like the power harness may have been wrapped around the restraint. With that now loose, we'd like to see if full motion has been recovered on that shoulder joint.
Yeah, I looked at that when I opened it. It wasn't really wrapped. It was up on top of it, so I was wondering if it was caught on something, but it wasn't caught on anything. It does look like there's a little edge. I'll take some pictures of that. Some of the coating is pulled back, so maybe there was some pressure there. I don't know if that was like that to begin with.
All right, we copy, and we see that as well.
Maybe it was hanging up. When I reached in, that cable was right on top of that left axial restraint or whatever it's called, but it wasn't stuck, but it was kind of retracted within the suit on there.
We copy.
Feels normal now.
All right, Jessica, that's helpful. And with Sophie moving around a bit, is she more comfortable now? Is it back to normal, or do we need to continue with some questioning here?
Feels completely normal now, so I think that cable must have been kind of stuck there. Again, it wasn't like hung up on anything, but maybe it was wedged when it was still zipped up.
All right, that concludes our troubleshooting, and thanks so much for taking those few minutes, and we'll get those pictures and video from you when able. And Airlock Houston, with that, we can pick back up in step 19 of post-EVA.
You were in step 19.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're seeing a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the International Space Station Quest airlock. ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano on the left-hand side and NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the right-hand side recently completed a 6.5-hour spacewalk, replacing a space-to-ground antenna on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began on August 18th when Menon and Adano conducted an initial 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the station's truss structure. However, at that point, the crew needed a bit more time than expected on August 18th to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers were able to go ahead and retrieve the new unit and complete that installation process. The crew also retrieved the failed space-to-ground antenna from its temporary stowage location on the Z1 truss and relocated it and installed it to its permanent location on an external stowage platform 3. Again, a 6.5-hour spacewalk is now complete, marking the 283rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 6th to be conducted out of the International Space Station this year, and the 3rd for Expedition 75. Now that the crew is safely back inside the International Space Station's equipment lock and they have removed their helmets, we will go ahead and conclude our coverage for today. Again, thank you for joining us for U.S. Spacewalk 98. This is Mission Control Houston.
Fino a circa T-4 minuti, molte cose iniziano a peggiorare. T-3 minuti per chiudere il carico di propellente, quindi il carico di ossigeno liquido e il carico di carburante liquido. T-40 secondi. Smettiamo di interagire con la rampa. Il veicolo è da solo.
Bene, siete tutti operatori B18. Questo è il livello definitivo, ora andiamo a tirare per le operazioni di oggi. Il nostro obiettivo principale oggi è un'accensione statica di 10 motori.
Perché 10 motori T-33. Questo è il primo booster V3 sulla rampa in questo momento, quindi ci sono molte cose che possono andare storte se abbiamo una brutta giornata. Ciò limita la portata dei problemi che potremmo avere.
Questa sarà la pressione della camera più alta che abbiamo mai visto su un veicolo alla SpaceX. Quindi sarà sicuramente un test piuttosto piccante oggi.
E poi stai contando la rovescia da T-40, da T-4 in poi, quando il mio battito cardiaco inizia davvero ad aumentare. E poi accendiamo i motori. Calore.
Siamo alla Star Factory a Gulch, una struttura di quasi 1 milione di piedi quadrati che abbiamo costruito per consentire la produzione sia di astronave che di booster. Starship è un razzo completamente riutilizzabile. È composto da 2 stadi. Quindi va un'astronave, che è lo stadio superiore, e un booster sotto di esso. Il booster accelera l'astronave per farla andare in orbita. L'astronave è ciò che effettivamente va in orbita per portare le persone o il carico utile ovunque siano diretti. Il suono del progresso, le rivettatrici e i martelli pneumatici. Meno martelli pneumatici di prima. La storia di Starship inizia con la fondazione di SpaceX.
3, 2, 1.
Invece di iniziare con il veicolo che Elon aveva immaginato come necessario per portare le persone sulla Luna e su Marte, pensava che avrebbe sostanzialmente portato al fallimento l'azienda. Non sarebbe stato possibile, quindi bisogna combatterlo a piccoli pezzi. E così quei pezzi che all'epoca non sembravano affatto piccoli erano Falcon 1, Falcon 9, Dragon sia cargo che con equipaggio, e Falcon Heavy.
Il Falcon Heavy è supersonico.
Questi erano i mattoni che ci hanno permesso di fare le prime esperienze nell'imparare a costruire razzi. Non nel modo in cui lo faceva l'industria aerospaziale, ma nel modo in cui dovevamo farlo per arrivare dove siamo oggi a lavorare su Starship. La versione 3 è quella che mi piace definire il progetto fondamentale del booster di Starship nella rampa. Ci darà le nuove capacità di cui abbiamo bisogno per portare a termine le missioni che abbiamo davanti. Sarà quello che riporterà gli umani sulla Luna. Sarà quello che lascerà le prime impronte di stivali e poi la città su Marte. Starship è gigante e quella scala non è un caso, non è per vincere un premio del Guinness dei primati, cosa che abbiamo fatto sia per la nave che per la torre, è perché abbiamo bisogno di quelle dimensioni per fare le cose che sogniamo di fare con essa. Ship 39 è il primo razzo V3. Questo razzo è diverso da qualsiasi cosa sia mai stata realizzata prima. La versione 3 è fondamentalmente un progetto completamente nuovo della nave. Abbiamo sostanzialmente preso un sacco di lezioni dalla versione 1 e dalla versione 2 e Carmen abbiamo fatto un passo indietro, abbiamo detto quali erano gli aspetti che erano davvero problematici sia dal punto di vista delle prestazioni, che era quello dell'affidabilità, nei razzi precedenti, nei razzi precedenti quello li abbiamo affrontati direttamente con una serie di nuovi progetti. Può andare in orbita, può rimanerci per 48 ore, può incontrare altre navi e può effettuare trasferimenti di propellente, è anche davvero la tecnologia fondamentale di cui hai bisogno per sbloccare Starship. Una volta sbloccata questa capacità, avrà l'intero sistema solare a portata di mano. In questo momento quello che stiamo facendo è passare alla fase di checkout, quindi stiamo in un certo senso dando vita al razzo.
Non abbiamo mai costruito una nave V3 prima e non l'abbiamo mai portata a questo stato di produzione. Quindi avremo cose speciali per questo veicolo specifico che saranno strane, ma ci sono anche aspetti dell'architettura nel suo complesso che non sappiamo davvero come gestire perché abbiamo fatto solo simulazioni, abbiamo solo creato modelli fluidi di come pensiamo funzioni una nave V3. Ora abbiamo la realtà dei fatti accanto a noi.
Prima priorità è la vostra sicurezza. La seconda priorità è assicurarci che viene bene e poi ci preoccupiamo di rispettare la nostra tabella di marcia.
Siamo piuttosto ansiosi, ma tutto sommato siamo abbastanza preparati, pensiamo che otterremo un buon risultato.
Abbiamo intenzionalmente iniziato Starship con la parte della nave perché era molto innovativa. Abbiamo già realizzato un booster riutilizzabile con il Falcon 9 e quindi almeno un terreno di gioco un po' migliore. Devo dire che penso che il booster sia rivelato molto più difficile di quanto pensassimo.
Questo è un razzo completamente nuovo, questo è il progetto di veicolo più ambizioso su cui abbia mai lavorato personalmente ed è incredibile vederlo diventare realtà qui. La campagna di test di volo della versione 1 esemplifica davvero lo stile di test rapido e integrato che utilizziamo nell'ingegneria di SpaceX. Ci sono voluti 5 voli dal nostro primo tentativo, dal volo 1 al volo 5, per agganciare con successo un booster, il che è stato onestamente sbalorditivo. Il volo 1 è riuscito a decollare dalla rampa con successo, ha dimostrato che potevamo mettere insieme questo sistema completo e abbiamo imparato molto dall'eventuale guasto del veicolo in quel volo. Siamo stati in grado di apportare molti miglioramenti alla rampa di lancio e alla progettazione hardware del veicolo che hanno portato a un successo molto maggiore nel volo 2. Siamo riusciti ad arrivare con il booster a Mo, siamo riusciti a separare la navicella e siamo stati in grado di iniziare la spinta di ritorno verso il sito di lancio. Abbiamo quindi raggiunto il successivo grande traguardo nella campagna di test di volo. Nel volo 3 siamo riusciti a completare completamente la nostra combustione di spinta. Nel volo 4 siamo riusciti a effettuare con successo una dimostrazione di atterraggio in acqua. E nel volo 5 siamo riusciti a tornare al nostro sito di lancio e ad agganciare con successo il veicolo con le nostre bacchette. essere in grado di volare e avere una missione di successo completa a quel punto in cui abbiamo portato il carico utile in orbita, abbiamo fatto atterrare quel razzo, è stato incredibile. È stato incredibile. Mi vengono i brividi solo a parlarne. Stiamo per entrare in una fase davvero entusiasmante della campagna di test del veicolo. Metteremo alla prova la cosa e ci assicureremo che tutto ciò che progettiamo funzioni bene. Vuoi fermarti qui?
Sì.
Far funzionare insieme tutti i pezzi del sistema per la prima volta, e se dobbiamo imparare qualcosa da questo, lo impareremo il più velocemente possibile. Il booster 19 in realtà è il secondo dei booster versione 3 che abbiamo costruito. Il booster 18 è arrivato prima. Abbiamo avuto una sfortunata anomalia durante la nostra prima campagna di test del veicolo booster 18. Questo è il primo booster versione 3 che abbiamo costruito, quindi questo è il booster 18. È davvero fantastico perché sarà la nostra prima operazione test a livello di veicolo completo con un veicolo versione 3, quindi tutto il team è molto emozionato per questo. Proprio che funzioni. Quando stavamo premendo il sistema di azoto abbiamo avuto un'esplosione che ha distrutto il razzo. Fortunatamente avevamo progettato quel test e fosse sicuro se fosse successo qualcosa del genere non avevamo propellenti o cose reattive sul veicolo. Quindi sito di prova, ha subito pochissimi danni e naturalmente nessuno è rimasto ferito nell'incidente.
Sì, come parte del test è rumoroso, quindi impara a non essere troppo nervoso mentre cammini, ma quindi abbiamo il nostro booster qui sul sito e eseguiremo una prova criogenica. Da una giornata molto lunga, quindi normalmente è previsto un scarico complessivo di 12 ore. Stiamo solo mettendo una tonnellata di propellente sul veicolo e facciamo un sacco di casi di prova durante l'intera giornata, quindi è una cosa lunga.
Il booster è serio, alla prova criogenica ad alto riempimento.
Prova criogenica è la prima volta che si mette effettivamente del propellente sul veicolo. Il propellente liquido che stiamo inserendo diventa piuttosto freddo, in genere si attesta intorno agli 80 Kelvin. Vogliamo testare come si vola e volare come si testa la BGI.
Percentuale di prova è confermata al 70%. È completamente affollata.
Non c'è niente di meglio di una serata della scorsa con la tua squadra nella sala di controllo. È una di quelle tappe fondamentali in cui pensi, wow, se riesco a caricare un razzo è incredibile.
È piuttosto stabile. Andiamo avanti e configuriamo il booster per lo scarico. 3.
Calore.
Questo è un Raptor 3. V3 è un motore booster ad alte prestazioni, è anche progettato per essere riutilizzabile e altamente affidabile. Abbiamo imparato molto nel corso della produzione di circa 600 motori V2. Puoi vedere la quantità di semplificazione avvenuta tra V2 e V3. Il livello di integrazione è davvero unico per i motori a razzo e deriva da molto lavoro svolto da molti ingegneri per consolidare l'hardware. L'effetto di ciò è che in realtà si tratta di un progetto con un'affidabilità maggiore, quindi meno parti sono più economiche e più rapide da costruire. Ciò ci consente di realizzare un veicolo più leggero e più affidabile da revisionare, semplicemente costruendo un razzo migliore. Raggiungere la piena riutilizzabilità di un motore come questo è davvero qualcosa che le persone non hanno mai fatto prima. L'obiettivo è far sì che il motore si comporti in motore, si comporti degli aerei commerciali, sciali. Spesso nelle interazioni con persone esterne a SpaceX. La percezione è che cose ben oltre ciò che mai stato fatto prima siano impossibili. Le cose che sono impossibili devono essere determinate infrangendo le leggi della fisica. Nonostante le leggi della fisica, stiamo solo cercando di sfruttarle nel modo più efficace possibile. Bene, attenzione a tutti gli operatori. Questo è l'ultimo sondaggio. Vai per le operazioni di oggi. Il nostro obiettivo principale oggi è un incendio statico di 10 motori. Incendio statico, il culmine del processo di progettazione. Stiamo riunendo tutti i pezzi del puzzle e stiamo accendendo i motori. E se ci riuscite, avete una buona fiducia di essere in una buona posizione per volare a bordo.
Sembra che abbiamo espulso 2 combustori dall'Apex Bank in fase di infeltrimento. Sembra che abbiamo raggiunto il tempo di 2,135 secondi.
Abbiamo acceso con successo tutti e 10 i motori, stavano aumentando la potenza, tutto sembrava a posto, stadio e motori combinati. Tuttavia gli è stato chiamato un arresto anomalo laterale, quindi a voce significa che è scattato un sensore e da lì abbiamo ordinato uno spegnimento rapido.
È stato molto difficile, soprattutto perché abbiamo dovuto abbandonare tutti i motori in seguito e per fortuna 10 di loro erano recuperabili, il che è positivo.
Abbiamo visto alcuni dati subito dopo l'incendio statico che mostravano che circa metà dei motori aveva quello che sembrava un danno meccanico fondamentalmente a causa dello spegnimento molto rapido. Quindi abbiamo riportato il booster a Mega Bay. Abbiamo quindi deciso di rimuovere tutti e 10 i motori dal booster in modo da poter risolvere i problemi e capire cosa stava succedendo a quei 10, continuando a fare progressi su V19, riempiendo i motori di viventi.
Bene, padre, da Riona. L'obiettivo di oggi è un incendio statico con 33 motori sul V19. Ok, tra un minuto ci sarà il sondaggio per non andare.
Quindi oggi faremo il nostro incendio statico con tutti e 33 motori.
Questo è l'ultimo sondaggio ad andare per le operazioni odierne.
Software di volo in funzione.
Raptor in funzione. Fase in funzione. Team. PC2 in funzione. PC1 in funzione. 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, missione. Siamo partiti in anticipo. Allerta triage, preparati dello scarico.
Oggi abbiamo interrotto il nostro secondo tentativo di incendio statico con conteggio completo del B19. In realtà abbiamo avuto un altro annullamento della rampa sul deviatore. Siamo riusciti ad avviare il motore e poi alla fine abbiamo perso alcuni dei nostri sensori su uno dei collettori della rampa. In pratica diceva che la pressione del collettore era inferiore a quanto credevamo fosse probabile e ci ha fatto uscire a T più 1,88 secondi. È dura perché ci sono alcune cose che sono difficili da testare in anticipo. Quindi puoi testare il deviatore quanto vuoi, ma ovviamente non puoi testare quale atmosfera e ambiente teorici vedrai quando i motori saranno accesi.
Ogni volta che entri in un'operazione in cui vuoi accendere 33 di questi motori enormemente potenti e farli funzionare tutti insieme e uscirne sano e salvo è una vittoria.
Penso che ogni test sia sempre un successo e abbiamo avuto un sacco di risultati sui sistemi di terra, sul veicolo e sui motori che penso fossero davvero buoni da segnalare a questo punto.
Abbiamo un detto che si chiama solo i paranoici sopravvivono. L'idea di base è che c'è un'enorme quantità di informazioni e dati che ti arrivano. E se riesci a usarli saggiamente, di solito puoi usarli per capire dove le cose andranno male in futuro. E quasi ogni volta che falliamo qualcosa non va, c'erano indizi nei dati precedenti, nelle operazioni precedenti, che se avessi saputo cosa cercare e fossi stato abbastanza paranoico da farlo, avresti potuto trovarli lì.
Sono passati 10 mesi da quando Massi ha avuto l'anomalia S36.
La stessissima, la stessa. La V36 è stata dura. Abbiamo avuto un CPV esploso e non solo ha distrutto il razzo Ash, ma ha distrutto gran parte dell'infrastruttura del sito di prova di Masi.
Nel momento in cui possiamo essere sicuri che se si verifica di nuovo un'anomalia, la rampa possa resistere e sopravvivere.
Perdere un razzo è una cosa, abbiamo una linea di produzione per i razzi e possiamo andare a produrne altri. Perdere l'infrastruttura fisica della rampa di lancio del sito di prova è molto difficile perché devi ripararla per un periodo di molti mesi prima di poter tornare a testare. Ora Massi è di nuovo online qui. Abbiamo davvero costruito questo razzo da zero e abbiamo anche costruito la rampa da zero, quindi sono tutti tipi di nuovi sistemi. Questa sarà la prima volta che riuniremo i mezzi della rampa e del veicolo per assicurarci che funzionino tutti.
Il veicolo antincendio statico è pronto per essere pronto per l'avviamento.
Restiamo in orbita per 60 secondi perché puoi vedere come si scuotono le termiche del veicolo e le prestazioni generali del veicolo.
Se riesci a superare questo periodo sei in una posizione ragionevole per...
Bene, che... Finito...
Il viaggio di SpaceX è un viaggio per dare agli umani l'accesso al sistema solare oltre, che è il vero obiettivo di Starship.
L'impatto che questo razzo avrà sul mondo, non credo che la maggior parte delle persone possa davvero comprendere il cambiamento che avverrà.
È un viaggio davvero selvaggio e gli alti sono alti e i bassi sono bassi perché lavoriamo davvero per arrivare infine a lanciare le persone, il che sarà fantastico.
Più 40.
Non è impossibile solo perché è molto al di là di quanto è stato fatto prima. Lo abbiamo dimostrato più e più volte.
Più 50.
In attesa della mattinata, locale, quasi alle 3:30. E presto faremo la nostra chiamata per il rifornimento. Ok, andiamo. È tutto vostro. Buon Natale dal Ghana Space Center, dove il rifornimento del veicolo è a pochi istanti, mentre i sistemi web vengono attentamente monitorati per l'importante lancio del più grande e potente telescopio mai inviato lontano dal nostro pianeta. È il prodotto di un'impresa dell'ingegno umano. 14 paesi che lavorano tutti insieme. Vogliamo guardare indietro e vedere alcune delle primissime stelle e galassie nate nell'universo primordiale, ciò che chiamiamo alba cosmica. Dobbiamo accettare il fatto che siamo in un'attività rischiosa. Tutti dicevano che se James Webb non avesse avuto successo, la NASA non avrebbe mai più accettato. Ora c'è un piccolo stagno qui sotto. C'è ancora. Ogni tanto venivo a pescare qui. Bene, vorrei raccontarvi l'intera storia dell'universo e un po' di come ne abbiamo appreso qualcosa, la mia parte personale in questo processo e dove andremo da qui. La diapositiva del titolo qui dice dal Big Bang e così via fino alla scoperta della vita aliena. Quindi non l'abbiamo ancora trovata esattamente ma penso che sia possibile nei prossimi decenni. Quindi voglio delineare alla fine come speriamo di scoprirlo. Ci sono molti misteri. Mi sono interessato alla matematica e alla scienza quando ero bambino. Ecco una foto del posto in cui sono cresciuto. Mio padre era uno scienziato ma studiava le mucche da latte. Mi ha detto che le persone sono fatte di cellule con cromosomi. Ricordo che avevo circa 6 anni e avevo sentito parlare dell'infinito. È piuttosto affascinante. Quindi, ok. Voglio saperne di più. A 8 anni leggevo le biografie di Galileo e Darwin e prendevo tutti i libri di scienza che potevo dalla biblioteca pubblica. Mi ci sono appassionato molto presto. Quando ho iniziato la missione sapevo che sarebbe stata emozionante e ho detto, questa è la cosa più bella di cui abbia mai sentito parlare. Questo è ciò su cui voglio lavorare e non mi interessa quanto sia difficile o quanto tempo ci vorrà. Voglio solo lavorarci e far sì che accada. Amo la sensazione di stupore, ma condividere quell'entusiasmo con qualcuno è la seconda sensazione migliore al mondo. È molto vicino, ma non lo è. Queste due, lei.
Una delle cose che crescendo in città non abbiamo mai visto era il cielo. Ricordo che uno di questi ricordi di infanzia più importanti è quando andavo in Canada per una vacanza con la famiglia e i miei genitori mi accompagnavano fuori una sera per guardare la Via Lattea. E io non capivo cosa fosse. E pensavo, c'è del latte lassù. Loro dicono, no, quello è il nostro sistema solare e stiamo osservando tutte le stelle che altrimenti non vedresti. E io non ci avevo proprio capito niente perché non avevo mai avuto a che fare con queste cose prima nella mia vita.
Ed eccomi qui, anni dopo, a seguire la straordinaria storia del telescopio spaziale James Webb. La natura ha questo modo di essere ancora più creativa di noi, quindi siamo sempre rimasti sorpresi da ciò che vediamo nel cielo. Questa è un'avventura davvero straordinaria, quella che abbiamo vissuto. Il primo Hubble Deep Field è uscito quando ero al liceo. Sapevo già che volevo diventare un astronomo ma ricordo di essere rimasto semplicemente affascinato da queste immagini che arrivavano da Hubble. Ha lasciato senza parole vedere quella prima immagine in campo profondo e mi ha fatto pensare, sì, questo è ciò che voglio fare. La prima concezione del telescopio spaziale James Webb derivava dal fatto che Hubble aveva ripreso un campo profondo e non aveva visto galassie appena formate dopo la nascita dell'universo. È un po' come se ci mancasse quel primo tassello del puzzle su come le galassie hanno ottenuto il loro inizio. Ogni volta che la NASA costruisce un nuovo telescopio, deve essere molto più sensibile di qualsiasi cosa abbiamo mai costruito prima, quindi ogni volta che lanciamo qualcosa è una nuova finestra sull'universo E così per il WebNode abbiamo dovuto costruire qualcosa che fosse 100 volte più capace. La cosa principale che il web ha dovuto fare per avere successo è stata trovare queste primissime galassie. Guardare indietro nel tempo, a una parte dello spazio che non avevamo mai visto prima e vedere la primissima epopea di galassie nate dopo il Big Bang. Le persone pensano che il Big Bang sia un mistero, perché pensano che non sia ciò che è. L'immagine reale che abbiamo come astronomi è che l'intero universo si sta espandendo. La materia si sta allontanando da altra materia in modo piuttosto fluido e continuo. Bene, e vediamo galassie che si allontanano da noi. Quindi, cosa le farà allontanare? Beh, qualcosa le ha allontanate in quel modo, ma poiché immaginiamo che l'universo sia infinito, deve esserci una causa infinitamente grande, qualunque essa sia. Quindi, immaginiamo semplicemente di far girare il filmato all'indietro nella nostra mente finché non diventa diverso. Quindi, quando si torna abbastanza indietro nel tempo, è lì la temperatura, tutto si amalgama. Le galassie si amalgamano zega, le stelle si amalgamano zega, gli atomi si amalgamano zega, gli atomi si smembrano nelle loro particelle subatomiche costituenti. Quindi, questo è il film che si ottiene se si ripercorre tutto al contrario. Quindi, quando si esaurisce l'immaginazione, si dice che è il Big Bang. Quindi, inutile dire che gli astronomi hanno immaginato per molto tempo. Cos'era? Come lo chiameresti se potessi dargli un nome? Io lo chiamo semplicemente la storia dell'universo in espansione. In Calvin e Hobbes, c'era una risposta diversa. Calvin lo chiamava l'orrendo caos spaziale, ma non ha funzionato. Ora vi chiedo di fare un passo avanti per ricevere i vostri premi Nobel dalle mani di Sua Maestà, il Re. Ed era il marzo del 1996. Quando John Mather entrò nel mio ufficio qui al Goddard e mi ha chiesto se mi sarebbe piaciuto lavorare con lui a un'idea per un nuovo telescopio a cui stava pensando. E quando John è venuto a dirmi questo, ovviamente era prima che ricevesse il premio Nobel ma tutti sapevano che se John ti chiedeva di lavorare con lui avresti voluto farlo, quindi ho detto che, certo, sarebbe stato divertente. Ho pensato che avrei fatto questo per un paio d'anni. Allora, Dottor Smith, cos'è un telescopio spaziale di nuova generazione? L'NGST o telescopio spaziale di nuova generazione è il logico successore del telescopio spaziale Hubble o HST. L'NGST è progettato per vedere le prime stelle e galassie che si accendono nell'universo. E, eccoci qui. Sai, più di 25 anni dopo. E, sto ancora lavorando sul web. Salve. L'amministratore O'Keefe ha ribattezzato il telescopio spaziale di nuova generazione in telescopio spaziale James Webb in onore di James Webb che è stato il secondo amministratore della NASA. Quindi perché chiamarlo come lui? James Webb è stato in gran parte responsabile per il successo del programma Apollo. Quindi sia la scienza che la tecnologia apprezzeranno la tua leadership in questo campo. Penso che questo possa essere un vantaggio per questo programma. Penso che col tempo, sarà come tante altre cose. Questo è a metà del viaggio, e quindi lui sta facendo questo viaggio. Esatto. Ma alla fine, potrebbero essere contenti che ce l'abbiamo fatta. Oltre l'alto cancello. Roger, l'EVA sta procedendo magnificamente. Il telescopio Webb è un po' come mio figlio perché ci ho lavorato fin dal primo giorno in cui abbiamo iniziato. Quindi quando ho iniziato con il Webb il mio figlio più giovane era appena nato. Ha una laurea magistrale, lavora alla Johns Hopkins e compirà 28 anni. Avevo i capelli. Non avevo bisogno di apparecchi acustici o occhiali. E sì, è un periodo lungo, ma col senno di poi. È anche un periodo breve. Abbiamo avuto questo scopo singolare per 25 anni. Rendere il telescopio spaziale James Webb una realtà. E sai, all'inizio la gente pensava che fossimo matti perché le sfide tecniche erano così scoraggianti e il numero di cose che dovevamo sviluppare o letteralmente inventare era ingente. Ricordo che avevamo un disegnatore che era in grado di disegnare quello che dicevamo su una lavagna e noi dicevamo che ci serviva un grande telescopio con un grande paraluce, un grande ombrello per proteggerlo dal calore del sole. Così disegnò questo sulla lavagna e noi tutti dicemmo: sì, sembra piuttosto buono, ci serve qualcosa del genere e dovrà essere pieghevole. E abbiamo iniziato a parlare di come ripiegarlo e quello era solo l'inizio e sapevamo di essere sulla buona strada. Nelle prime fasi della missione parliamo con gli scienziati e scopriamo quali sono gli obiettivi scientifici di questa missione. Cosa vuoi che faccia? Giusto? Poi lo inseriamo in un linguaggio che gli ingegneri capiscono chiamato requisiti. Quanto deve essere grande? Che tipo di sensibilità vuoi? In altre parole, qual è la cosa più importante che vuoi vedere? L'osservatorio James Webb è composto da 3 parti. La prima parte è il telescopio e gli strumenti scientifici. Devono essere molto freddi. Sono progettati per raccogliere la luce infrarossa, quindi l'infrarosso è qualcosa che non puoi vedere con i tuoi occhi. Il telescopio Hubble può vederne un po', ma non è freddo, quindi il telescopio Hubble si illumina ed emette luce infrarossa, quindi non puoi usarlo per fare tutte le cose che gli astronomi hanno identificato come la loro prossima priorità assoluta. Questo telescopio sarà nello spazio, sarà raffreddato a una temperatura molto bassa di 45 gradi sopra lo zero assoluto in modo che non si illumini. C'è uno strumento lì dentro chiamato MIRI, che vuole essere di circa 7 gradi Kelvin. E per mettere le cose in prospettiva, il ghiaccio secco di anidride carbonica è a circa meno 109 gradi F. La seconda parte è il bus della navicella spaziale, e il bus della navicella spaziale funziona a temperatura ambiente qui a 70 gradi Fahrenheit. E ha i soliti sottosistemi il sottosistema di comunicazione IDA, il computer EIDA, i propulsori IDA, il sistema di alimentazione elettrica. Poi tra i due c'è la terza parte, il parasole. 5 strati sottili delle dimensioni di un campo da tennis che separano il lato caldo dal lato freddo. 5 piccoli strati che mantengono questa cosa all'ombra. E questo ombrello, come potreste chiamarlo, non è un ombrello qualunque. Sul lato caldo 200.000 watt di radiazione solare lo colpiscono e riesce a lasciar passare solo 0,2 watt. Questo ombrello sta creando una differenza di quasi 600 gradi Fahrenheit. E se fosse una crema solare avrebbe un fattore di protezione solare di 10 milioni. E dovrà ripiegarsi. E abbiamo iniziato a parlare di come si è ripiegato, e deve essere più grande del telescopio Hubble, e deve arrivare molto lontano. E non possiamo farlo arrivare lì senza un razzo piuttosto grande. Quindi qual è il più grande che puoi ottenere? Non è poi così grande. Dovremo realizzare un telescopio che sia molto più grande dell'Hubble e allo stesso tempo molto più leggero. Abbiamo finito per avere metà della massa e 7 volte l'area di raccolta. Tutti 13.670 libbre. Tutte e 6 le tonnellate di questo devono essere lanciate a 1 milione di miglia nello spazio. E deve stare in una carenatura che ha un diametro di soli 5 metri circa, quando le dimensioni di questo parasole sono di 21 metri di diametro. Quindi per farlo dobbiamo piegarlo come un origami in modo che stia qui dentro. Ben presto sapremo che il nostro lavoro è piuttosto arduo, ok? Avremo un sacco di invenzioni lungo il cammino, quindi abbiamo stilato una lista di 10 invenzioni che dovevamo abbastanza velocemente e abbiamo detto ok mondo dici come puoi realizzare queste invenzioni. Devi tenere a mente che molte delle tecnologie per il web erano nuove tecnologie giusto? Quindi hai un piano su come lo farai e quando lo testi molte volte qualcosa non funziona, hai un programma una certa quantità di tempo e una certa quantità di denaro fondamentalmente le persone, anche se non lo dicono esattamente, pensano che il tuo telescopio sembri strano. Quindi il nostro telescopio sembra diverso da tutti gli altri telescopi che hai mai visto. Non assomiglia al piccolo tubo di Galileo con una lente a ciascuna estremità. Molto diverso da qualsiasi cosa abbiamo mai costruito prima. Stiamo costruendo un telescopio perfettamente perfetto a terra. Lo stiamo allineando a terra. Lo stiamo testando a terra. Funzionerà perfettamente. Giusto? Sarà fantastico. Poi cosa facciamo? Lo smontiamo, lo pieghiamo, lo mettiamo in un veicolo di lancio, poi una volta che lo portiamo in orbita e si dispiega, ora dobbiamo riallinearlo in orbita da remoto 50 dei più complessi mai tentati dispiegamenti robotici. Il telescopio sembra strano, ma è una questione di prospettiva. Per me, invece, è bellissimo. Quindi questa è la tua missione, se decidi di accettarla. Sì, abbiamo avuto 344 singoli guasti, 295 dei quali associati allo spiegamento quasi tutti i quali avrebbero posto fine alla missione. Quindi, per quanto riguarda il web time, dovremo probabilmente tornare al 1990 time con il lancio del telescopio spaziale Hubble e il decollo dello Space Shuttle Discovery con il telescopio spaziale Hubble, la nostra finestra sull'universo. La NASA lancia il telescopio spaziale Hubble la più grande missione scientifica spaziale di sempre. Le prestazioni del Discovery Houston sono nominali. E poco dopo, si scopre che la sua visione è sfocata. La conclusione a cui siamo giunti è che sembra esserci una significativa aberrazione sferica nell'ottica. È stato devastante perché a quel punto avevo lavorato per tutta la mia carriera su Hubble. Il congresso ha tenuto delle udienze. Hubble è il bersaglio delle barzellette televisive a tarda notte. Diventa una delle principali imbarazzo e un grosso occhio nero per l'agenzia. Sebbene la superficie dello specchio fosse perfettamente liscia, lo specchio più liscio mai realizzato dall'uomo sulla Terra. Il problema è che era troppo piatto ai bordi, circa 1/1000 di pollice, ovvero meno del diametro di un capello umano. Ma questo era sufficiente a causare le immagini tremendamente sfocate che vedevamo. I miei vicini, che erano tutti molto, felici, e si congratulavano con me per il mio lavoro all'Hubble, venivano da me mentre spingevo mio figlio nel passeggino e dicevano: cavolo, deve essere un duro lavoro lavorare su un disastro nazionale. Possiamo caratterizzare il problema Terra, il problema dell'aberrazione sferica, Sira, abbastanza bene da poter trarre vantaggio da una polizza assicurativa di cui non abbiamo parlato molto. E cioè, abbiamo iniziato molto tempo fa a pianificare un programma di manutenzione. Cioè, ogni 3 anni pianifichiamo di andare con lo Space Shuttle sostituire gli strumenti, sostituire le cose che si rompono. Sono arrivato alla NASA nel 1991 come parte del team per aiutare a riparare il telescopio spaziale Hubble. Ho finito per guidare un team che stava sviluppando ottiche correttive per il telescopio. Gli astronauti installavano le ottiche correttive e una nuova telecamera aggiornata. È tutto fantastico qui fuori? Un sacco di lavoro, ma ne è valsa la pena. E dopo 5 EVA, passeggiate spaziali, gli astronauti sono tornati a casa e circa 2 settimane dopo, ci siamo tolti le bende dagli occhi e all'improvviso Hubble era riparato. Era completamente riparato. La lente a contatto più significativa nella storia americana. Questa è la foto scattata dopo la missione di manutenzione e funziona benissimo. In effetti, meglio dei requisiti originali e funziona ancora oggi come uno degli strumenti scientifici più potenti mai creati. Questa è una delle cose della costruzione del JST. Non avevamo questo lusso all'L2 dove non potevamo ripararlo. Sapevamo che il punto L2 è stato scelto per il telescopio Webb perché è il primo posto in cui è possibile andare dove la Terra e il Sole sono sempre nella stessa direzione. Quindi puoi mettere il tuo ombrello unilaterale e proteggere il tuo telescopio, cosa che vuoi fare per mantenere il telescopio freddo come la ragnatela. Se lo mandi ancora qualche metro più lontano, alla fine scapperà e si allontanerà dalla Terra. Se lo lasci, qualche metro più vicino, ricadrà verso la Terra e avrà una specie di orbita caotica interessante e un modo che non ti piacerebbe. Quindi è il confine tra l'orbita terrestre e l'orbita solare. Ed è un buon punto. Sapevamo che questa missione avrebbe richiesto una serie di strutture di prova, impianti di produzione e strutture di prova che non esistevano al mondo. Fin dall'inizio ci è stato detto di sviluppare una partnership internazionale per costruire il telescopio Webb. Webb è uno sforzo globale. NASA, ESA, CSA e appaltatori lavorano tutti insieme. Sono stati 14 i paesi in più di 29 stati che hanno contribuito a Webb. L'ho sempre chiamato un po' il fattore crisata, come se ci chiedessimo se possiamo davvero farlo. Questo nuovo telescopio ha, credo, circa 64 megapixel. Non è che potessimo costruire e testare cose in quei primi tempi, quindi vivevamo in un mondo virtuale per quanto riguarda le simulazioni al computer, la modellazione al computer. Avevamo scelto la nostra architettura alla fine del 2002 e ovviamente è stato allora che le cose si sono fatte davvero molto impegnative nel tentativo di rendere questa architettura fattibile, perché direi che anche a quel punto non eravamo del tutto sicuri che avrebbe funzionato tutto. Sembrava semplicemente così lontano. Continuiamo a fare progressi sul telescopio perché più facciamo più possibilità abbiamo che questa cosa continui come programma. Penso che tra le tecnologie quelle che ricordo essere state più impegnative siano state lo sviluppo del materiale per gli specchi primari. Abbiamo fatto un grande sforzo per determinare quale sarebbe stato quel materiale ed è stata una scelta un po' esotica. Abbiamo scelto un materiale chiamato burillio I, che è l'elemento numero 4 nella tavola periodica. È estremamente rigido, estremamente leggero. Sono state le proprietà criogeniche del burillium a prevalere. Min è la sua stabilità a basse temperature e la sua conduttività termica I, la stabilità termica delle cose. Estraiamo il minerale? Dobbiamo perforare e far esplodere la rite e rimuoverla per ottenere lo strato di cenere vulcanica dove si trova il burillium. 10.000 anni fa, questo era il fondale del lago Bonneville, e milioni di anni fa era un antico oceano. Quindi viene pressato in questo blocco da 550 libbre, che viene poi lavorato fino a raggiungere un peso di circa 50 libbre. Una volta che il blocco è stato lavorato fino a raggiungere un peso di circa 50 libbre, il retro viene lavorato a nido d'ape. È davvero bello. Il lato anteriore viene lucidato. Stiamo collegando i motori sul retro in modo che gli specchi possano effettivamente muoversi e flettersi nello spazio in modo da potersi allineare. Quindi quello che facciamo è effettivamente sottrarre gravità. Quindi stiamo costruendo questo in un luogo in cui c'è gravità. Questo telescopio opera in uno spazio privo di gravità. Il cambiamento di temperatura che avviene tra la Terra e lo spazio deforma notevolmente lo specchio. Si lucida letteralmente la superficie sbagliata, trasformandola in uno specchio O, in modo che quando si raffredda e cambia forma O, la superficie diventa quella giusta. Quindi
rendiamo lo specchio meno buono sulla Terra in modo che possa essere più perfetto nello spazio.
li manderemmo poi a Huntsville, in Alabama, ISA, dove li testeremmo a Marshall, Fusey. Li raffredderemmo a temperature molto basse e misureremmo con uno speciale dispositivo di prova come cambiano mentre si raffreddano. Parliamo un po' prima di quei 18 iconici specchi dorati che si trovano su questo telescopio. Amber, puoi raccontarci qualcosa di più scientifico su quegli specchi? Quindi, il motivo per cui gli specchi sono dorati è innanzitutto perché l'oro è un buon riflettore della luce infrarossa. Abbiamo già parlato di come il web vedrà l'universo nella parte infrarossa dello spettro. Ciò significa che vedrà una luce che è solo un po' più rossa della luce visibile rispetto a quella che i tuoi occhi possono vedere. E così si scopre che l'oro riflette molto bene quel tipo di luce. Ecco. Perché lo specchio è d'oro? Queste sono cose che le persone non sanno che servono per costruire un telescopio come il telescopio Webb. Ma ogni settimana che passava, iniziavamo a ricevere domande del tipo perché ci sta volendo così tanto tempo. E se andrà avanti ancora per molto, e c'era molta pressione, ok. Il Comitato per la Scienza, lo Spazio e la Tecnologia si è riunito. Il telescopio spaziale James Webb è stato identificato dalla comunità astrofisica come la sua massima priorità. Ci sono state voci in giro. Si è detto, annulliamo questa cosa, Personalmente, c'era sempre stata una preoccupazione da molto prima che potessimo finire come il superconduttore, giusto? Non voglio che il telescopio Webb finisca così. Un progetto scientifico molto grande è finito per essere troppo impegnativo e troppo lungo, e la gente ha perso il coraggio di portarlo a termine. Grazie per la domanda. Il Congresso si è preoccupato molto per il nostro telescopio Webb e ha detto: non è una follia non poterlo riparare? E la risposta è sì, era l'unica scelta che avevamo. Il telescopio spaziale James Webb è un altro caso di studio della cattiva gestione della NASA. Come possiamo immaginarlo? Spero che non perdiamo di vista il motivo per cui gli Stati Uniti stanno intraprendendo questa complessa missione in primo luogo. Se il James Webb fosse completamente finanziato, la NASA sarebbe sulla buona strada per lanciare l'osservatorio spaziale più grande e potente mai costruito. La persona media penserebbe: non potrei sopportare la pressione, l'ansia e tutto il resto. E qual è il segreto? Come si fa a gestire la pressione di una cosa del genere? È una domanda incredibile. Direi che i legami che abbiamo costruito attraverso i fallimenti e poi attraverso i successi ovviamente, erano una famiglia Abbiamo sostenuto che la posizione di responsabile delle operazioni di missione per mamme era quella di essere la mamma di tutti. Quindi, tutti qui dentro sapete che sapete che si arriva al punto in cui li si mette quasi personalmente nelle posizioni e li si aiuta a crescere in ciò che accadrà. Si cerca di prepararli. E sapete? Perché dicevo alla gente che era un lavoro molto stressante, man mano che ci avvicinavamo. E dovevi lavorare con le persone per aiutarle a gestire lo stress e cose del genere. Quindi, tendi a essere una mamma e una buona amica e tutte conoscevamo i rischi, sapevamo tutte che non era una cosa sicura. Nessuna di noi se n'è andata. Di questo sono orgogliosa. Prima di tutto, eravamo noi stesse e abbiamo portato i nostri punti di forza e le nostre parti colorate. Il modo in cui siamo sopravvissute alla fine, se potessi attribuirlo a una cosa, è che più i detrattori ci attaccavano, più noi come squadra eravamo unite. Se i detrattori pensavano che avrebbero cancellato questo programma con quello che hanno fatto ci hanno solo rafforzati. Nei primi tempi, fino a ora, praticamente, il budget non era quello che il progetto richiedeva effettivamente. Il budget era ciò che le persone potevano ottenere per noi. E così, non è cambiato finché la senatrice Makowski non ha scritto una lettera e ha detto: siamo stanchi di sentirvi. Quando ci direte il numero reale? Non lo ha detto esattamente con quelle parole, ma per favore smettetela di metterci in imbarazzo. Quindi, qual è il numero reale? 2, 1. Senatore. Buongiorno, Goddard. Come stiamo oggi? Sono così felice di essere qui con voi nel nuovo anno. Ciò che ci ha spinto a insistere sono state persone come la senatrice Makowski, Cook, che era una grande sostenitrice del web, Cheats, della NASA Goddard e della scienza in generale. La comunità scientifica era ampiamente e solidamente a favore del web perché conosceva il potenziale di questa cosa e quanto fosse importante. Quando andiamo nello spazio non andiamo per conquistare, andiamo alla scoperta di nuove cose sull'universo. Finiamo di assemblarlo e lo spediamo alla NASA. Non ne sappiamo molto. Sappiamo che era composto da 18 pezzi. Abbiamo delle foto di com'era e torniamo indietro apposta. E questo è tutto. Tutto il resto è un po' segreto. Lo portiamo solo dal punto A al punto B. Ogni specchio vale circa 20. E ne abbiamo 3 nel rimorchio, quindi sono 60 milioni di dollari. E se guidassimo il camion pensando costantemente che ci sono 60 milioni di dollari nel rimorchio, probabilmente impazziremmo e saremmo nervosi come un relitto. Dobbiamo solo trattarlo come tutto il resto, guidarlo e fare il nostro lavoro. Ciao ragazzi! Quel nuovo specchio spaziale che stiamo trasportando nel rimorchio sarà a poco più di 1 milione di miglia di distanza e ne abbiamo percorsi 1,3 milioni con l'ultimo camion. Quindi sarà molto lontano. Posso dirvelo, Pier, perché 1 milione di miglia è un bel po' di tempo al volante di un camion. Quindi, posso dirvi che 1 milione di miglia di distanza è una grande distanza. È reale. L'ho visto. Ho visto le casse in cui vanno gli specchi. Ho visto il disegno di come saranno gli specchi una volta montati. Ne hai 18 tutti agganciati insieme. Quindi devi immaginare che li pieghino uno per uno e poi li aprano tutti allo stesso tempo. È proprio come un fiore. Sarà bellissimo. Ho un po' di difficoltà a dormire, sapendo che questi specchi sono su un camion che attraversa il paese. Quindi questi sono gli ultimi 3 segmenti di specchio per il telescopio spaziale James Webb. Quindi sì, oggi è un traguardo incredibile, emozionante. Vale la pena alzarsi presto per questo. Vale assolutamente la pena alzarsi presto e stare qui al freddo, certo. Questi specchi vedranno letteralmente la luce delle prime galassie nate nell'universo. Roba così emozionante. È qui che portiamo tutti i VIP che passano per Goddard? Quindi, voi ragazzi siete sicuramente dei VIP. Oh mio Dio. Quindi sì, questa è la camera bianca più grande del mondo, nel suo genere. E se guardate lassù, vedrete i familiari. Pod che sono stati sul vostro camion nell'ultimo anno. Sono stupendi. Sono bellissimi. E quindi questa grande struttura gialla qui è dove monteremo gli specchi sul piano posteriore del telescopio. Quindi starà in piano e poi quel braccio robotico proprio lì prenderà tutti gli specchi e li posizionerà sul piano posteriore. Quindi sì, dobbiamo mantenere tutto pulito in modo che una volta che arriva nella parte pulita dello spazio sia è già pulito. È davvero pulito? Sì. E voglio dire, vedete i ragazzi con le tute da coniglio qui sotto? Quindi devono rimanere protetti. E quell'intero muro qui è fatto di filtri dell'aria. Quindi immagino che non si possa fumare lì dentro. Sicuramente no. Non sono ammesse ali di pollo nella camera bianca, niente TV. È tutto così pulito. Però sono molto impegnati. Questo è semplicemente straordinario, sì. Quindi, quando guardiamo questa cosa decollare, sappiamo che è nello spazio 1. Oh, eccoci lì. Eravamo lì. Sì, l'abbiamo vista. C'è una scena molto tesa qui, quando questi due ragazzi di L3 Harris stavano lavorando sullo specchio primario per togliere quelle coperture. Si erano esercitati per un paio di settimane prima di questo. Ma questa è una procedura molto delicata. Qualsiasi passo falso potrebbe danneggiare lo specchio primario. Anche se una goccia di sudore cade sullo specchio, ciò potrebbe far ritardare la missione di, 6 mesi o un anno o giù di lì, perché stanno lavorando per pulirlo. A un certo punto ci hanno detto che avevano bisogno di silenzio. Quindi molti di noi, me compreso, hanno fatto un passo indietro. Questa è una cosa che non ci piace fare sul web o su qualsiasi telescopio ovvero stare sopra le ottiche con degli umani sopra le ottiche con degli umani sopra le ottiche Quindi, ed è una cosa che ho fatto parecchie volte sul web. Il tecnico è su un trampolino attaccato a un carrello elevatore. È fondamentalmente una piattaforma con imbracatura attaccata a un carrello elevatore sopra lo specchio primario. E poi rimuovere fisicamente una copertura rigida da ogni segmento dello specchio. I segmenti dello specchio distano pochi millimetri l'uno dall'altro, quindi è molto difficile rimuovere qualcosa senza graffiare o danneggiare la superficie ottica. Quindi è stata un'operazione molto delicata e ha dimostrato quanto avremmo dovuto essere attenti. È stato meraviglioso. È stato meraviglioso vedere gli strumenti arrivare alla camera bianca allineati. Penso che la gente sappia che una volta che siamo in queste camere, è uno sforzo enorme tenerle fredde. Quindi lavoriamo 24 ore al giorno e 7 giorni su 7 per 3 mesi, voglio dire. E sapevo che quella rete era una cosa molto importante perché stavano solo montando gli specchi quando sono arrivato qui. Voglio dire, non puoi non apprezzare il suo aspetto perché è enorme. È dorato, è bello ed è così diverso da qualsiasi altro. Ma uno dei miei ricordi più importanti della vita è stata la prima volta che sono entrato nella camera bianca e c'è qualcosa di veramente speciale nell'indossare un costume da coniglio e io, soprattutto per andare al lavoro. Non ho mai perso la mia passione per l'idea di indossare un costume da coniglio, aprire quelle porte e vedere un telescopio spaziale in una stanza. Di solito, per lavoro, documentiamo cosa stanno facendo ingegneri e tecnici. E non è normale che i produttori arrivino di notte per girare delle riprese glamour di qualcosa. Quindi abbiamo ottenuto il permesso dal progetto di entrare e dare al web un trattamento davvero speciale con queste riprese. Abbiamo assunto una troupe addetta alle luci, abbiamo ripulito un sacco di attrezzatura nella camera bianca e queste sono diventate delle riprese iconiche del telescopio. Penso che ci siamo integrati di più in una squadra rispetto a molti altri gruppi media. Ma sì, ti senti totalmente parte della squadra quando sei vestito come il resto della squadra e poi impari a conoscere la tua squadra. Da questa prospettiva. Sai, ci sono alcune persone che ho incontrato solo nella camera bianca e sono rimasto scioccato nel vedere che aspetto avevano realmente fuori dalla camera bianca. Quindi, vai avanti e portaci a fare un giro della struttura. E vorrei far notare che questa è la stessa struttura che per molti anni è stata utilizzata per sviluppare l'hardware di manutenzione per il telescopio spaziale Hubble. Quindi, sta passando alla sua prossima generazione. Paul, è tutto tuo. Quindi ci sono 4 strumenti e il modulo di strumenti scientifici vero e proprio. Webb ha 4 strumenti scientifici all'avanguardia e una guida. Gli strumenti sono costituiti da una serie di telecamere ad alta risoluzione che forniscono belle immagini e spettrografi. E gli spettrografi sono il vero muscolo scientifico dietro James Webb. Sono quelli che possono estrarre i segnali che ti dicono la fisica e la chimica degli oggetti che stanno osservando. Dietro ogni immagine e spettro che stiamo vedendo da Webb, il nostro strumento deve funzionare. Quindi la NASA ha chiesto all'agenzia canadese di contribuire con il sensore di guida fine. Questo strumento è quello che cerca una particolare stella nel cielo, quella che chiamiamo stella guida SIA. Una volta trovata, mantiene quella posizione. L'intento è quello di mantenere l'osservatorio il più stabile possibile. Se vuoi scattare una foto con la tua macchina fotografica e la tua macchina fotografica si muove, la foto non sarà di buona qualità. Quindi facciamo lo stesso in orbita con questo strumento di cui mi occupo ed è un'operazione complessa. Sono un astrofisico, ma lavoro come ingegnere di sistema, in particolare sul telescopio spaziale James Webb, POIN, occupandomi di uno degli strumenti scientifici e lo strumento che guida il telescopio per consentirgli di scattare tutte queste foto che stiamo vedendo. Il sistema non guiderebbe senza la guida. Lei era la responsabile dei sistemi per la guida ed era una cosa molto complessa da fare. Ci sono così tanti dettagli tecnici. Lei aveva le mani su tutto. Non so come avremmo potuto superare tutto quel complicato percorso per verificare che Webb potesse puntare e tracciare correttamente. È stato complicato dimostrare a noi stessi che avrebbe funzionato tutto, e Beon è stata fondamentale per questo. E la cosa fantastica di lei era che aveva questa personalità molto positiva. Sono cresciuto in Spagna. Mi sono laureato lì. Ho conseguito il dottorato in astrofisica nel Regno Unito e poi per motivi familiari ci siamo trasferiti in Canada e lì mi sono trasferito nel settore privato, ma nell'industria spaziale. Ho iniziato in Canada come responsabile tecnico dei 2 strumenti che hanno contribuito a questo telescopio dal Canada. E ovviamente tutte queste cose sono molto accurate. Ogni strumento è costruito per soddisfare le sue esigenze in orbita. Ognuno di essi è stato testato per dimostrare che può sopravvivere alla parte peggiore, fire. Il lancio con le vibrazioni e il rumore, l'acustica. Abbiamo fatto 3 di questi test nella camera qui al GOD. Il primo aveva 2 strumenti, quello canadese e uno europeo. Buongiorno. Sono Chris Galitz, direttore del GD Space Flight Center. Benvenuti al centro. Mi trovo nell'edificio 29 e dietro di me c'è la camera bianca dove stiamo costruendo il telescopio spaziale James Webb e come potete vedere dietro di me ci sono i 18 specchi che formano il telescopio. Ora, affinché possiate iniziare a sentire parlare del telescopio EI, vorrei presentarvi John Mayer. Grazie. Chris. Bene, benvenuti alla nostra festa della scienza di oggi. Penso che sia una giornata meravigliosa per festeggiare e voglio raccontarvi un po' perché lo stiamo facendo. Oggi festeggiamo il fatto che il nostro telescopio è finito e stiamo per dimostrare che funziona. Quindi, questa è una tappa fondamentale per oggi. Quando si lancia un razzo, si verifica quella che chiamiamo vibrazione casuale. È solo una scossa casuale, giusto? Abbiamo eseguito quello che abbiamo chiamato un test di vibrazione con segno EI, che consiste essenzialmente nel far vibrare il tutto a una determinata frequenza EI, scuotendo letteralmente l'intero telescopio per simulare gli effetti del lancio e poi cambiando lentamente la frequenza e osservando come si comporta il sistema. È un test molto più stressante, ma significa che si ha la possibilità di sovrastimare alcune parti. Alcune parti risuonano a determinate frequenze e quando iniziano a risuonare e si eseguono 3, 4, 5, Q, 6, U, 7 vibrazioni U, si inizia ad accumulare energia. Si inizia con una piccola scossa, poi si sale e si scuote un po' più forte e ancora più forte. Si è sentito un forte scoppiettio e i sensori hanno rilevato qualcosa che stava superando i livelli che avevamo detto che se ciò accadeva si sarebbe spento automaticamente. Quindi abbiamo avuto uno spegnimento automatico e ricordo ancora molto bene perché è successo di sabato ed ero a casa durante quel particolare test e ho ricevuto una chiamata che diceva che ci sarebbe stata una chiamata telefonica. Si è verificato uno spegnimento automatico e si è sentito un forte scoppiettio. E il rumore di scoppiettio cattura la tua attenzione perché non dovresti sentire uno scoppiettio quando testi l'hardware di volo e sono letteralmente andato a Goddard. Stavo ascoltando la chiamata telefonica e guidando e abbiamo iniziato a discutere se quel rumore di scoppiettio potesse essere potenzialmente qualcosa che si è rotto. Il telescopio era in realtà ricoperto da questo tipo di materiale plastico ed è stato spurgato con gas secco ma si poteva vedere attraverso il materiale plastico. Quindi mi sono letteralmente arrampicato sotto il telescopio con il telefono nell'orecchio e lo guardavo e ho detto non vedo niente di visibilmente rotto, come se non si fosse staccato niente. Ed è stato davvero difficile da capire. Ma alla fine abbiamo iniziato a eseguire un test separato su alcuni dei meccanismi di contenimento del lancio e sui sistemi che li mantengono agganciati. Abbiamo scoperto qual era il problema, che a un certo livello, queste cose hanno iniziato a cinguettare e quel cinguettio sembrava lo scoppiettio che abbiamo sentito. Lo chiamiamo gapping. Ci siamo convinti che saremmo andati bene per il lancio. C'è così tanto in gioco. Voglio dire, adoro la drammaticità di tutto ciò. Ma devi capire che le carriere delle persone sono fatte di cose come queste. E il web era una missione che sarebbe stata spettacolare, nel bene e nel male. Che fosse fallita o avesse avuto successo, sai, avrebbe sempre fatto la storia. Tutti si impegnano per realizzare qualcosa che è stato delineato come un'idea. L'ispirazione di provare a scoprire qualcosa, di costruire qualcosa che non è mai stato costruito prima, di scoprire qualcosa che non è mai stato conosciuto prima. Ci fa andare avanti e siamo lieti e privilegiati nella nostra posizione qui alla NASA di poter realizzare questo per conto del paese e del mondo. Questo centro di test di curvatura si trovava nella camera bianca principale del Goddard I, la più grande del Goddard I, ed è una struttura fantastica, ma anche quella è al limite di ciò di cui avevamo bisogno per il web. Il segmento ottico del telescopio, la parte con gli specchi e gli strumenti scientifici è stato costruito presso il NASA Greenbelt, RINT, nel Maryland Reeds, quindi imballato e trasportato in aereo al Johnson Space Center di Houston, in Texas. Avevamo bisogno di una camera molto grande per testare otticamente il web da un'estremità all'altra, quindi abbiamo finito per usare la camera A del JSSC Ante, che è la stessa camera a vuoto che è stata usata per testare i lander dell'Apollo, ed è stata una lunga strada. Ma ci siamo. La camera è stata progettata per testare il modulo di servizio e di comando dell'Apollo, quindi aveva un pavimento rotante e un simulatore solare superiore e laterale. Quindi simulavano l'orbita del viaggio verso la Luna, dove il sistema di controllo termico passivo dell'Apollo ruotava faceva una specie di barbecue roll e si esercitava a riscaldarsi e raffreddarsi. E lo facevamo con veri astronauti. Era prima che io arrivassi. Quindi quando dico che lo facevamo mi riferisco alla NASA non a me personalmente, Non è stato molto utilizzato. Credo che ci fosse la preoccupazione che potesse essere messo fuori servizio o demolito, e volevano preservarlo e lo hanno reso un monumento storico nazionale. La camera A-FI, con la sua porta di 40 piedi di diametro, è un'icona della cultura pop. È apparsa in video musicali come quelli degli Aerosmith. È apparsa in Armageddon e Transformers 3. Stiamo ancora lavorando ai preparativi per web quando abbiamo cercato di ripulire la baia alta per il film Transformers 3. E hanno dovuto ottenere il permesso da web per filmare in modo da non interferire con il programma del telescopio. Ma web è stata davvero la cosa più complicata che avessero mai fatto dai tempi dell'Apollo. L'obiettivo del test del telescopio nella camera A era in realtà quello di accertarci che tutto funzionasse correttamente alle bassissime temperature e che tutti i sistemi ottici funzionassero correttamente a basse temperature. È stata l'unica volta in cui abbiamo potuto testare l'intero telescopio a temperature molto basse. Il test è durato nominalmente 3 mesi, durante i quali avremmo raffreddato il telescopio. Ci è voluto quasi un mese per raffreddare il telescopio a questa temperatura di meno 400 gradi Fahrenheit. E poi per poco più di un mese siamo rimasti a queste temperature molto basse. Era la prima volta che avremmo testato l'intero specchio primario come specchio perché fino a quel momento avevamo testato solo specchi singoli, quindi dovevamo verificare che le forme di tutti corrispondessero. Era la prima volta che avremmo testato il telescopio, sai, in un certo senso dall'inizio alla fine. La maggior parte del raffreddamento che eseguiamo in realtà avviene tramite un contenitore di azoto liquido molto grande all'interno della camera a vuoto. Ci facciamo passare l'azoto liquido e questo ci raffredda fino a circa 75 gradi sopra lo zero assoluto. Per ottenere ancora più freddo avremo un sistema di elio liquido al suo interno, ma la maggior parte della capacità di raffreddamento deriva dall'azoto liquido stesso. La sequenza del test prevedeva circa 30 giorni per raffreddare tutto. Avevamo pianificato circa 30 giorni per i test e poi circa 30 giorni per riscaldare tutto. Quindi quando si pianifica uno di questi test in una camera IA, si eseguono sempre le procedure di emergenza. Se le cose vanno male, cosa farò? E ricordo ancora il nostro primo incontro per Houston in cui abbiamo esaminato tutte le cose che possiamo fare se la camera perde energia, se questo strumento non funziona, eccetera. E poi hanno detto, dobbiamo anche prepararci per un uragano. E ricordo di essere stato lì a dire, cosa? Stai scherzando? Abbiamo iniziato a sentire parlare di una tempesta in arrivo qui, una tempesta tropicale, e ci siamo riuniti tutti in una stanza. Abbiamo iniziato a parlare di piani di emergenza perché avevamo pensato molto al potenziale di tempeste e uragani. E avevamo una scorta di azoto liquido per 5 giorni, nel caso ci fosse mai stata una grande tempesta. Sai, ci siamo preparati. La tempesta è salita di categoria 3 e 4. Quindi stavamo monitorando e ricordo di aver finito il mio turno e sembrava che l'uragano stesse per arrivare e ci siamo chiesti cosa avremmo fatto e loro ci hanno detto che lo avremmo saputo. Quindi non preoccupatevi, tornate a casa. Ricordo di essere andato a cena con alcuni colleghi. Siamo andati al ristorante per cena e quando siamo usciti dall'acqua, sapete, stavamo remando sull'acqua. L'acqua sulla strada era alta fino al marciapiede. Quindi quella notte è arrivato l'uragano. E sabato mattina è arrivato e sapete che il cielo si è schiarito un po' E abbiamo detto, ok, bene, sembra che ce l'abbiamo fatta a superare il peggio. La tempesta ci aveva colpito e quindi sapete che avevamo tutti questi materassi ad aria e un paio di persone sono rimaste lì venerdì sera ma in realtà abbiamo ricominciato a fare i test e sapete che sabato pomeriggio abbiamo ottenuto la prima misurazione dello specchio primario. La prima volta che abbiamo visto l'intero specchio primario è stato subito dopo l'uragano, il giorno dopo. Ma letteralmente entro un'ora o due da quelle prime misurazioni, alcuni di noi erano effettivamente usciti a cena per festeggiare. Ce l'abbiamo fatta. E mentre eravamo lì, abbiamo ricevuto un'email dal meteorologo che ci diceva che sembrava che la tempesta stesse arrivando a spirale e che sabato sera ne avremmo avuta una molto più forte. Il Texas stava sentendo tutta la forza dell'uragano. Qui non misuriamo la pioggia in pollici, la misuriamo in piedi. Le tempeste più potenti negli Stati Uniti hanno 20 a 30 miglia orarie e sono una tempesta insidiosa. Sono in corso le operazioni di ricerca e soccorso. Sai, credo che quella settimana abbiamo avuto 51 pollici di pioggia, ma più di 42 pollici sono caduti in una notte ed è stato folle. Ed è stato così intenso che l'acqua ha iniziato letteralmente a entrare dal tetto. Quindi abbiamo iniziato a dover coprire l'attrezzatura. Voglio dire, sei lì e vedi l'acqua arrivare e poi vedi loro arrivare e sistemare tutto. Quindi ci occupavamo solo della quotidianità. Sai, è stato incredibile da vedere. Ma allo stesso tempo lavoravamo e cercavamo di gestire tutto questo. E si è scoperto che la tempesta è durata ben 5 giorni. Avevamo una scorta di azoto liquido per 5 giorni, ma si avvicinava ai 5 giorni e c'è stato un momento in cui avremmo dovuto fare quello che viene chiamato un riscaldamento di emergenza e riscaldare le cose ancora più velocemente del previsto, in un modo che non avevamo mai fatto prima in nessuna delle prove. Sarebbero rotti dei pezzi. Non puoi lasciare che le cose cambino temperatura così rapidamente in quel tipo di materiali e aspettarti che sopravvivano se non riusciamo a ottenere dell'azoto liquido. Ma il problema era che il fornitore di azoto liquido era sott'acqua. Era stato dichiarato lo stato di emergenza e quindi ottenere le nostre spedizioni di azoto liquido non era una priorità dello Stato e dovevamo fare in modo che accadesse. Il centro ha fatto un ottimo lavoro nell'utilizzare le risorse del centro per prendere l'azoto liquido da ogni altro punto del centro e riversarlo nei nostri serbatoi, e molti dei team dormivano nella sala di controllo. L'uragano Harvey è stato uno di quei momenti in cui il team ha rinunciato a tutto per la protezione del telescopio. Eravamo letteralmente all'ultimo giorno. Ricordo di essere arrivato molto presto la mattina e dopo diverse ore siamo finalmente riusciti a trovare il presidente della divisione, che in un certo senso gestiva l'azoto liquido, e sono riusciti a trovare un autista e un camion e a preparare un paio di camion di rifornimenti. E finalmente sono arrivati quella sera o la mattina dopo. Penso che avremmo fatto un riscaldamento di emergenza e incrociato un po' le dita, ma sono arrivati e ricordo perché avevamo una telecamera del punto in cui si fermavano i camion e quando li abbiamo visti l'intera sala di controllo è scoppiata in un applauso. Sono stato uno dei primi ad entrare nella camera dopo che l'abbiamo aperta. In realtà era il giorno del mio compleanno. Ed è stata una delle esperienze più forti del mio periodo di lavoro sul web. La camera è incredibile, con la porta chiusa. È tutta nera. È progettato per non riflettere la luce. Quindi siamo entrati con delle torce elettriche per fare questa ispezione. È simile alla speleologia. È come entrare in una grotta con un telescopio spaziale al suo interno. È la cosa più bella del mondo. Dobbiamo salire su un'impalcatura per vedere lo specchio primario. Quindi siamo entrati nella camera e siamo saliti sull'impalcatura per dare un'occhiata. È stato fantastico vedere gli specchi dorati sullo sfondo nero in questa camera. Quando ho superato la bellezza di vedere di nuovo gli specchi dorati, erano completamente sporchi. Allora, perché? A. Causa delle ricadute dalla camera. Durante i test criogenici, tutto il particolato e tutto ciò che si era accumulato all'interno della camera negli ultimi 50 anni è caduto sui segmenti esposti dello specchio primario. Quindi erano in pessime condizioni. Dopo i test criogenici, è stata presa la decisione di pulire gli specchi. Quando si osservano specchi in beryllium rivestiti in oro da milioni di dollari, non si usano spatole e un po' di Windex. Quindi li abbiamo ruotati in modo che lo specchio primario dorato fosse concavo. Il timore più grande è che, soprattutto su un'ottica rivestita, pulendola si danneggerebbe il rivestimento o si graffierebbe lo specchio o si metterebbe qualche altra sostanza sullo specchio rispetto a quella che si sta usando per pulirlo. Lurin e il suo gruppo di Ball si sono messi in posizione prona con un tipo di pennello molto speciale e IPAC, pulendo tutto lo specchio primario e secondario con piccole pennellate. Ogni pennellata era di circa mezzo pollice o un pollice. È stato un lavoro incredibilmente dettagliato che ha richiesto un po' di tempo. Sono stato a pochi centimetri dal telescopio per 10 giorni. E trovandosi sotto quello specchio primario rivestito d'oro, è incredibile riuscire a mettere l'energia nella pulizia di quello specchio e sapere che riceverà fotoni dalle stelle e aiuterà a svelare l'universo. Io dedico del tempo a prepararlo per questo, a pulirlo e a metterlo nella migliore configurazione e nelle migliori condizioni possibili per quello che farà in futuro. Le altre cose difficili quando si parla di implementazioni sono ovviamente le grandi cose flessibili e flosce come il parasole. Di tutte le implementazioni, questa è quella che è davvero la più difficile per molti di noi, perché gli specchi per esempio sono grandi, devono funzionare ma sono anche molto rigidi e abbiamo molta esperienza su come spostare cose grandi e rigide e agganciarle in orbita. Ma le cose flosce le cose flessibili come le membrane, assicurarsi che vadano dove vuoi e cosa più importante, che non vadano dove non vuoi che vadano, è dura. Cosa ne penso del design del parasole? Cavolo? Ecco. Quindi ecco il punto. Personalmente ritengo che il design del parasole sia molto complicato, ci sono un sacco di pulegge cavi motori e azionamenti. D'altro canto, se mi chiedessi di semplificare il design del parasole non saprei da dove cominciare. Penso che sia complicato per necessità. È enorme e deve essere leggero e deve aprirsi in modo positivo. Deve essere in tensione. Non può essere allentato o floscio e deve essere riposto e piegato. Se prendi in considerazione tutti questi vincoli se pensi al design come a uno spazio giusto? Sai, certe cose tagliano via una porzione enorme di quello spazio e se prendi in considerazione tutti questi vincoli, ti ritrovi con una scatola relativamente stretta in cui puoi progettare. E sai, poiché esiste è difficile immaginarla in un altro modo. È come la tua vita, giusto? Sei cresciuto come sei, e sei quello che sei grazie alle cose che modellano la tua esistenza. E quindi è difficile dire se dovessi rifarlo, sarebbe diverso. Il parasole è la chiave dell'intero Web Observatory. Sai, Entity è la cosa che blocca il calore del Sole, della Terra e della Luna dalle ottiche e dagli strumenti del web Entity, consentendo loro di raggiungere quelle temperature estremamente basse necessarie per funzionare. Non esiste un libro. Non ci sono standard di progettazione. Il parasole è così innovativo che non riusciamo a trovare niente di simile che sia mai stato fatto volare e che abbia queste cose folli di cui ha bisogno. Il parasole si è rivelato, credo, forse una sfida più grande di quanto alcuni pensassero, perché, sebbene ci siano persone esperte nell'impiego di cose grandi con elementi flessibili, è comunque un problema arduo. E questo era un parasole unico. E quindi volevamo testare cose come, come gestire effettivamente questo materiale. È molto sottile. Ci sono 5 strati, e lo strato più sottile è di 1000 Ollix, ovvero 1000 di pollicek, quindi, molto più sottile dei tuoi capelli. Volevamo essere sicuri di poterlo maneggiare senza strapparlo. Se hai mai provato a piegare un origami, tu sai che la carta può essere piegata solo poche volte. Crea delle pieghe. Ci sono delle linee. La questione principale con il parasole all'inizio era come sostenerlo durante il lancio. È flessibile. Hai queste 5 cose che si piegano tutte. Devi comunque tenerlo fermo durante il lancio o si affloscerà. Si muoverà e si strapperà. Quindi, devi dargli supporto. L'ambiente di lancio è piuttosto violento. Per tenere la membrana ferma sulla struttura ON, devi tenerla ferma con dei dispositivi di rilascio, e ce ne sono 107. Non puoi nemmeno immaginare il numero di fori che dovevano essere posizionati con precisione in queste membrane. E poi quando lo pieghi tutto, tutti questi fori devono allinearsi. A proposito, quando viene dispiegato, questi fori non possono essere tali da permettere alla luce del sole di attraversarli se allineati. Quindi, è un problema geometricamente incredibilmente complesso. La ragnatela è enorme. È alta circa 3 piani e ha più o meno le dimensioni di un campo da tennis. Provate a immaginare Roger Federer e Rafa che corrono avanti e indietro sulle loro metà del nostro telescopio. Immaginate quanto sia grande e quanto sia difficile. NEA è un attuatore non esplosivo. Questi sono i tipi di meccanismi di rilascio che utilizziamo sulla ragnatela. La maggior parte dei nostri meccanismi di rilascio erano tutti sullo schermo solare e li avremmo infilzati e fissati a questa grande struttura e poi, quando saremo in orbita, ritrarremo quei perni e tutto andrà bene. E ricordo la riunione in cui abbiamo detto: sì, sembra davvero una pessima idea. E una volta ero lì fuori a fare il mio tirocinio quando il responsabile dei test di integrazione per la Northrop mi ha portato nella camera bianca per un'ispezione. Stavamo entrando nella camera bianca. Mi ha detto: sai, devo avvisarti, potrebbe esserci un piccolo mozzo lì dentro. E io ho chiesto: perché? E lui ha risposto: hanno trovato delle viti e delle rondelle per terra dopo quest'ultimo test. Ogni singolo elemento di fissaggio, 1 migliaio, quando la vite passa attraverso l'estremità del dado, lascia un bordo tagliente. Quel bordo tagliente potrebbe impigliarsi in un cavo o graffiare una membrana spessa 1000 pollici e bucarla. Ciò può portare alla fine di una missione. Sai, quando hai approfondito il problema, era un po' una questione di interfaccia sottile. E uno dei motivi per cui si testano le cose è per scoprire questi problemi ma quando si ha a che fare con un parasole molto grande, con un sacco di viti, dadi e rondelle una piccola cosa può moltiplicarsi e poi si moltiplica eravamo come in un acquario di pesci rossi. L'intero pianeta ne leggeva sui giornali. E sapevi che ci sarebbe stato quel tipo di problema fin dall'inizio. E quindi, penso che questo abbia creato molto stress per tutti noi. È stato un duro colpo. Ci sono voluti circa 11 mesi di ritardo sulla nostra pianificazione. La nostra architettura specialmente in quelle implementazioni ha avuto 344 singoli guasti giusto? Se devi avere 344 singoli guasti e dipendono tutti dall'ultimo ripristino, dall'ultima installazione devi avere un ambiente di assoluta apertura e onestà. E la paura che deriva dalla politica e da quel genere di cose è il tuo nemico principale. Voglio dire, è schiacciante, giusto? Il team è ormai scomparso, è sui giornali. Stavate diventando sempre meno e ora sappiamo che non rispetteremo di nuovo la data di lancio. Signor Bernstein, bentornato. Grazie. Sa quanto è cambiato dal 1996? Oh mio Dio. Quando è stato pubblicato per la prima volta con un budget di $500 miliardi, può anche solo parlare di quanto è cambiata la cosmologia? È una domanda meravigliosa. E quando pensi all'universo in generale, la NASA impara cose nuove ogni singolo giorno. Come l'universo si sta espandendo e non solo espandendosi, ma espandendosi a una velocità sempre maggiore. In realtà sta accelerando. E cosa lo sta causando? E James Webb può aiutarci a capire che, ai margini dell'universo ci sono galassie che sostanzialmente stanno scomparendo perché stanno accelerando più velocemente della velocità della luce. Wow! Quindi quelle galassie ET, la luce che emana, se viaggia a una velocità superiore a quella della luce, non può tornare sulla Terra, il che significa che ci sono un sacco di cose che non comprendiamo della fisica dell'astrofisica che questa particolare navicella spaziale ci aiuterà a imparare. Tornando all'inizio di Cosmic Dawn A, scopriremo come si sono formate le primissime galassie, che aspetto aveva quella prima luce. Voglio davvero ringraziarti per la completezza della tua risposta, perché il mondo della scienza sta cambiando in modi che hanno un impatto su un progetto per il quale abbiamo aspettative completamente diverse nel 2018. C'è un'intera serie di capacità che non possiamo nemmeno prevedere finché non sarà in orbita, e stiamo facendo tutto il possibile per arrivarci. Signor Presidente, vorrei solo che ci fosse un capo della NASA entusiasta di questo progetto. Sì. Beh, quando hai posto la tua prima domanda, avrei potuto immaginare che la tua risposta sarebbe durata un paio d'ore ma ho pensato che fosse una buona risposta. Al di fuori della famiglia e di tante altre cose, è difficile immaginare un giorno di cui essere più orgoglioso nella mia vita, guardandolo mentre veniva interrogato, sfidato, e dava risposte oneste, e si sedeva lì e affrontava tutto questo, sapendo che doveva accettarlo, e alla fine ha detto, ma ce la faremo. E per la prima volta, eravamo sul rettilineo finale. Arriva il 2020 e all'epoca sembrava che mi stessi prendendo in giro. Quando le persone mi chiedono qual è stata la sfida più grande sul web, rispondo quasi sempre che avevamo problemi tecnici e sfide tecniche, ma la salute delle persone non ne risentiva. Beh, vi dico che, sapete, la salute mentale può essere stata infettata, ma non ne sono derivate minacce dirette alla vostra salute. Questa era una minaccia diretta al nostro team e alla risorsa più preziosa del nostro team. Le persone, non i soldi non i programmi niente. Erano le persone. Nel frattempo, indossavamo già le mascherine in autostrada. Eravamo molto più avanti di così, giusto? Perché se guardi tutte le vecchie riprese delle ragnatele guardali mentre indossano le maschere. Eravate con nel 2011? Sai, io ero tipo, no, indossavamo le maschere per tenere puliti gli specchi, giusto? Quindi, avevamo già fatto pratica con le maschere e abbiamo detto, continuiamo. Quindi, abbiamo mantenuto un team di base. Quel team di base è arrivato eroicamente, non si è mai fermato. E al team che non si è mai fermato, dobbiamo tutti un incredibile debito di gratitudine, perché ti dico, se ci fossimo fermati, non so cosa ci sarebbe voluto per ricominciare. C'è stato solo un ultimo test di dispiegamento del parasole prima che Webb venisse impacchettato e inviato a French Guiana. Questa sarebbe stata l'ultima volta che Webb sarebbe stato dispiegato sul pianeta, ed è stato il culmine dello sforzo di migliaia di persone in tutto il mondo. Quindi volevo fare qualcosa di spettacolare per questo e abbiamo preso un sistema di telecamere girostabilizzate e lo abbiamo montato sotto uno di quegli ascensori che usano nella camera bianca. Questo elevatore può salire fino a circa 20 metri. Credo che in quel periodo abbiamo catturato alcune delle immagini più sorprendenti del telescopio nel suo stato finale dispiegato. L'ultimo passaggio durante le nostre spiegazioni è stato rimuovere il tappo dell'obiettivo appena prima che il parasole venisse ripiegato. Gli strumenti sono molto sensibili alla luce. Sono progettati per essere estremamente sensibili e, in modo da poter rilevare stelle deboli e lontane, quindi le luci della camera bianca potrebbero potenzialmente danneggiarli. Quindi abbiamo mantenuto questa copertura non solo per evitare contaminazioni, per tenere qualsiasi tipo di detriti o piccole particelle fuori dai microotturatori, ma anche per proteggere otticamente gli strumenti dalla luce che potrebbe potenzialmente danneggiare i sensori. Questo tappo dell'obiettivo è stato rimosso all'ultimo momento possibile mentre stavamo riponendo i 4 parasole, e sono stato io a farlo. Sono una persona molto equilibrata e Sono in grado di svolgere queste attività in modo davvero concentrato e rilassato senza lasciare che le mie emozioni ne facciano parte. E questa mi ha colpito. Questa era diversa. Era l'ultima volta che mi sarei trovato davanti agli specchi in quel modo. Era l'ultima volta che vedevo l'interno del gruppo ottico posteriore, lo specchio terziario, lo specchio di governo fine e gli strumenti. Quindi rimuovere questa copertura è stato un momento molto emozionante per me. Sono riuscito a tenere tutto insieme e a non far cadere lacrime da nessuna parte, a togliere la copertura perfettamente e a preparare la ragnatela per l'uso. Ma è stato un momento molto emozionante per me dire addio a quella parte della ragnatela. Qual è l'aspetto del design per cui perdi più il sonno? Ah, bella domanda. Non ci perdo il sonno? L'ho già fatto? Penso che ciò che preoccupa di più la maggior parte delle persone sia il dispiegamento. È davvero difficile dimostrare che la prossima volta farà le stesse cose che ha fatto l'ultima volta. Per il dispiegamento, lo ripieghi un'ultima volta, e poi premi il pulsante un'ultima volta, e deve essere uguale. Quindi è complicato, e i dispiegamenti non possono essere testati esattamente nelle stesse condizioni in cui li vedranno nello spazio. Gravità zero, un freddo, un vuoto, qui non ci sono queste cose. Penso che siano quelle di cui la maggior parte delle persone si preoccupa di più. E l'aspettativa è probabilmente la cosa più dura. Direi. Il peso di sapere che tutto deve andare per il verso giusto la prima volta e l'unica volta, e che non c'era davvero spazio per errori. Portare con sé questa consapevolezza per tutto il tempo in cui siamo stati tutti nel programma era una cosa. Il mio capo Jim diceva sempre che siamo come pesci degli abissi sotto una pressione costante, e che una volta lanciato Webb non avremmo saputo cosa fare. Perché tutta la pressione sarebbe scesa. Webb è di gran lunga il più grande pezzo di hardware di volo che abbiamo mai spostato. Il trasportatore è il più grande trasportatore che io conosca nella storia uscito dal Goddard Space Flight Center. E fondamentalmente STARS è una camera bianca mobile che sposta JWST da una posizione all'altra mentre si trova ancora all'interno di un ambiente di camera bianca. E così è stato un arrivederci per l'intero team che aveva fatto parte dell'osservatorio, della navicella spaziale MAN, dell'integrazione e di tutto il resto per 20 anni a quel punto. Non c'era niente di facile nel web. Non importa quale aspetto della missione si prendesse in considerazione, quindi spostare quell'enorme e gigantesco telescopio è diventato straordinariamente impegnativo. Il 405 è semplicemente qualcosa che rappresenta una parte importante del cuore di Los Angeles e di tutta quella comunità. Ed è stato davvero bello poterlo inviare proprio nel cuore di Los Angeles e verso il mare in quel modo e farne parte. Sta andando 4 volte più lontano della Luna laggiù e rimarrà lì per l'eternità. Addio. Consegna. Stiamo spedendo il telescopio spaziale James Webb al suo sito di lancio a French Guiana. Appena lasciato il porto del Naval Weapons Center di Seal Beach e, dopo 25 anni di sviluppo, è diretto al suo sito di lancio e alla sua destinazione finale nello spazio. Uno degli aspetti interessanti della nostra partenza è la sicurezza. Come abbiamo fatto a essere sicuri di non incontrare pirati o di non causare interruzioni alla nostra spedizione? Nel settore marittimo, Uri, puoi tracciare le navi ovunque vadano. Mentre stavamo partendo da Seal Beach, c'erano dei post su internet perché c'è una vivace comunità di persone molto interessate a ciò che sta accadendo con JWST. E così su Reddit, in realtà, c'era una persona in particolare che era davvero brava a tracciare la nave e stava fornendo un ottimo registro al grande pubblico su dove stava andando la nave. Sono riuscito a contattarlo e a spiegargli che sarebbe stato grandioso da parte sua aggiungere un po' prim di indeterminatezza sulla destinazione effettiva della nave N, la direzione N, solo un po' prim meno dettagli. E sorprendentemente è stato fantastico. Sai, ha iniziato a postare e a dire che era diventato un po' più generico con le posizioni. Buckaroo è in realtà un buon posto per un sito di lancio FI molto vicino all'equatore e questo ti aiuta a ottenere una spinta in più quando effettui il lancio. Eravamo lì come in una bolla per lo più nascosti dalla pandemia in grado di lavorare e concentrarci solo sul web e prepararlo per il lancio. Il meteo è piuttosto instabile. Voglio dire, ti trovi in un ambiente tropicale anche a dicembre, infatti ha causato un ritardo del lancio di alcuni giorni. Sotto l'ombrello di quel ritardo del lancio senza offesa, il personale tecnico che stava preparando il web per il lancio ha avuto un po' di tempo in più per potersi occupare dei preparativi dell'ultimo minuto. Pioveva a dirotto. Mi sono inzuppato più di quanto non mi sia mai capitato in Perù. Stare lì fuori con il team a guardarlo partire per il lancio ed è stata una vera festa sotto la pioggia. Non saremmo andati da nessuna parte finché il web non fosse decollato sano e salvo. Quindi, non è che dovessimo prendere un aereo o un treno giusto? Eravamo un pubblico in cattività. È successa una cosa davvero carina, perché il lancio era stato ritardato e si è svolto il giorno di Natale. Quindi, quando l'orologio ha scoccato la mezzanotte, è stato un privilegio per me augurare a tutti buone feste e ringraziarli e dire loro che le loro famiglie, sai, la storia li aveva messi in quel posto in quel momento per una ragione, sai, e non ci sono entrato, Uri, ma è stato come, sai, Uri, continuavo a pensare al lancio dell'Apollo 8, Vuru, sai, One, la vigilia di Natale, sai, One, leggendo dal libro della Genesi, sai, One, famoso, Vuru, vero? Ora che si avvicina l'alba lunare e per tutte le persone sulla Terra, l'equipaggio dell'Apollo 8 ha un messaggio che vorremmo inviarvi. In principio, Dio creò il cielo e la terra. E la terra era informe e deserta, e le tenebre ricoprivano l'abisso. E lo Spirito di Dio aleggiava sulla superficie delle acque. E Dio disse, sia la luce. E la luce fu. Stanno leggendo della prima luce. E noi stiamo lanciando questa incredibile macchina che dovrebbe captare quella prima luce. Quando è stato lanciato il telescopio web, ero seduto sul divano con mia moglie perché c'era il Covid. Quindi, siamo rimasti tutti a casa, non abbiamo fatto nessuna festa di lancio, ok. Fie, è così che vanno le cose. La gente pensava, sicuramente sarai sul bordo della sedia, perché ci stai lavorando da una vita, e potrebbe andare storto. Non è così che mi sentivo. Ovviamente, pensavo che avrebbe funzionato, abbiamo fatto tutto quello che dovevamo fare. Non ho ancora pensato molto a quale sia il momento giusto per prepararci al giorno del lancio. A quel punto, la sorte è già tracciata. Giusto? O l'abbiamo costruito correttamente e funzionerà, oppure troveremo delle sorprese in orbita, ma è il momento di scoprirlo. Sembra che qui allo spazioporto le cose vadano per il meglio per un lancio di Natale. Le operazioni procedono senza intoppi, il conto alla rovescia procede speditamente, tutti i sistemi sono verdi e siamo pronti per il lancio. Stiamo guardando la rampa di lancio numero 3. Il telescopio spaziale James Webb all'interno della parte superiore del razzo in prima classe con la cintura di sicurezza allacciata. Mi trovo nel centro di controllo missione, qui allo spazioporto, NAN, il centro nevralgico delle operazioni. Siamo a circa 10 km da quella rampa. E dietro di me, puoi vedere il fuoco laser qui, nel centro di controllo, con i centri di controllo missione tutti sulla console lì. Mentre ci avviciniamo al lancio, prendi i tuoi auguri di Buon Natale dal centro spaziale Ghana. Nella Ghana francese, sai, enti effettuano spesso lanci Aron 5 dalla Ghana francese, ma questo era diverso. C'era qualcosa nell'aria che diceva: questo ha un'aura diversa. Questo ha un'importanza diversa. Questo ha un sapore diverso. Oh, e sapevi di essere nel mezzo di qualcosa di grande. Ricevi l'avviso di 2 minuti. Tutti escono su questi balconi e tu stavi guardando un certo numero di persone, VIP e ospiti invitati che si dirigevano verso la piattaforma di osservazione che si trova proprio accanto al centro di controllo di Giove mentre aspettavamo la chiamata di 1 minuto da Jean-Luc Voyer. Pollice in su da Jean-Luc Voyer. Tutti i sistemi sono a posto. Siamo dentro da 1 minuto. T-50 secondi nel conteggio e tu aspetti e puoi sentire un piccolo altoparlante con il commento di Rob.
Le pompe turbo raggiungeranno la velocità di volo per 7 secondi e verrà dato il comando di accendere i razzi a propellente solido. Il telescopio spaziale James Webb sarà in arrivo. E poi inizia il conto alla rovescia. T-.
30 secondi nel conteggio. Quando è arrivato a 8 IA, la mia gola si stava chiudendo. In attesa del conteggio finale. Fin. Santo cielo. Perché eravamo a poche miglia di distanza, lo vedi partire e continua a salire e salire e salire e salire. Non lo senti per almeno 45 secondi o 1 minuto. Sai, tutte le mie speranze, i miei sogni, i miei desideri e... francamente, una parte di me è partita in quel momento. E la vedi partire ed è una cosa così strana solo sentirla e rimbomba. Al decollo. Decollage. Decollage. Decollo da una foresta pluviale tropicale fino ai confini del tempo stesso. James Webb inizia un viaggio di ritorno alla nascita dell'universo. È un rombo davvero strano e specifico, quello di un razzo che lascia l'atmosfera. Ciò lo mantiene speciale nella tua memoria perché è qualcosa di molto diverso dai suoni che senti in qualsiasi altro momento. Tra poco più di 1 minuto, le molle spingeranno delicatamente la ragnatela lontano dallo stadio superiore dell'Aron 5. C'è questo ciclo nel tuo cervello in cui ti chiedi: è successo davvero? Sai, ehi, siamo davvero decollati dopo decenni? Abbiamo davvero lasciato il telescopio spaziale terrestre? Ironia della sorte, mentre ci meravigliamo di questa vista dalla telecamera del palco superiore, e questa sarà l'ultima visione che l'umanità avrà del telescopio spaziale James Webb, mentre si sposta verso la sua sede di lavoro a circa 1 milione di miglia dalla Terra. Il team di lancio ha finito. Ora tutta l'attenzione si sposta sui centri operativi. Per coloro che si sono appena uniti a noi, yes, stiamo guardando la copertura in diretta del dispiegamento dello specchio secondario per il telescopio spaziale James Webb. State guardando un'animazione che include telemetria in tempo reale EI, dati in tempo reale dal veicolo spaziale per quanto riguarda la configurazione EI. Di solito facevamo delle battute, era come ehi sai, buon Natale. Guarda cosa abbiamo. Abbiamo un telescopio. Oh, è necessario un po' di assemblaggio. Sì, è stato necessario un po' di assemblaggio. Abbiamo iniziato a far partire il nostro dispiegamento e Webb funzionava benissimo. State vedendo un'animazione Key, ma questa non è una qualsiasi animazione casuale. In realtà è basata su dati reali. Quello script sembra buono. Stai per eseguire. Fuoco in esecuzione. Il comando verrà eseguito. Gruppo OTLRM5. OC vai a sparare. Ricevuto. Vai a sparare. Posso. Non si tratta solo di premere pulsanti. Ci sono un sacco di informazioni in tempo reale che arrivano e devi essere in grado di gestirle. Devi assimilarle. Capire cosa fare e agire. Mi sto emozionando sempre di più. Il mio cuore sta iniziando a battere sempre più velocemente. Per me c'è un'enorme quantità di gioia. Voglio dire, ho questo sorriso stampato in faccia da un orecchio all'altro in questo momento. Di nuovo, avevamo provato tutto e fatto pratica 1 milione di volte. Key, ma ora sei lassù e hai solo una possibilità per farlo bene. Senza questo specchio, nella posizione giusta, non arriviamo alla luce nel telescopio. Il movimento del motore è stato completato con successo e l'esaurimento è stato confermato. Procediamo con gli ultimi 2 in sicurezza. Ricevuto. Eseguo. Ora siamo a un punto in cui siamo a circa 600.000 miglia dalla Terra e abbiamo effettivamente un telescopio. Quindi, congratulazioni a tutti. Sono entusiasta di vedere che finalmente funziona, perché quando abbiamo iniziato un sacco di persone ridevano di noi perché era incredibilmente difficile. E ora è fatto. Ehi, John, come stai? Ehi, John, buongiorno. Buongiorno. Quando abbiamo costruito l'attrezzatura e abbiamo stilato i nostri requisiti, erano tutti numeri. Nessuno ti dice cosa significhino in termini di bellezza dell'universo. Anni e anni fa, la gente mi chiedeva, John, le immagini saranno belle? E io rispondevo, sì, ma non sapevo come sarebbero state. Quindi, è stato un atto di fede, ma è stato un buon atto di fede. Qualunque cosa ci sia là fuori, la vedremo. Non abbiamo ancora portato questo dispositivo a 11.000, ma lo faremo. Quando le cose si sono raffreddate abbastanza, le telecamere hanno funzionato. Ho visto quelle prime immagini. Era tipo, sì, è piuttosto interessante. Siamo davvero, in piedi sulle spalle di migliaia di persone di molte discipline diverse che hanno reso possibile tutto questo. L'immagine è arrivata. C'era una bellissima immagine centrale della stella con 6 raggi di luce radianti e non avrebbe dovuto esserci nulla dietro, niente. Ciò che abbiamo visto si è rivelato essere 250 galassie che non erano mai state viste prima in questa immagine che, presumibilmente, non conteneva nulla. Ci sono galassie ovunque. La gente diceva che eravamo stati bombardati dalle galassie. Quindi, questa è una bella emozione per tutti. Non sapevo che sarei venuto a un raduno oggi. Ma è ancora meglio. E avete molto per cui radunarvi. Questa mattina, le persone in tutto il pianeta vedranno le immagini catturate da questo telescopio. Questo telescopio, grazie all'infrarosso TIO, sarà in grado di penetrare attraverso le nubi di polvere. Vedrete la formazione delle stelle. Vedrete divorare i buchi neri. Eccoci. Ci siamo? Facciamolo? Ok, abbiamo il mondo intero che ci guarda. Siete pronti a caricare la prima immagine? Facciamolo. Siamo pronti a vedere la prima immagine di web di una nebulosa planetaria morente chiamata Southern Rain. Wow! Oh mio Dio! L'arte che è là fuori nel cielo rivelata per la prima volta. Stiamo pensando al team e li stiamo ringraziando. John, grazie a te. Grazie a tutti voi. Penso che le persone abbiano portato dello champagne, quindi è una priorità più alta. Vedrete cose che questa specie non ha mai visto. E ci siete riusciti. Dite a tutti che questo è stato un giorno importante nella storia dell'umanità, perché non torneremo mai indietro. Non si può non scoprire. Non si può non osservare le cose. Quindi congratulazioni a tutto il team. Avete fatto tutti la storia. Siate orgogliosi. Grazie. E sapete che sono uno scienziato oggi, quindi lavoro a questo progetto da 20 anni. Quindi, noi dovremmo aspettarci quello che abbiamo visto. Ma no, diverse volte negli ultimi 6 mesi, mi sono quasi rotto la mascella per quello che ho visto. Queste immagini incredibili. Il successo è binario. O vinci o non vinci. Quindi, abbiamo costruito qualcosa di così ambizioso? Se non avesse funzioto saremmo stati terrorizzati. Ma se avesse funzionato, avremmo avuto la garanzia di scoperte straordinarie. Penso che la mia immagine preferita sia quella di una nuvola di galassie con una molto molto luminosa al centro. 100 anni fa, pensavamo che ci fosse solo una galassia. Ora il numero è illimitato, e quella luce che vedi su una di quelle piccole particelle viaggia da oltre 13 miliardi di anni. Ovunque guardiamo sarà una scoperta scientifica. Credo che siano... Oh, no! In ogni immagine è essenzialmente un campo profondo di Hubble, sì. È incredibile o cosa? Questa vista a mozzafiato delle scogliere cosmiche della nebulosa Carina rivela nuovi dettagli su questo vasto vivaio stellare. Oggi, per la prima volta, stiamo vedendo stelle nuove di zecca che in precedenza erano completamente nascoste ai nostri occhi. Vista. Vi presento la galassia di Maisie, Bell, che prende il nome da mia figlia Kate perché l'abbiamo scoperta entrambe il giorno del suo 9° compleanno, e da mesi mi chiedeva di dare il suo nome a una galassia. Vorrei lasciarvi con una delle mie immagini preferite. Si chiama Stephan's Quintet ed è meravigliosa. Dal punto di vista di ciò che scopriremo, cosa diresti a una bambina di 7 anni quando ti dice: capisco cosa sta facendo Curiosity. Ma cosa farà JDWST? Papà? Furu. Ok. Ha una bella domanda. Ciò che stiamo effettivamente cercando di scoprire è l'intera storia dell'universo da allora a oggi. Dall'inizio a oggi, che comprese le cose che hanno creato galassie, efle, stelle, pianeti e la Terra, e che ci hanno permesso di vivere sulla nostra piccola Terra. Ecco perché sono interessato. Ho posto questa domanda a mio padre più o meno così e ho detto: bene, da dove veniamo? Avevo circa 6 o 7 anni o giù di lì, nessuno lo sapeva. Ne sapevamo qualcosa, ma di certo non potevamo raccontarvi tutta la storia. Sapete, possiamo diventare nerd e dettagliati quanto volete. Ma se fate un passo indietro per un minuto, si tratta davvero del nostro posto nell'universo, ed è qualcosa che risuona nelle persone e che le colpisce in modo artistico e spirituale. Vi contatto da Londra. L'anno scorso a mio padre è stato diagnosticato un cancro al 4° stadio e sfortunatamente la prognosi significa che non gli resta molto tempo da trascorrere con noi. Fin da quando ho memoria, mio padre ha sempre lavorato fino a tardi, osservando le stelle attraverso il suo telescopio e spesso guidando fino in montagna di notte, preparandosi per scattare foto e persino inviando le foto di ciò che trovava sulle riviste. Quando ero bambino, ricordo che ogni pochi anni aggiornava il suo telescopio dopo aver risparmiato. È così appassionato del lavoro che fate. E i recenti progressi del JWST sono stati molto entusiasmanti per lui. Sono contento che sia ancora qui per seguire tutte le fantastiche innovazioni che tu e il tuo team state realizzando in questo momento. È sempre impegnato a tenersi aggiornato sulle novità relative ai vostri progressi. Per me è davvero fantastico Queste lettere esprimono come mi sento. Queste lettere parlano della meraviglia che provo guardando l'universo. La meraviglia che provo guardando il nostro team che ha reso possibili queste osservazioni e questo strumento. Stupore per ciò che siamo in grado di scoprire. È indescrivibile a parole quanto sia soddisfacente, appagante e gratificante leggere cose come questa. Voglio dire, sì, è piuttosto difficile da descrivere. Ti fa davvero sentire bene per quello che fai e lasciare un segno per le cose buone e positive nel mondo è davvero fantastico, davvero speciale. In realtà è per questo che amo lo spazio e penso che anche altre persone amino lo spazio perché ti dà quel senso di stupore e di sentirti tutt'uno con l'universo. Quindi, sono contento che abbia aiutato qualcuno. Guarda, non ci sono molte cose al giorno d'oggi per cui quasi tutti sul pianeta Terra possano sentirsi ispirati. Ma ho la sensazione che le immagini dal web siano una di quelle cose. Trasmettono un senso di meraviglia. È un po' degli come quando sei un bambino e guardi il cielo notturno. Abbiamo bisogno di un po' di meraviglia nel nostro mondo. È solo una sensazione di immensa gioia e realizzazione. E mi sento un po' felice per l'umanità. Sì. Quindi sono abbastanza fortunato da poter continuare a raccontare la storia di ciò che la NASA sta facendo per le sue prossime grandi missioni di punta. Ci sono molti altri misteri della scienza ETENS, ma stiamo vedendo con i nostri occhi HANS, con l'aiuto dei telescopi ETENS, il processo che si sta svolgendo. Quindi, cosa potresti sperare di più dall'astronomia? Uno dei nostri obblighi fondamentali è la supervisione. E molto spesso sentiamo dire al governo che le cose non funzionano. Voglio solo dire grazie per aver superato le nostre aspettative. E continuiamo. Con questo mi arrendo. Quindi congratulazioni a tutti per averlo reso possibile e ora contiamo su una brillantezza continua per almeno il prossimo mezzo secolo. Grazie per aver dimostrato che è possibile. Ripensando all'infanzia, noi non ne avevamo idea. Nessuno aveva idea di cosa avrebbe portato il futuro in termini di esplorazione spaziale. Nuove tecnologie, elettronica, era tutto nuovo. Non avevamo idea che i computer sarebbero mai stati così potenti o così comuni. Le meraviglie devono ancora accadere, e le nostre capacità stanno ancora crescendo rapidamente. Quindi, gli astronomi, hanno già scritto un libro in cui abbiamo delineato cosa vorremmo fare per i prossimi decenni. Penso che ci vorrà un secolo prima che quel libro finisca. E poi da ciò che impareremo nei prossimi decenni, avremo più miracoli da produrre, più miracoli da chiedere. È possibile. E questo è un momento molto emozionante per essere un astronomo. Ho la possibilità di vedere cose che vanno ben oltre la Terra grazie al posto in cui lavoro. Questo sicuramente ci sorprenderà in un modo che non so dirti. È un momento emozionante. Questa cosa è stata realizzata a lungo e una volta che l'avremo realizzata dovremo rimetterla insieme con i robot. Non è mai stato fatto prima. L'orgoglio dell'umanità è che quando vogliamo possiamo farlo. Stiamo costruendo questo telescopio per rispondere alle domande fondamentali che ci poniamo. Sta rilevando i mattoni della vita sugli esopianeti che vengono poi inviati al telescopio. Tutte queste galassie sullo sfondo rovinano le immagini, giusto? Ho la sensazione che stiamo scoprendo nuove parti dell'universo. Ci ispirerà come persone, o risolverà un problema che non sapevamo come risolvere, perché impareremo qualcosa che non sapevamo, finché questo grande occhio nel cielo non si è aperto e non l'ha visto. Non so chi altro può dire che il telescopio spaziale James Webb è la missione scientifica spaziale più ambiziosa e complessa che l'umanità abbia mai intrapreso. Nessuno ha mai fatto niente del genere prima. La scienza varrà l'attesa. Roger M. Dick, tutte le scoperte. I ricercatori sono rimasti sbalorditi nel vedere le nubi di polvere annientate quando le stelle massicce sono esplose. Ora, Webb ci porta ancora più in profondità nell'universo infrarosso.